A rift appeared in the world, and people began to transform into monsters. Only superhumans could cope with the threat. Therefore, Hereditary, the main character, had dreamed of becoming a hunter since childhood. Only his older brother supported him, helping him train in secret from his drunkard father and mother, who beat him for every misdeed. One day, a high-ranking orb was close at hand, but the artifact was snatched from under his nose by his father, who quickly sold it to a rich man to make a fortune. The little hero's dream was shattered. 6 years later, the brothers found the fake hunter. The aristocrat agreed to a meeting, but only wanted to transform the boys into beasts to level up. The older brother took the blow, absorbed the dark aura, and left behind only a demonic orb. The protagonist used the artifact, this time becoming a hunter, but not the one he had previously dreamed of. A sudden realization cuts through his rage. He braces himself as a new movement, or presence, makes itself known. The young man reels from a sudden change inside himself, and wonders if he has really inherited the orb's power. Before he can process it, the force surging through him becomes painful enough to make him cry out. An ogre lunges in, but his body reacts on its own and he narrowly avoids being crushed. He realizes his reflexes and movement have changed completely, as if his body has become unnaturally light. Testing that new sensation, he starts to move with a speed and ease he did not have before. As the ogre bears down on him again, glowing purple status screens appear in front of him. He recognizes what he is seeing as a level display with HP, stats, and skills. That confirms the impossible for him. He has become a slayer, and the world itself now looks different. The ogre suddenly convulses with violent purple energy, drawing his attention away from his own awakening. He urgently tries to stop it, fearing the creature is about to lose itself and become a full magic beast. Instead of backing away, he resolves to save the one transforming, vowing to protect his brother this time. Facing the raging ogre head-on, he calls out to his brother and refuses to abandon him. For a brief moment, the monster's mouth trembles as if some buried awareness is still trying to answer. Then the corruption erupts outward in a massive burst, overwhelming any fragile restraint. Even under that pressure, he steels himself and keeps pushing forward. The transformed brother slams the ground with enough force to tear through the room. A hole is blasted open, and the beast suddenly breaks off the attack and flees through it. The young man is stunned that his brother stopped mid-fight and ran instead of finishing him. He takes that as proof the transformation is incomplete and that his brother may still be saved. But the situation is getting worse. Realizing the beast could hurt others if it reaches town, he decides he has to find his brother before the subjugation team does. That plan is interrupted when a dark purple projectile suddenly streaks toward a nearby rat. He instantly understands something is wrong and turns in alarm. A second monster appears from the darkness, a wolf-like magic beast accompanied by a snake, and he recognizes the timing as disastrous. The wolf attacks immediately, forcing him into a desperate close-range dodge. Its strike still blasts him away and leaves him cursing the delay. He scrambles back up, frustrated that this new threat is wasting time he needs to spend chasing his brother. He tracks the beast's movement, trying to read its next attack. The wolf dives from above and smashes him down before he can fully evade. As he crashes into the wall, he realizes this enemy's attacks are far stronger than the ogre's and that he cannot afford a drawn-out fight. A notification appears, revealing 3 newly acquired skills: Black Shadow Blade, Blast Armor, and Blast Flash. Clinging to that new power, he throws himself back at the wolf and insists that he is a slayer too now. He focuses on one of the skills and gathers a red-black power into his hand. He unleashes Blast Flash, sending a dark burst racing across the floor into the beast. The attack fills the room with black smoke-like power and briefly halts the wolf's advance. Seeing the effect, he understands this black energy is the blast power described on his status screen. But the wolf emerges through the darkness still ready to kill. It charges again at terrifying speed, cutting through the lingering smoke. He realizes too late that another attack is already on top of him. The beast crashes into him and sends him skidding helplessly across the floor. Bruised and shaken, he curses his weakness. In that moment he bitterly recognizes the cruel timing. He finally became a slayer only after failing to save his brother. The thought hardens into anger as the wolf closes in and he asks what that power is worth if it came too late. Even so, he forces himself to act, knowing he still has to survive and keep moving. Cornered at close range, he faces the wolf again as black energy begins to gather around him. He deliberately draws that dark power over his body, preparing another skill. The wolf notices the change at once, sensing danger in his awakened eye and aura. Before it can finish him, a black blade-like strike drops down onto the beast. The attack tears through the wolf in a violent burst, finally turning the fight in his favor. Spent from the exchange, he lets his eyes close for a moment. Then he opens one eye again, startled and trying to understand what just happened. After defeating the beast, the young man is stunned when a system message announces that he has leveled up. He stares at his hands, trying to understand what just changed. Realizing he rose from level 1 to level 3, he wonders if beating the monster made him stronger. He immediately dismisses that question as unimportant. What matters to him now is getting out and dealing with the crisis. He decides he has to hurry and find his brother first. As he moves, his thoughts return to the man he blames for everything. He swears he will never forgive that enemy. Exhaustion catches up with him, and he collapses on the sidewalk. The scene shifts as time passes. Elsewhere, someone arrives while wondering whether the transformed magic beast should be subdued. The newcomer is caught off guard by what he finds. He sees the aftermath of violent destruction and struggles to make sense of it. The broken wall confirms that something tore through the area. From the signs left behind, he concludes that the men turned into magic beasts were here and that someone fought them. That realization makes him fear an impossible possibility. Memories of Erita surge up, along with the bond and urgency tied to his name. He recalls Erita in a monstrous state and thinks that if it truly is him, everything changes. Meanwhile, the younger brother jolts awake with his brother foremost in his mind. He finds himself in a hospital-like room, confused because he had just been fighting near the go-to conglomerate building. Fragments of the battle and the looming monster flash back to him. Remembering the danger, he tries to get up because he believes he must reach his brother before something worse happens downtown. A voice stops him before he can leave. A nurse firmly orders him to stay in bed and rest. When he tries to explain himself, she tells him he was found collapsed by the roadside. Noticing his injuries, she correctly guesses that he was hurt fighting a Magai. He goes quiet, realizing she understands more than an ordinary medic should. He pieces together that he blacked out after collapsing outside. Still disoriented, he asks where he is. She explains that this is a Slayer relief station, where rookies are often brought after overexerting themselves in their first fight. That answer only deepens his concern, because if Slayers are involved, the situation around his brother may already be serious. The nurse advises him to join a guild as soon as possible so he can receive proper support from both the guild and the Slayer Association. He cuts the advice short and insists that he has somewhere urgent to be. She refuses to let him leave, warning that he needs rest. Even as she steps away, she makes it clear she expects him to stay put. He waits only long enough to make sure she is gone. Then he quietly slips off the bed, determined to leave anyway. At the door, he overhears staff discussing that the Magai seen near the go-to conglomerate is still at large. The mention of that area makes him realize the news may be about his brother. He listens as they report that an unidentified Slayer is accompanying the target and that the guild is searching, though they may not be able to handle him if he enters a magic fissure. He understands that the guild is now after his brother, and decides he has to find him first and protect him. The nurse returns, apologizing for the wait and reminding him about the reward money paperwork. Before she can finish, she notices something is wrong. She turns to find the bed empty and the curtain blowing where he has already escaped. Outside, he runs at full speed back into the city. As he runs, the report about an unidentified Slayer with his brother keeps echoing in his head. He realizes that if his brother enters a magic fissure, the danger will become far worse. He pushes himself harder, deciding he must reach the area before the guild does. Then an emergency alert announces that a magic fissure has appeared. When the evacuation notice names Asajiri Tuchome as the target area, he freezes, knowing the disaster is unfolding exactly where he is headed. Thinking this fissure might finally lead to his missing brother, he decides he has to investigate it himself. He finds a newly formed magic fissure named Tihaj, classified only as bronze rank. Seeing that the association has already sealed the area to keep civilians out, he takes that as proof no Slayers have entered yet. Believing his brother could be hiding inside, he steels himself to enter despite never having gone into a fissure before. He pushes aside his fear and throws himself into the fissure. The capture of Tihaj begins as he crosses into the other side. The transition hits him hard, but he forces himself through it. He struggles to adjust to the strange sensation of entering the fissure. His feet finally touch the ground inside. He realizes he has truly arrived somewhere completely different. Inside, the fissure is a vast rocky wasteland unlike what it looked like from outside. With no sign of his brother near the entrance, he accepts that he will have to go deeper to find him. A mission window appears and abruptly assigns him a far more dangerous task: defeat the boss of the fissure. That means the boss waits in the deepest area, beyond other monsters, and he immediately doubts whether he can survive the trip. Before he can think further, something rushes in on him. A beast announces itself by digging its claws into the ground nearby. The attacker reveals itself as a level 3 Garm, a wolf-like monster. Recognizing the creature from the one he killed by accident the day before, he knows this time he has to defeat it deliberately. He resolves to bring it down the same way as before, by using his small shadow power to strike first. With no better plan, he decides to rely on that skill again. He gathers dark energy into his hand. He activates Blade, Soot Shadow Blade, and forms a black weapon from shadow. When the Shadow Blade appears successfully, he gains a burst of confidence. The Garm answers with a savage charge. He meets it head-on, and drives the Shadow Blade into its mouth. The impact shocks even him, but he holds his ground. As the beast is thrown back, he realizes his brother's harsh training has made this kind of close combat possible. He immediately steps in to keep the advantage. He presses the attack before the monster can recover. His follow-up slash tears through the Garm and finishes it. The kill levels him up from 3 to 5, confirming he can grow stronger here. He exhales in relief, briefly thinking the fight is over. That relief vanishes the instant he senses a new threat. Several more Garms appear at once and surround him. He is stunned that a bronze rank fissure contains this many monsters at once. He quickly understands that at his current level he cannot break through to the boss if the whole pack attacks together, yet retreating will not solve anything. Desperate, he tries to recall the mysterious power he used yesterday, hoping it can save him again. The pack lunges before he can figure it out. He reaches out for that unknown skill, but nothing responds. The wolves crash into him, and he realizes he will be torn apart in seconds at this rate. A sudden blast of fire slams into the pack and interrupts the kill. The flames sweep through the battlefield and incinerate the attacking monsters in an instant. An unseen rescuer immediately focuses on the strange skill the boy had been using. The boy turns and demands to know what that overwhelming technique was. At the same time, he wonders if the newcomer was the one who unleashed that incredible attack. A red-haired slayer steps forward, saying he came because the association reported an unidentified slayer, and asks if the boy is that person. The boy finds himself suddenly facing not one rescuer but a full team of powerful slayers. The leader identifies himself as Leo Kuji of the Shurin Guild, a fire attribute gold slayer. His companions are introduced as the Shurin Guild's silver slayers Shumakishima and Hayato Akiji. Confronted by these professionals, the boy is challenged to explain why he is in a place like this at all. The scene opens by identifying the red-haired fighter as Leo, one of the 5 emperors, marking him as a major power. A pack of demonic beasts closes in, their arrival turning the rift into an immediate threat. The monsters surge toward the small group, forcing everyone to brace for a fight. As the beasts rush them from all sides, the pressure of the ambush becomes clear. Leo remains unfazed and almost amused, as if the attackers are beneath his concern. With a casual gesture, he prepares to end the threat himself. He unleashes Ragnarok Divine Fall, calling down overwhelming firepower. The descending flames engulf the charging beasts in a single devastating strike. When the fire clears, the others can only watch the effortless display of strength. The young swordsman realizes he is witnessing something extraordinary. He understands that this is the power of a gold slayer, a level far beyond ordinary fighters. Leo notes that a bronze-rank demon rift should never produce this many enemies, confirming the situation is abnormal. Having dealt with the monsters, he turns his attention to the young man and demands to know what kind of skill he possesses. The youth hesitates, admitting he does have a skill but struggling to define it. He recalls that it did not feel aligned with any of the 5 attributes, which leaves him deeply unsettled. Leo presses him further, pointing out that he has never seen such a power before and that the boy is only an unaffiliated freelancer. He bluntly asks what brought the boy to this place in the first place. The question puts the youth on edge, making him feel cornered. He suspects Leo is testing him and fears that admitting he is searching for his brother will make him a target as well. Choosing caution, he thanks Leo for the help and tries to leave before revealing anything important. As he walks away, he reflects that orbs resonate with a person's strongest wish, almost like a prayer. Normally, that resonance matches one of the 5 known attributes, which is why his own case troubles him. Leo, meanwhile, concludes that the boy does not fit the normal pattern at all. The youth realizes Leo has identified him as the unnamed slayer the association has been tracking. Leo openly labels him an irregular, confirming that the association sees him as an anomaly. The accusation rattles the boy, but he tries not to show panic. He asks what Leo means, buying time while gauging how much has been discovered. Still trying to escape the situation, he insists he needs to keep moving. Leo refuses to let him go, saying he will ignore the association's orders to investigate, and instead follow the capture directive. He warns the boy not to take it personally, making clear that force is now inevitable. The youth realizes too late that Leo is about to attack. Leo lunges in with a flaming strike, trying to overwhelm him before he can react. One of Leo's companions is startled by how abruptly the confrontation turns violent. But Leo's attack fails to land cleanly, as the boy's strange power interferes with it. Leo notices the effect and identifies it as a sub-base protection that turns his flames into burned ash. Using that brief opening, the youth retreats and creates distance instead of trying to trade blows. Leo decides the boy is worth taking seriously enough to delegate the cleanup, ordering his subordinates to handle the situation. His companions immediately realize that if Leo truly goes all out, everyone nearby could be caught in the destruction. Leo's growing fire aura confirms that his restraint is fading and the danger is escalating fast. He launches himself upward and begins raining fire down over the battlefield. The youth runs as blazing projectiles crash around him, turning the open ground into a kill zone. He dives behind a boulder for cover, but the bombardment keeps closing in. Leo taunts him to surrender quietly, warning that resistance will only leave him reduced to ash. From behind cover, the youth realizes that being captured here would end any hope of finding his brother. Leo immediately counters the hiding attempt, declaring that concealment will not save him. He curves a wave of fire around the rock, proving he can attack even without direct line of sight. The blast catches the youth and knocks him sprawling, showing that simple evasion is no longer enough. Leo mocks his running and names the ash effect outright, making clear he has already grasped the nature of the defense. Accepting that escape alone will fail, the youth turns to his mysterious skill and starts searching for a way to use it deliberately. A sudden idea clicks, and he realizes he may finally have a workable answer against Leo. A red-haired slayer notices a disturbance, and turns toward it with fire already gathering at his arm. Across the barren ground, he finds a lone young man facing him in the middle of the wasteland. The boy raises both hands as if to brace himself, startled by how quickly the confrontation has begun. The Slayer realizes the boy intends to oppose him and treats the challenge with amused contempt. Certain the fight is meaningless, he launches a blazing attack without hesitation. Flames close in from every side, forcing the boy to stand his ground as the assault converges. The boy answers with a sub-bass release that erupts outward and intercepts the fire. Black ash and burning fragments explode through the air as his counter smothers the attack instead of being consumed by it. The red-haired Slayer emerges from the blast still composed, now taking the boy more seriously. The boy reveals the key difference in his power. Once ash is burned, it no longer burns again. Recognizing that this is no ordinary sub-user, the Slayer acknowledges the boy's unusual resistance. Even so, he decides to end things and pours more power into his weapon. He rushes into the flames and demands the boy surrender quietly. Instead, the boy draws a dark blade and insists he cannot be captured because his brother is waiting for him. Shadowy power wraps around him as he commits to escaping rather than losing time here. The mention of a brother catches the Slayer off guard and makes him pause. That brief hesitation is enough for the boy to burst into motion. He closes the distance in a sudden rush, forcing the Slayer into immediate defense. Their weapons collide at close range as the boy turns his escape into a direct breakthrough attempt. While holding him off, the Slayer probes the weakness behind the boy's urgency by asking about that brother. The question lands hard, and the boy falters for an instant. He recoils and creates space, his momentum broken by the emotional hit. In that silence, he accepts what he already knows but has been pushing aside. He decides he cannot stay and prepares to leave the fight behind. Before going, he warns the Slayer that if he truly wants to protect others and one day defeat the Demon Rift boss, his current self is not enough. The Slayer receives the warning in silence as the boy bluntly predicts he will otherwise end up as burned ash. Rather than answer with anger, the boy leaves behind a faint, sincere smile. He runs off, thanking the Slayer before disappearing into the distance. Watching him go, the Slayer responds with approval and tells him to keep training with passion. 2 guild members arrive to report that all demon corpses in the area have been eliminated. When they ask what happened to the boy from earlier, the Slayer realizes he has already let him go. He sums the encounter up simply by calling the boy passionate. His subordinates are surprised to see him in such a good mood after the encounter. He immediately redirects that energy toward the mission and orders everyone to move on to defeating the boss. Elsewhere, at the Deep Blue Guild, a new Demon Rift alert suddenly sounds. The report identifies the incident as a Demon Rift opening in Shirjino Forchome district. A map pinpoints the exact location of the outbreak in the city. A guild member urgently asks Ichika whether she can respond to the emergency. Ichika accepts at once, ready to deploy as a Silver Slayer of Deep Blue Guild. The scene shifts to the city outside, where evening crowds move beneath bright commercial signs. Among the pedestrians, the same boy walks alone through the district. He notices public news about the magic fissure and pays close attention. As he learns the fissure boss has been defeated and the anomaly will close soon, he reflects that he still failed to find his brother, and that someone stronger likely dealt with the boss first. A public notice from the Slayer Association and the guild urges citizens to report anything unusual immediately. Hearing that official help is supposedly available, the boy decides he cannot rely on it and will have to handle things himself. A fresh magic fissure alert interrupts his thoughts, and he instantly realizes another one has appeared nearby. Crowds receive the emergency announcement that a magic fissure is occurring in Shirjino District 4. Phones broadcast evacuation orders, telling nearby residents to clear out until Slayers arrive. Recognizing the location is close, the boy breaks into motion toward the danger instead of away from it. He knows the association will normally send Slayers to seal the area, so he resolves to act before those other Slayers arrive. As panic spreads through the city, a young man runs toward the disturbance instead of away from it. At the center of the chaos, a bronze-rank magic fissure called Hezin has opened in the street. He finds the area already sealed off and hopes his missing brother is trapped somewhere inside the fissure. Before he can approach, someone warns him that the fissure is restricted. 2 bronze-rank Navy Guild Slayers stop him and immediately question whether he even belongs there. He realizes the problem at once when they notice something important. Because he has no badge, they dismiss him as an unaffiliated nobody who could not even join a guild. They mock him as the lowest kind of Slayer, beneath even bronze rank, and treat him like worthless bad luck. He is left wondering what kind of people these supposed Slayers are. The pair insist the fissure is reserved for their master, and claim anyone as weak as him would only die inside anyway. He protests that he cannot wait because he needs to get inside immediately. They refuse outright, more concerned with obeying their arrangement and securing a share of the bounty. To force him back, one of them prepares an ice attack and orders him to submit. A spear of ice drops toward him with lethal intent. He barely dodges, realizing they are willing to attack him for real. Frustrated and desperate, he decides he cannot keep wasting time. He hardens his resolve and prepares to break through them himself. He lunges in, aiming to end the confrontation quickly. One of the guild men confidently springs his own counter. The street beneath the young man turns into a mud trap and swallows his footing. He sinks and discovers he cannot move at all. His opponent boasts that the swamp is bottomless, and warns that failing to escape fast will kill him. The man taunts him further, savoring the advantage. He sneers at the trapped boy as nothing more than a wild slayer. A girl suddenly arrives and angrily demands to know why they are doing this. The two recognize her as Silver Slayer Aoi Ichika. Seeing the boy trapped, Ichika decides to save him at once despite her confusion over the situation. She uses water magic to wash away the mud trap and free him. The young man pulls himself out as her spell breaks the hold on him. Still baffled, Ichika asks why slayers are fighting each other in front of a fissure. He quickly explains that these two blocked him from entering, even though recent fissure outbreaks are suspected to be part of a larger conspiracy, and should not be exploited for personal gain. The guild men answer by invoking their master, downplaying Ichika as mere support, and insisting she should stay out of it. Instead, they attack her with a volley of ice projectiles to stop her intervention. Caught off guard, Ichika reacts just in time and throws up water to defend herself. Her water surges into a powerful barrier that overwhelms the incoming attack. After blocking it, she admits she dislikes fighting. Rather than battle alone, she turns to the young man and offers to support him if he will fight beside her. Though inexperienced at teaming up, he accepts her proposal. Ichika activates a support skill called Merlin Shell. The enhancement floods through him, and he immediately feels his body change. Ichika explains that her support will make fighting easier and tells him to take the two men down while she backs him up. Empowered, he launches forward at high speed. The two guild men are stunned to realize the weak outsider from before is now moving under Ichika's support skill. He strikes with Soot's Slayer Blade, cutting through them in a blur of dark power. Both men collapse, defeated almost instantly. As the rush settles, he marvels at how light his body feels and checks what the support did to him. He discovers his mana has skyrocketed, far beyond what he expected. Ichika anxiously asks whether he killed them, and he reassures her that he only knocked them out with the flat of his blade. With the fight over, she starts to explain who those two really are. Embarrassed, Ichika admits the troublemakers belong to her own guild. Arata realizes the girl who just helped him is a water slayer from Takatora's guild. She brushes off his gratitude as no big deal, treating the rescue casually. Wanting to know who he is, she asks his name, and he introduces himself as Arata. She introduces herself as Ichika and immediately recognizes that he is stronger than he looks. Arata starts to ask about her guild, clearly trying to confirm a suspicion. Before he can press further, he cuts himself off in frustration as the moment slips away. Nearby, injured people urge someone to report to Master Takatora, confirming the guild's involvement in the chaos. Hearing Takatora's name tied to this incident, Arata concludes the guild is behind dangerous activity, and decides Rei needs to know. That realization brings back the image of the man he suspects, sharpening Arata's hostility. He forces himself to set that anger aside and focus on the immediate crisis. Ichika points out the magic fissure and insists they need to clear it quickly. She explains that reinforcements should arrive soon, but since she has Rei's permission, she offers to fight alongside him right away. Arata is caught off guard that she wants him involved directly. Ichika clarifies that low-rank areas have been suffering abnormal incidents, and because her specialty is support, she believes they make a good team. She reminds him that her earlier buff improved his combat ability, laying out the stat boost as proof. Arata admits the enhancement helped him a great deal and sincerely thanks her. With that settled, Ichika invites him to join her in clearing the fissure. Arata hesitates, knowing partnering with a silver-rank slayer could be risky, but he cannot ignore a fissure right in front of him. He accepts, and Ichika immediately takes that as their decision to move out. Grinning with confidence, she warns him not to fall behind. Arata answers with determination that he will keep up as best he can. Together they charge into the magic fissure to begin the assault inside. They emerge into the fissure's interior, stepping into a damp cavern. Arata quickly senses that the place is unnatural and unsettling. The cave reveals signs of infestation, with thick webs suggesting hostile creatures may be lurking nearby. The environment grows eerie with stagnant water and jagged rock, making the fissure feel like a hostile ecosystem of its own. They advance deeper from the glowing entrance into the darkness. Ichika explains that a magic fissure is a separate dimension, so there is no way to know what kind of place it will contain until they enter. As they search, Arata notices there is still no sign of a magic beast, nor of the person he hoped to find. He reflects that meeting his target so easily may have been wishful thinking. Still, he decides this is a good chance to fight beside a silver slayer, conserve his time-limited buff, and use the battle to grow stronger. That resolve is interrupted when something stirs from behind the rocks. Both of them instantly tense as they register the threat. A level 5 goblin bursts out, armed and ready to attack. Arata recognizes it as a far weaker enemy than the one that previously overwhelmed him and steadies himself. He strikes first with blazing shadow blade and cuts the goblin down in one blow. Standing over the corpse, Arata realizes he can handle enemies at this level without trouble. But the first kill only draws more movement from the darkness around them. A whole pack of goblins surges forward, turning a simple skirmish into a swarm battle. Faced with their numbers, Arata wavers and wonders if he can really survive this many at once. Ichika answers by casting Azure Surge Talisman, boosting his status again and pushing his strength far higher. She orders him to go on, trusting him to capitalize on her support. Empowered, Arata tears into the goblins, and the rapid kills immediately raise his level from 5 to 6. Pleased with the result, Ichika points out that with her support he should be able to handle even bronze-rank threats. Arata openly praises her buffing ability, and she proudly accepts the compliment. As they talk, Arata realizes her support magic may be exceptional even within her guild. That thought is cut short when he senses sudden danger behind her. A goblin slips in from the rear and lunges straight at Ichika before she can turn. Ichika reacts instantly by casting Sea King's shield, trapping herself inside a sphere of water that blocks the ambush. Protected within the barrier, she stays composed and ready to counter despite the surprise attack. Ichimi opens the fight by unleashing flash water light, cutting through monsters with overwhelming speed and precision. Arata is stunned by her agility and realizes she can attack on a level far beyond him while still providing support. As they move on, he urges them to hurry but privately resolves to become strong enough to stand beside her. He admits he wants to level up quickly so he can fight while protecting people like Ichimi instead of relying on others. Ichimi accepts his determination without hesitation. She immediately puts that resolve to the test by leading him into a swarm and making it clear that getting stronger means fighting through overwhelming numbers. Arata is shocked by how many enemies surround them, while also noticing how calmly Ichimi treats the crisis like routine training. Under the pressure, he steels himself and prepares to act. Ichimi backs him with her power and orders him to defeat the monsters himself. Knowing she is supporting him, Arata forces himself to commit. He charges into the horde, cutting down enemies in rapid succession as repeated level-up notices flood in. With his confidence rising, he settles into the fight and keeps going. As he wonders how far this could take him, Ichimi encourages him and pushes him to keep building momentum. His gains spike dramatically, and he suddenly jumps from level 6 to level 10. The surge also grants him a new ability, Blast Cannon, leaving him amazed at how quickly he has advanced. Before he can process it, the atmosphere shifts again. An even larger mass of monsters closes in, threatening to bury them through sheer numbers. Ichimi judges that the enemy count has doubled and warns that her simple attacks will not be enough if they let the swarm strike all at once. She asks whether Arata has any way to hit enemies from a distance, because otherwise they will be overwhelmed. That question makes him realize his new skill may be exactly the ranged attack they need. Reviewing his growing skill set, he decides to use his abilities as flexibly as Ichimi does. Arata gathers dark energy into his hand and commits to testing the new technique. He fires Blast Cannon straight into the oncoming horde. The shot tears through the front ranks before the monsters can reach them. He follows through, driving the attack forward and widening the damage. The battlefield is left covered in the black traces of the blast, with the swarm effectively erased. The two of them stand in the aftermath, and Arata realizes he somehow pulled it off. Ichimi praises the result, and her approval reassures him that he met her expectations. With the path cleared, they head deeper into the cave toward the boss, while Arata continues leveling from the victories. As they approach a darker chamber, both sense a dangerous presence ahead. Ichimi confirms that the boss is likely waiting inside. They advance carefully, though Arata is tense because this will be his first boss fight. A sudden sign from Ichimi makes them stop at once. They discover a heavily armored enemy kneeling in the chamber, already radiating menace. The creature tightens its grip on its weapon, signaling that the battle is about to begin. Its identity becomes clear. The boss is an ogre at level 15. Arata acknowledges the threat but forces himself not to freeze in fear. When the boss utters something he cannot understand, he realizes it may be using the language of the Magi. The ogre answers with a burst of golden lightning from its weapon. The attack explodes across the chamber and rushes toward them with destructive force. Ichimi steps in front and takes charge of the defense, telling Arata to leave it to her. She deploys Scalantir's seashell shield, raising a blue barrier against the lightning blast. The shield holds, but the electrical force keeps grinding against it. Ichimi strains under the impact, showing that the boss's attack is powerful enough to hurt even through her defense. The pressure throws both of them backward despite the shield. Ichimi crashes to the ground from the recoil. Recovering, she identifies the enemy as a bronze-rank foe with a lightning attribute, confirming this boss is far more dangerous than the monsters before. The ogre immediately launches another relentless lightning strike instead of giving them time to regroup. Arata realizes they cannot reach the boss while enduring those continuous attacks, so he decides on a plan. He will guard and create an opening for Ichimi. He moves to shield her as the next blast slams into their blue barrier, beginning their counterattack strategy. The girl strains to hold back the enemy's attack and insists she can still endure, urging Ichihara-san to stop worrying about her and move. Seeing her refuse to stay protected, Arata steels himself and decides he has to act for himself. He charges straight into the fight, committing to the opening she created. The armored monster swings its electrified weapon at him, forcing him into a direct clash before he can get close. At the critical instant, Arata recognizes he has only one chance to turn the exchange. He fires Burst, Soot Cannon, sending dark energy surging toward the monster to disrupt its offense. Arata pushes the technique with both hands, trying to force the attack through. Watching him, the girl realizes their best chance is to neutralize the monster's weapon first. The blast tears through the cavern floor toward the armored foe, while Arata and his allies stand exposed in front of it. The monster reacts quickly, tightening its grip and preparing to counter despite the incoming strike. Its response lands first, and Arata is hit before he can finish closing the distance. As his attack falters, he realizes he is about to fail and lose the initiative. The monster's counterattack punches through his dark energy and slams into his body. Arata coughs blood as the hit tears into him and sends him reeling. The girl is jolted by the sight of him being badly wounded. She rushes toward the fallen Arata, calling out to him in alarm. To keep him alive, she throws up a water barrier around them with Scalandier seashell shield. Kneeling over him, she immediately promises to heal him before the monster can finish the job. She activates Qualepo jellyfish recovery, pouring restorative water magic into his wound. The healing energy spreads across his chest and begins sealing the damage. His torn flesh closes under the jellyfish-like water spell, stopping the worst of the bleeding. Arata regains consciousness with a groan, alive but still shaken. She scolds him for recklessly fighting while injured, but he thanks her and insists he can still continue. Before they can recover fully, the monster crashes down nearby and resumes its assault. It charges directly at their position, trying to smash through the shield and crush them both. They realize that despite its size, the creature is absurdly fast and already on top of them. The monster drives a heavy punch into the barrier with full force. The shield absorbs the impact in a violent burst of water and light. Even as the barrier holds, the monster keeps hammering it, and the girl warns that it will break if this continues. Arata quickly shifts from defense to strategy, deciding they need to stop its movement and finish it with a single decisive blow. Studying the armor, he spots a small opening at the monster's neck and chooses that as the kill point. When she asks if he can hit such a narrow weakness, Arata answers without hesitation that he can. They launch a coordinated counterattack from behind the shield, striking together to create an opening. The monster notices the change immediately and turns wary as it reads their intent. It swings down hard at Arata, trying to crush him before he can reach the weak point. Arata faces the descending blow head-on instead of retreating. He forms a concentrated vortex of soot in front of the incoming fist, aiming precisely where he needs the opening to appear. Burst! Soot cannon detonates at close range, blasting into the monster and disrupting its advance. The monster roars in anger as the sudden hit throws off its attack. Its body drops into a staggered posture, momentarily pinned and unable to move cleanly. Seeing the opening they needed, the girl shouts for Arata to act immediately. Arata's expression hardens as he fully commits to finishing the fight himself. He resolves that he will no longer remain the one being protected and draws out a massive soot-forged blade. At the same time, the girl unleashes Orsinus' blue attack augmentation talisman, sending a surge of water power to strengthen his strike. She orders him to use that boost to bring the monster down in one blow. The enhancement wraps around Arata, amplifying his body and weapon for the final charge. His eyes sharpen with fierce focus as he locks onto the neck opening. He rushes straight at the towering monster, cutting through the distance before it can recover. Leaping upward with a battle cry, Arata raises the soot blade for the finishing slash. With all his strength and newfound resolve, he swings in to end the battle himself. Arata finishes off the boss in a burst of blue power, while another person lies nearby in the aftermath. As the energy settles, he rises from the ground, still surrounded by the fading aura of the fight. A system notice confirms the boss is defeated and that he has leveled up again. Before he can process it, a girl in a white uniform runs up calling for Arata. She greets him with an raised hand, trying to lighten the mood after the battle. Her gesture catches him off guard, and he turns to face her. He silently understands what she is asking for. He returns the gesture, and their quick high five marks a shared victory. A notice announces that the magic fissure has been cleared and is dispersing, so they hurry for the exit. The two sprint out together as the purple fissure tears and collapses behind them. The unstable rift continues breaking apart as they escape its reach. Outside in the city at night, they stop safely as the last traces of the fissure vanish. Arata reflects that he still did not find his brother, but at least he has grown stronger and managed to bring down the boss. That thought is interrupted when the strain of the battle finally hits him. His legs give out, and he drops to one knee. The girl immediately supports him, worried by how badly he is hurt, and he apologizes weakly. Her concern deepens when she sees he is in worse shape than he admits. She grabs his hand firmly, making it clear she is taking charge. Ignoring any protests, she tells him they are leaving. Arata tries to downplay it, questioning whether he really needs the infirmary when he is not that badly injured. They arrive at a tall building lit late into the night. Arata realizes she has brought him to the Navy Guild and asks where they are. Inside, she seats him in a waiting room, tells him to stay put, and suggests he change out of his filthy clothes if he wants. She leaves to file her report, while Arata is left wondering what exactly that means. After waiting 15 minutes, his confusion only grows. Impatient that Akiyami is taking so long, he opens the door to look around. Seeing the facility, he guesses this must be the Association Infirmary. At that moment, someone else approaches down the hall. A blue-haired woman carrying documents heads his way just as he steps out. He notices her too late, and they collide head-on. She stumbles into him, and he catches her before she falls. Still holding her steady, he asks if she is all right. She can only manage a startled sound, flustered by the sudden contact. Arata abruptly realizes how compromising the situation looks. He quickly pulls back, setting her upright with awkward urgency. Then he blurts out an apology and bolts down the corridor before things get worse. As he runs, he recognizes that the woman is Ray, the Navy Guild Master, and panics that being questioned by her would expose him. He flees, leaving Ray behind in the hallway. Ray touches the shoulder he grabbed, caught off guard by the encounter. She stands there in puzzled silence, trying to place what just happened. Soon after, Ray enters a meeting room where Akiyumi is waiting and greets her return. Ray praises her work, but Akiyumi urgently says she needs to talk. Ray immediately senses something serious and asks what happened. Akiyumi vents her anger about Goto Takatora, condemning him for abusing his authority and using his men however he pleases. She then reveals the real issue. Goto Takatora is hiding a magic fissure. Ray is stunned that someone from their own guild could be concealing something that dangerous. The revelation forces Akiyumi to confront how corrupt a member of their guild has become. Ray decides she will handle Takatora personally and determine how to deal with him. But another thought takes priority in her mind. Ray focuses on the boy she encountered earlier, realizing he may matter even more than Takatora right now. A young man heads out uneasy, thinking he narrowly avoided exposure the day before after crossing paths with an unexpected person. His thoughts are cut off by a sudden disturbance ahead. He arrives to find Slayers overwhelmed as a blazing three-headed beast drives them back. What shocks him most is that one of the fighters being cornered is just a child. Realizing the defenders are about to be crushed, he steels himself to intervene. The monster surges forward in a torrent of fire, pressing its attack on the Slayers. He confirms to himself that the situation is dire and that the child will not survive if nothing changes. The beast unleashes another descending blast, making the Slayers' resistance look hopeless. Its flames tear through the last of their defense. One of the Slayers realizes they can no longer hold the line. Before the beast can finish them, a mass of dark power suddenly crashes into it from above. The child Slayer can only stare, stunned by the unexpected rescue. The newcomer lands with explosive force, sending a shock through the street. Black-violet energy erupts around him like a living shadow, announcing a power none of them recognize. The nearby Slayer is shaken by the possibility that their savior is a Slayer too. That strange darkness continues to gather and rise under the newcomer's control. He extends his hand and deliberately shapes the shadowy power around himself. The witnesses struggle to comprehend what they are seeing. Even the experienced Slayer admits this skill does not match any known attribute or technique. The beast braces itself, sensing a real threat for the first time. Its three heads turn on the newcomer, enraged and ready to attack him instead. He places himself between the monster and the two Slayers, silently taking control of the battlefield. One of the beast's eyes narrows as it locks onto him. The creature lunges down to devour him in a direct assault. He remains completely calm, showing no fear as the attack closes in. In response, his shadow power rises up in towering spikes to meet the charging heads. His eyes flare red, revealing a colder and more dangerous side as he commits to the fight. The black mass engulfs the attacking heads before they can reach him. The monster's body starts breaking apart inside the darkness. When the shadows recede, only two blackened pools remain where the attack was swallowed, leaving the Slayers staring at an effortless kill. As the dust settles, someone watching from a nearby rooftop takes notice of the young man. The observer is amused by what he has just witnessed. He decides the mysterious fighter has made the situation far more interesting. Elsewhere, the story shifts to the Japan Slayer Association's general headquarters. There, a formal meeting begins with the organization's top Slayers gathered around a table. Jinisuke Goju of the Seiwa Guild opens the Council of Five Heavens. Among those present is Red Kuji of the Lion Flame Guild. Rei Asaki of the Navy Guild is also introduced. Takuto Najihara of the Jade Sky Guild joins the council as well. Shion Inamori of the Kaisen Guild rounds out the group. Goju begins with a warning that abnormal magic fissures are appearing more often, demanding close attention. When he asks for reports, Red notes that even a bronze-ranked fissure recently produced an absurd number of magic beasts. Ray adds that some bosses are now emerging far stronger than the ranks assigned to their fissures should allow. Red brushes it off as useful training, treating the danger with reckless confidence. Takuto criticizes that attitude as irresponsibly casual. Red turns toward him, clearly irritated by the pushback. He boasts that his guild can handle more of these incidents than Takuto's and insists the situation is still manageable. Takuto responds with visible annoyance but does not escalate further. Red complains when the others ignore his posturing and continue the meeting without indulging him. The discussion returns to the real concern. These incidents have only recently begun increasing, so the council now has to determine what is causing the change. The meeting opens with the warning that Bomb's side is still poorly understood, but whatever they are hiding may become the key to uncovering the truth. The leader orders everyone to report even the smallest irregularity immediately, and the others accept the directive. With that caution established, the discussion shifts to a new subject. They bring up the irregular, drawing immediate attention from the room. The chairman clarifies that they still do not know everything about him, but his sudden rise from obscurity suggests he is no ordinary survivor. One member adds that Akiyumi had described his skill as unlike anything she had ever seen, only for him to disappear right afterward. That report makes them dwell on just how strange and unprecedented his power really is. A possibility is raised that his ability is so exceptional that he may not see himself as belonging to any guild at all. Another member goes further and suggests he may actually be one of the Maggle. That claim lands hard enough to jolt the room. One of the men reacts with sharp disbelief and contempt. He rejects the idea outright, insisting the irregular is nothing like that. When asked, Rio admits he has met the boy before. He remembers the boy fighting with fire and cannot understand why someone like that would be tied to the Maggle. The tension breaks for a moment when another member laughs at his outburst. He immediately reveals he was only teasing, though the joke leaves the others uneasy. The room settles into an awkward silence as everyone recalibrates. Behind the calm, one observer seems quietly amused and already thinking ahead. The chairman concludes that, for now, capturing the irregular is optional because their earlier attempt to place him under association surveillance failed when he slipped away. Since they still lack grounds for a formal warrant, they cannot openly move against him yet. A blonde woman argues there is no reason for the entire group to obsess over him. She rises as if withdrawing from the matter. Claiming she has an important tea party to attend, she excuses herself and leaves the meeting behind. But before going, her sharpened gaze suggests she has noticed something worth remembering. She focuses on the room through a suspicious, narrowed perspective, as if checking whether she is being watched. Spotting a device above the door, she realizes surveillance is in play and questions it. The chairman's image appears through the feed and reiterates that no change, however small, should be overlooked and that everyone must be ready for anything. Elsewhere, others receive the same warning that the coming battles will grow harsher from here on. In a separate office, a blonde man hears about the irregular and recognizes that the association and even the highest powers can no longer ignore him. He decides that capturing the boy would expand his own influence while also ending the unrest surrounding him. To him, the irregular is a perfect chance to solve two problems at once. He concludes that the fastest path to capturing him is gathering better information. The key fact, as he sees it, is that this target uses abilities no one has ever witnessed before. From the reports, he identifies two powers, a light-based skill and another that resembles a Maggle transformation. With that in mind, he predicts where the irregular is likely to appear next. Satisfied with his deduction, he rises to act on it personally. He leaves at once, deciding this dangerous element must be dealt with before it becomes a larger threat. Soon after, panic erupts in the city as a magical fissure appears and civilians flee while calling for the association. The irregular notices the commotion and realizes something is wrong. Someone rushes into the scene at speed. The blonde man arrives and immediately identifies his target. The irregular recognizes the danger at once and braces himself. The newcomer addresses him by name, confirming this confrontation was deliberate. He mocks Goto Tactora for still being reduced to this state, and declares that he intends to drag him back to the association by force. Goto refuses to be intimidated and demands to know what the man really wants. The answer is cruelly personal. The man brings up Goto's older brother, the one who turned into a magic beast. He presses the wound further by reminding Goto that his brother is still a fugitive monster. Then he casually offers to dispose of the brother for him, summoning blue power as if presenting murder as a favor. That provocation pushes Goto into fury, and he warns the man not to toy with him. Goto's rage erupts into action as dark power lashes out and the fight begins. The blonde slayer opens with a devastating blast attack, sending a mass of dark power hurtling straight at his opponent. He recognizes the black-haired fighter's unusual shadow-based ability as something no ordinary slayer should possess, yet treats it as an oddity rather than a real threat. To prove the gap between them, he counters with a powerful blue energy strike of his own. The black-haired fighter realizes his attack was wiped out instantly, and understands how overwhelming the difference in force is. Refusing to back down, he rushes in with his great sword and a shadow-infused blade technique, trying to close the distance before the mage can dominate him from afar. The blonde slayer dismisses the charge at a glance, judging the sword too slow to matter. He answers by shaping his ice power into a massive beast and dropping it directly onto the attacker. Caught under the descending strike, the black-haired fighter can only brace as the icy construct crashes into him. The summoned beast bears down with crushing force, leaving him no room to evade. The impact slams him backward and drives him across the street. He tumbles hard along the pavement, battered and thrown completely off balance. Lying there, he recognizes the attack's brutal combination of speed and weight. His opponent mocks him, insisting that a strange unseen technique means nothing if it cannot overcome superior power. Even while reeling, the black-haired fighter reminds himself that he carries the burden of a stolen orb and cannot afford to lose. The blonde slayer notices that his opponent still has fight left in him. The black-haired fighter rises again, drawing more shadow power around himself as he forces his body back into the battle. His focus sharpens, and he commits fully to a desperate counterattack. He unleashes a wave of soot-like darkness across the street, flooding the area to disrupt the blonde slayer's control of the fight. The blonde slayer first assumes it is only a smokescreen and suspects his opponent is trying to escape. Then he senses the real danger too late. A column of shadow erupts right beside him, revealing that the darkness was a concealed attack rather than a retreat. He immediately grasps the trick and hardens himself with ice, figuring out how the hidden strike works. Having read the pattern, he sweeps out cutting arcs of ice to tear through the surrounding darkness and deny any further ambush. The black-haired fighter is forced out of the shadows and launched into the open before he can capitalize on the surprise. The blonde slayer's counterattack shatters the dark assault and knocks his opponent away again. As the black-haired fighter tries to turn the clash into a finishing blow, the blonde slayer cuts him off and rejects the threat outright. He reveals his ambition. He intends to rise as one of the 5 heavenly kings, seize the Deep Blue Guild, and bring the association under his control. The black-haired fighter furiously refuses, declaring that someone like this has no right to stand among the 5 kings. The blonde slayer answers with contempt, insisting that the weak belong beneath him and that his opponent is nothing but trash from another world. He raises an ice blade and declares that even his weapon exists on a higher level, planning to make the black-haired fighter a sacrifice to it. That taunt triggers a realization in the black-haired fighter. The orb inside him was originally his, and if the enemy stole it, then the monstrous power born from it is also tied to him. He turns that truth into blame, directing all his rage at the man before him. His fury erupts into a full accusation, and his power surges with it. Driven by that awakening, he launches a far fiercer sword strike wrapped in darkness straight at the blonde slayer. The blonde slayer notices the sudden increase in intensity, but still believes the awakened attack remains beneath him. He charges forward instead of retreating, confident he can end the fight head-on. With complete control, he offers to simply capture his opponent now, treating the battle as already decided. He activates a large-scale freezing technique, turning the battlefield into an ice prison meant to immobilize everything within it. The black-haired fighter finds the entire area frozen solid and realizes he cannot move, leaving him trapped at the worst possible moment. From a safe distance, the blonde slayer coldly orders his death. A violent eruption of ice detonates through the prison and engulfs the trapped fighter. When the blast ends, the black-haired fighter collapses to the ground, badly wounded and barely conscious. The blonde slayer looks down on him with scorn, calling it pathetic that such an attack was enough to make him pass out. Certain no one will challenge his version of events, he decides to finish the helpless fighter where he lies. Just as he moves to strike, something interrupts his ice blade and makes him hesitate. 2 women arrive on the scene, stepping between the aftermath of the duel and the would-be execution. Their entrance immediately shifts the balance, confronting the blonde slayer with witnesses and possible opposition. One of them coolly notes that he has caused quite a disturbance in the city center. She rebukes him for 2 slayers fighting openly in public and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. Making clear she has been watching, she warns that he cannot simply do whatever he wants while she is present. A guild enforcer objects that the wounded boy is an unregistered irregular, implying he should not be treated lightly. Despite being beaten down, the boy challenges the logic that being an irregular gives anyone the right to brutalize him. Before the situation can worsen, 2 women from the Navy Guild step in, one kneeling to reassure him, while the other prepares to help. The blue-haired woman recognizes the girl beside him as someone connected to an earlier incident, linking this encounter to the past. The black-haired girl uses a recovery skill to heal the boy, surrounding him with restorative energy. As the healing takes effect, he drifts in a haze between pain and awareness. He slowly regains focus and begins to recognize who is with him. Realizing the healer is Ikumi, he weakly asks why she is here, while she identifies him as Takatora and tries to keep him from overexerting himself. Ikumi promises she will not abandon him. Takatora's thoughts turn dark as he remembers the blonde attacker and rejects any idea of forgiving him. His anger hardens into open hatred toward the man who hurt him. Ikumi is startled by the intensity of that reaction and demands to know what is driving it. Takatora slips back into her arms in silence, too drained to explain. The blonde enforcer warns that healing and sheltering an irregular means defying the association. The blue-haired woman counters that no capture order exists, so she will simply report Takatora and place him under guild surveillance. The blonde man smirks and hints he may act on his own anyway. She shuts him down, declaring that neither he nor anyone else will interfere because she and Ikumi will supervise Takatora personally. He tries to intimidate her with his status and presses to know how long she plans to keep resisting him. Then he shifts tactics, proposing that they expand the Navy Guild together with corporate backing, revealing a political motive behind his pressure. She rejects both the approach and the man, warning him not to come any closer. Laughing it off, he retreats while insisting she will eventually recognize his supposed strength and righteousness. Once he is gone, the blue-haired woman is left shaken by the encounter. She orders Ikumi to take Takatora to the infirmary first and promises to join them shortly. Takatora wakes later, disoriented and unsure where he is. He finds himself in the Navy Guild infirmary and tries to get up despite the lingering pain. Ikumi immediately catches him and accuses him of planning to run again. She makes it clear she has many questions for him and intends to keep him there long enough to ask them. Before she can begin, she realizes Rei is running very late and abruptly loses focus. Claiming a bad feeling, Ikumi orders Takatora to stay put and not even think about escaping while she goes to check. Takatora is left confused by her sudden urgency. Out in the hallway, Ikumi hurries off, worried that Rei may have gotten lost again. That suspicion proves embarrassingly plausible. She finds Rei wandering the building, and Rei casually asks for directions to the infirmary. Ikumi drags her the right way while Rei insists she followed the signs and still somehow got lost. Exasperated, Ikumi scolds her for being hopeless with directions and needing help with everything. Even while complaining, Ikumi is forced to admit Rei is formidable in every other respect. The two finally return to Takatora's room, apologizing for the delay. Ikumi gets straight to the point and asks why he ran from the guild the other day. She follows with the harder question of why he was fighting Goto Takatora so fiercely. Rei hesitates, unsure how to frame the issue. She explains that by operating without registration, he drew the association's attention as an unidentified irregular. Rei adds that registering as a slayer would bring him protection, rewards, and support, then asks if there is any reason he refuses. Takatora falls silent, clearly weighing how much he can trust them. Rei assures him that whether he registers or not, the guild will keep him under watch, but they do not intend to handle him harshly. Ikumi presses once more, asking him to finally tell them the truth. Takatora starts to answer, as if considering cooperation. Instead, he firmly refuses. He explains that no matter how trustworthy they seem, he cannot risk saying anything that might endanger his brother, and Rei accepts that this is the real reason. Rather than push further, Rei abruptly decides it is time for them to leave at once. Takatora is left baffled by the sudden change of plans. Ichimi realizes they are allowed to go to the place they wanted and bursts with excitement. Even while sharing her excitement, she worries that Rei may not be doing well, then brushes the concern aside for the moment. The group heads out into the city at night, moving toward their next stop. Their destination turns out to be a restaurant serving premium meat. Arita, worn down and suspicious of being dragged into another ordeal, wonders whether this is a reward or the start of something worse. Instead of pressing him, the women insist he rest and eat first, arguing that passion is useless if he runs himself ragged. As the meat starts cooking in front of him, Arita hesitates, unsure how to respond to such unexpected kindness. The smell and sight of the food break through his tension, and he admits he has not had a proper meal in a long time. Ichimi warmly tells him to eat without restraint because the guild is paying for everything. Arita still struggles to accept being treated this generously. His resistance falters as temptation wins out. At last he gives in and decides he cannot hold back any longer. He gratefully accepts the offer and starts eating. The two women watch closely, eager for his reaction. The first bite overwhelms Arita, and he is stunned by how refined and delicious the meat is. Seeing him enjoy it, the others happily agree that the meal is excellent. As he eats, Arita reflects that none of this would have happened if he had never obtained the orb. He realizes that the orb is what brought him into the Navy Guild and into this strange new circle. Rei notices his drifting thoughts and gently resets the mood. She explains that she wanted him to relax before business and reminds him that, as a newly made slayer, he can ask her anything. Ichimi encourages him, pointing out that ordinary guild members rarely get a chance to speak with Rei directly. Rei confirms that this kind of access is unusual, making the opportunity even more valuable. Arita immediately uses it to ask how the guild locates magic fissures, hoping that knowledge will help him find his brother next time. Rei explains that the process is called magic fissure prediction and compares it to forecasting earthquakes. She says the guild analyzes factors like geomagnetism, gravity, and spatial field disturbances, then combines the data to estimate where fissures will open, though the method is only about 60% accurate. Arita takes in the explanation, while Ichimi notices Rei acting unusually casual and open with him. That relaxed moment ends when Rei suddenly receives an urgent alert. The warning reports rapid fluctuations and a likely magic fissure near the TLK building in Nogawa within the hour, with a predicted silver-class threat. Rei immediately drops the meal and shifts into mission mode. She adds that the situation could escalate beyond silver rank, possibly even to A rank or higher monsters. Ichimi volunteers to go with Rei at once. Arita refuses to stay behind and asks to come too. He repeats the request more firmly, making clear that he intends to join the operation. Rei agrees to let Ichimi accompany her, and, seeing how well Arita and Ichimi have been working together, permits Arita to come as well, while warning them that a single lapse can be fatal. Arita accepts the risk without hesitation and vows to clear the fissure. He steels himself, deciding that even as a newly advanced silver rank slayer, this is something he must face. Soon after, Arita and Ichimi arrive near the predicted site and wait for the fissure to appear. Arita senses the disturbance a moment before it manifests. A jagged purple tear suddenly rips open in space. The fissure forms exactly where predicted, confirming the guild's warning as a silver rank event named Dasa. Ichimi checks whether Arita is ready, and he insists that he can handle it. Together they rush into the fissure to begin the capture operation. On the other side, they emerge into a ruined world of ancient stone and dead trees. Arita is startled that the inside of this fissure is not a battlefield but a landscape of ruins. Ichimi explains that fissures are believed to connect to another world where magic beasts live, though no one truly knows the full truth. She adds that while many fissures vanish once defeated, some places in this realm may persist instead of disappearing. For the moment, the area seems unnervingly quiet, and Ichimi cannot detect any enemies. Then she abruptly silences him, sensing that something is nearby after all. Both of them snap into combat readiness as danger closes in. A colossal creature crashes down from above, forcing them to scatter before its impact crushes them. A giant sandworm, identified as level 25, erupts from the ruins and bears down on the pair. Its sudden dive and impact blasts sand outward, forcing both of them to scatter as the creature vanishes again. The woman realizes the worm is burrowing and preparing another hidden strike. Instead of chasing it with her eyes, she tells herself to listen for its movement through the ground. By tracking the vibrations, she figures out the worms are tunneling toward them from below, and that more than one is circling in. When he understands they are about to be surrounded, he asks for a plan and then takes responsibility for handling it himself. He drops low and presses his hand to the sand, using his soot power to read the battlefield. He focuses on imagining soot as a medium that can sense the vibrations passing through the ground. Through that spread of soot, he begins to feel the enemies closing in from beneath them. Once he pinpoints one approach, a purple mark forms where the worm is about to surface. The woman catches the opening and calls out the exact spot. The worm bursts up from the sand right where they predicted. He intercepts it with blade, soot shadow blade, cutting it the moment it emerges. As the immediate danger passes, he explains that he managed the technique by visualizing what he wanted the soot to do, much like the way he once moved while trapped in the infirmary. He recalls that earlier experience in the hospital as the first time he truly connected with his soot and made it obey a practical idea. That success convinces him his soot is useful for far more than direct combat. The woman is impressed that he was training rather than merely resting, and his growing confidence makes her believe they can handle this fight. He immediately puts that confidence to use, dashing through the ruins to cut down more of the hidden worms. He continues carving through the attackers before they can fully emerge. With the lesser worms dealt with, he catches his breath and concludes that only the boss remains. Even as they move forward, he warns her not to relax yet, and she stays with him on guard. Standing in the center of the ruins, both sense that the place itself carries some deeper significance. He concludes that something important was once enshrined here. That uneasy realization sharpens his instincts, and he tells her to stay alert because something worse is coming. A far larger purple glowing creature suddenly erupts from the ground in front of them. He turns at once, recognizing the new threat before it can catch them unaware. The monster slams down with overwhelming force, scattering debris and driving home that this is no ordinary worm. Seeing its size, he realizes a second worm has appeared and that the battle has escalated. The woman corrects that assumption and warns that this one is much bigger, with a stinger dangerous enough to be catastrophic if it lands a hit. The boss lunges again, bringing its massive body and tail down toward him. He stays calm, deciding the creature will not catch him with the same kind of attack twice. Using blade, soot shadow blade again, he slices upward as the boss descends. He reveals that he had already spread soot underground, making it impossible for the monster to hide in the sand the way the smaller worms did. The woman praises the foresight behind that setup and openly acknowledges how much stronger Arita has become. Her words hit him deeply, and he realizes he has truly grown stronger, especially now that she is fighting beside him. At the same time, he notices a strange purple opening in the ground and thinks his senses can now reach beyond the immediate fight. That new perception catches him off guard for a moment. Before he can process it, both of them look up as another surge of danger rises from below. The true boss reveals itself as a level 29 death scorpion, towering over them with a severed tail and enormous claws. The woman notes that he already cut off its tail, but warns that the monster's claws are still a deadly threat. When the scorpion attacks, she throws up Sharendil, seashell shield to block the blow with a wall of water. The impact strains her badly, showing the shield cannot endure much more punishment. Seeing her limit, he realizes he has to move now before the defense collapses. The scorpion follows with another crushing strike, trying to smash through and finish them. He launches himself toward the monster, committing to a direct counterattack. Mid-charge, he notices a sudden opportunity. A floating water platform forms beneath his feet, giving him a path through the air. The woman shouts for him to use the platform, turning her support magic into his opening. He accepts instantly, and uses the water foothold to propel himself higher. With that boost, he dives into a full-force aerial strike against the boss. The young man finishes off the giant scorpion by severing its tail and blasting through it with dark energy. As the monster collapses behind him, he relaxes for a moment, convinced the fight is over. His companion rushes in, celebrating that they have finally cleared the boss. They start talking about going home, until her attention catches on something wrong. The scorpion's corpse remains in place instead of vanishing like a cleared dungeon boss should. She realizes the usual clear notification never appeared, which means the fissure has not actually been resolved. When they look closer, a new purple crack opens nearby, suggesting a deeper anomaly inside the dungeon. The boy immediately understands their victory was premature. A hidden enemy reveals that the scorpion was doomed the moment its tail was cut. The speaker, a lounging Magai, explains that the tail carried poison and admits he enjoyed watching the fight anyway. The girl is shaken to learn a Magai was behind the boss and that this one can speak and scheme. The Magai boasts that he had seized control of the boss through vassalization and used it to lure and kill slayers. She pieces together that the boss had been nothing more than a puppet under this creature's control. The Magai points out that the scorpion's claws are still intact, hinting he can keep using the corpse. He reanimates the dead boss and urges them to struggle harder for his amusement. The revived scorpion lunges, and he confirms he can command it even after death. The pair answer with combined magic, blasting the charging corpse with fire and water light attacks. Even after taking the hit, the Magai mocks them from his seat, unimpressed by their resistance. He tries to break their will by offering the boy a place as his vassal and promising to keep him fighting no matter how badly he is mutilated. The girl can only stare in disgust at what kind of being they are facing. Losing interest in the current room, the Magi opens a red fissure and withdraws into it, inviting them to follow if they dare. Before disappearing, he promises a grand welcome on the other side. The two conclude that the fissure must lead to his real base, and that he has likely taken over the entire dungeon. The red fissure feels far more sinister than any ordinary gate, confirming this is no normal dungeon phenomenon. Knowing the dungeon cannot be cleared otherwise, they decide to enter, accepting that the real battle is only beginning. The boy steels himself in silence before stepping through. He passes into the red fissure and is transported elsewhere. They arrive inside a vast interior realm resembling a grand human mansion or hall. The boy notes the place mirrors the human world, and the girl warns him to stay alert in case this realm connects to reality in dangerous ways. An enemy attacks from nowhere the moment they begin assessing the room. The boy reacts instantly and blows the ambusher apart with a cinder blast. The body crashes to the floor at his feet, proving the threat was real and immediate. The girl notes that enemies are materializing without warning, then spots something more troubling ahead. A red-black rift opens and starts disgorging more monsters into the hall. They realize the Magi is mass-producing boss-class creatures and forcing them to fight as disposable puppets. Rather than panic, the girl prepares her magic and insists they can still cut through them in their current state. Working together, they carve through the oncoming monsters with enhanced speed and shadow flame attacks. But the endless stream makes the boy realize they could be trapped in a fight of attrition forever. The girl decides they must stop wasting time on the summons and head straight for the Magi himself. They sprint through the hall while the puppet monsters swarm after them. The boy shields their advance as they push deeper into the chamber. At the far end, a knight-like guardian acknowledges their arrival. Beyond the guard, the Magi sits on a throne, having calmly waited for them to reach him. The girl confirms they have finally found the true enemy behind everything. The Magi remarks that they destroyed his current vassals, but treats them as easily replaceable. The pair answer that if he is defeated, all of his controlled servants should disappear with him, and they vow to erase him here. Instead of being threatened, the Magi is delighted that they still have the nerve to challenge him. He rises into battle, eager to crush them personally and savor their despair. The girl warns against meeting him head-on and argues they should simply bring him down without getting drawn into his game. Before they can act, he reveals why he used controlled beasts at all, not necessity, but pleasure, as more armed vassals appear to surround them. A powerful figure declares that humans exist to be ruled by the strong. He extends that creed to Erida, promising to make him a vassal because domination is, in his eyes, the rightful privilege of strength. Erida and his companion tense up under the pressure of that threat, while she silently wonders whether Erida might still be able to change this situation. Deciding to test that possibility, Erida cuts in and asks the enemy something important. The man pauses, caught off guard by the unexpected question. Erida asks whether a human who has become a magic beast can ever be restored to normal. His companion is startled that this is what Erida chooses to ask in the middle of a standoff. The enemy finds the question amusing and immediately guesses that Erida wants to save someone who was transformed. Erida refuses to be baited and presses for a simple answer instead. Rather than answer freely, the man proposes a game and says he will talk only if Erida can beat him. At his command, the armored servants around him stir to life. As red droplets begin floating through the room, Erida realizes the enemy is manipulating blood. Those blood droplets suddenly launch into motion as projectiles. Erida recognizes the attack too late as it closes in. He fires a burst of soot to blast the incoming blood away before it can hit them. Even after blocking it, the impact forces Erida to brace himself under the strain. His companion spots a second threat and urgently warns him that something is coming from the front. One of the armored knights rushes in to exploit the opening. Erida reacts in an instant, his focus sharpening as he commits to a counter. A surge of blue power crashes into the knight and stops its attack cold. Erida realizes the sudden defense came from his companion's magic. Relieved but still tense, he confirms she is still able to fight. Though injured, she answers by gathering more blue energy in her hands. Erida moves to support her, but she insists she can continue. The enemy calmly tells Erida to leave the armored soldiers to her. Trusting her judgment, Erida accepts that she will handle the knights while he deals with their master. He agrees and turns his attention back to the real opponent. Erida charges ahead, determined not to let the enemy keep controlling the battle from a distance. Meanwhile, his companion steadies herself as her healing starts to restore enough strength to move. Knowing she cannot outlast an endless stream of summons, she decides she must eliminate all the knights at once before rushing to help Erida. She commits to a single decisive technique, believing it is her only chance. With a sweeping water-based attack, she strikes every knight around her in one coordinated blast. The armored soldiers collapse, and she confirms the plan worked. But she quickly notices the deeper problem. The enemy can keep producing more of them. She admits she only has enough power left for a few more large attacks. At the same time, Erida closes the distance on the enemy, soot trailing from his wounded body as he rushes in. The enemy studies that soot with sudden interest and realizes Erida is mixing it with his own blood to seal his wounds. That discovery fascinates him, because the technique suggests a power he recognizes. He directly asks Erida whether he belongs to the same side as whoever possesses that ability. Erta is thrown by the question and has no idea what side or skill the man means. The enemy dismisses Arata's confusion as irrelevant and decides to settle the matter by force. He raises his blood again, now treating it as a weapon under his full control. He openly contrasts his blood with Arata's soot, framing their powers as opposing tools. The blood condenses in his hand into a denser, deadlier form. He launches that blood forward in a violent high-speed strike. Arata hardens himself with soot around his wounded body, preparing to absorb or redirect the hit. He answers with another soot blast, trying to break through the incoming blood attack. The clash hurts the enemy enough to draw a grunt, but it does not stop him. He immediately escalates, closing in through the swirling blood and pressing the attack at close range. With a taunt, he challenges Arata to counter this next assault with his soot as the battle intensifies. The battle opens in a violent clash as the vampire's blood-like power erupts across the room and drives the fight into close quarters. Enjoying himself, the vampire grins as he presses the attack and treats the struggle like entertainment. Ichimi pushes through the assault and tries to break in despite the blood blades tearing past him. The vampire mocks his resistance, amused that Ichimi still thinks he can win. Ichimi realizes the exchange is draining him down and that he cannot keep enduring this attrition. His enemy openly complains that the fight is too dull and wants something more exciting. Spotting Erta behind Ichimi, the vampire decides he might enjoy targeting the woman first. A blood spear suddenly shoots past Ichimi toward her before he can fully react. He hears her name shouted and turns too late to understand what is happening. In that instant, the attack punches through Ichimi instead. The hit leaves him stunned, blood spraying from his mouth as the cost of protecting her lands all at once. He collapses to the floor, still trying to process how suddenly he was struck down. The vampire approaches with delighted surprise, savoring the outcome. Standing over the fallen Ichimi, he coldly tells him he should not have looked away. He goes further, claiming this death will end with Ichimi becoming one of his servants. As he moves to finish the helpless man, another blood strike descends toward the body. Erta intercepts it with a water barrier, cutting off the execution at the last moment. She steps in fully now, her power gathering around her hand as she takes control of the scene. The vampire clicks his tongue, irritated that his fun has been interrupted. Erta answers with calm resolve, making clear she is capable of fighting him herself. Ignoring the taunts for the moment, she kneels beside Ichimi and begins trying to heal the wound with water magic. She urges him to hold on and pushes herself to save him. The vampire tries to crush that hope, insisting the attack was fatal and beyond healing. He twists the knife emotionally, mocking her for letting someone die protecting her and trying to make her feel guilty for being cherished. Erta tells him to stop, but the words hit where he intended. His accusation that Ichimi died because of her shakes her badly and drags her into a painful memory. She remembers a moment from the past when she tried to reassure someone that things would be okay. That memory reveals a younger Erta trapped in terror as a monster threatened her in an alley. A boy named Minato stood between them and told her to run, choosing to face the danger himself. She watched helplessly as he was overpowered while she froze in place. Even as she tried to reach out, fear kept her from moving fast enough. The monster seized Minato by the face and crushed his chance to resist. Erta could only stare as panic overwhelmed her. The creature bared its jaws, ready to kill. Crying out Minato's name, she relives the moment of losing him. The memory breaks as the shock of that death crashes back into the present. She recalls the brutal instant of Minato's body being destroyed. For a moment she is frozen again, caught between grief and horror. Then she forces herself to think clearly, recognizing that the vampire is provoking her on purpose and that she only needs to endure until Ichimi can recover. That thought hardens into a decision: she will act instead of collapsing. She rises and rushes forward, telling herself she is no longer the same helpless girl she was before. As she closes the distance, she prepares for the vampire's blood attacks and plans around them. The vampire welcomes the change, amused that she finally wants to fight and already imagining her as his subordinate. He lashes out with another blood strike aimed straight at her. Erta answers with a named water shield, stopping the attack head-on. He sneers at her element as weak, underestimating her because she uses water. But his blood blades crash into a dense ring of water and fail to break through. Erta steadies her stance and channels more power through her outstretched hand. Her water magic surges outward, forcing the vampire back and turning defense into pressure. She declares the principle behind her power. Her water exists to stop blood from being spilled. Ichika uses her water ability as support, weaving it around the enemy's blood-based attacks to keep fighting. She steels herself, revealing she trained specifically as a slayer for a battle like this. But when the water mixes with the enemy's blood, something unexpected happens and the interaction catches his attention. The magic beast realizes her water can blend with his blood and finds the combination intriguing rather than threatening. He dismisses the tactic, convinced he can simply produce more blood and overwhelm her anyway. Ichika panics as she realizes she may be buried under his blood before she can control the situation. Erta notices her hesitation and quickly understands she needs help. From the floor, he calls out to Ichika and gets her attention in the middle of the fight. He offers his own water-like power and asks if she can use it in combat. Erta tells her to combine his water with soot, explaining that the mixture can be reshaped and controlled. As he gathers the strange blue fluid in his hands, his power begins to respond. The enemy mocks the effort, insisting the attack will be useless no matter what they try. Erita focuses, seeing a possibility in the enemy's overconfidence. The water and soot fuse into a dark, fluid mass that surges toward the blood attack and starts overtaking it. Instead of being swallowed, the mixture wraps around the blood and turns it into something Erita can control. The magic beast is caught off guard as his own attack is seized and redirected. Ichika realizes Erita's soot can absorb and amplify power, making his plan work. With the opening created, Erita charges straight in while Ichika backs him up. He drives the captured blood attack back into the enemy at close range, landing a decisive counter. The strike tears through the magic beast and leaves him coughing blood. Even wounded, the enemy laughs and admits that being pushed this far by a human is a new experience for him. Ichika watches tensely, sensing the fight is not over yet. Erita now stands armed with a dark blade-like weapon formed from his soot, ready if the enemy resists again. The wounded beast recalls a warning that those who enslave others may one day suffer the same fate, and the thought unsettles him. As he starts to withdraw, a shadowy presence calls him by name, Valgad, and stops him. The apparition tells Valgad that his time is ending and mocks him for losing the power he once abused. It declares that what he cast aside will return against him, and that what he denied is destined to become his final enemy. Valgad is forced to listen, shaken by the prophecy even as he tries to keep his composure. The ominous figure looms before him like the embodiment of that foretold reckoning. Valgad realizes the prophecy is coming true and finds the irony almost amusing. Back in the room, he kneels wounded before Erita and Ichika, no longer able to dominate the fight. Erita presses him for the answer he really wants, demanding to know how to turn magic beasts back into humans. Valgad reminds him of their bargain and says he would only reveal that if he had won. Erita refuses to let it go and makes clear this is about restoring his brother's humanity. Valgad repeats the request in his own words, as if savoring Erita's desperation. Then he flatly declares that such a reversal is impossible. He cruelly explains that once a human becomes a magic beast, there is no way back. Seeing Erita's face fall, Valgad laughs at his pain. As Valgad dies, a system notice appears showing Erita has leveled up and received an item drop. Ichika gently calls Erita's name, trying to pull him out of the shock. He stands in silence while she worries over whether he is alright. Trying to help, Ichika points out the rare item Valgad dropped and suggests it might grant a special skill. She urges Erita to use it now while they are still inside the fissure. Erita activates the item and gains a new skill called Resurrection, though he immediately doubts it can mean what it sounds like. At the same time, the magic fissure begins to collapse and expels them from the battlefield. They reappear outside in the city at night as the last traces of the fissure fade around them. Erita remains lost in thought, clinging to the possibility the new skill might change everything. Valgad's final claim still echoes in his mind, insisting that no magic beast can ever become human again. Ichika carefully tells Erita that despite what Valgad said, they should keep searching for another way to save his brother. Erita resolves that even if no human-turned magic beast has ever returned before, he will still find a way to save his brother. A young man and a uniformed woman arrive together, carrying the weight of a serious discussion about his transformed brother. The woman steels herself, clearly torn between duty and what she has learned about him. At the Navy Guild, the situation is reviewed and the recent tragedy is pieced together. The guild officer concludes that if the earlier account is true, Erita's power and the magic beast share the same origin. She immediately leans toward containment, proposing that Erita be captured and monitored by the association. The young woman urgently interrupts, refusing to let him be treated as a threat without protest. She insists Erita is the same person who desperately wanted to save his brother, not someone who would choose harm. Trusting what she has seen firsthand, she argues that even if his power resembles a magic beast's, his nature does not. She vows that if he ever does lose control, she will stop him herself, even at the cost of her life. Her resolve gives the officer pause and forces a more careful judgment. The officer relents and agrees to hold off on immediate action. Instead, she decides Erita should be allowed to go home and recover while she consults the association. Relieved, the young woman accepts the decision at once. Meanwhile, Erita returns alone to the apartment building he once shared with his brother. Inside, he finds the room filthy and abandoned, as if life stopped there completely. The stale silence and the long absence make the place feel oppressive as he takes in what remains. He steps deeper inside, confronting the emptiness he had avoided. The room feels unnaturally vast now that his brother is no longer there. He reminds himself that if the guild's theory is right, his brother might still be restored to human form. Even so, grief and frustration tighten into determination. A sudden sound breaks the stillness and pulls his attention toward the room. He realizes something impossible is happening and can only ask why it is appearing here. A glowing rupture tears open in the room, as if space itself is splitting apart. Because it has formed in the place tied most closely to his brother, he suspects the phenomenon is connected to him. The possibility hits him hard. His brother may be somewhere beyond that opening. Driven by hope, he reaches toward the rift without hesitation. A system-like prompt appears, declaring that the capture of Cold is about to begin. Erita is drawn into a strange inner passage lit by blue energy, as though he has entered a living tunnel. Though the place should be alien, it feels disturbingly familiar to him. Choosing action over fear, he presses forward into the unknown. He advances through the winding interior, searching for any sign of his brother. When nothing attacks or reveals itself, his confusion only deepens. Examining the surroundings, he realizes this space was violently broken open, like something inside lashed out in rage or pain. He stops as the trail leads him to a sealed barrier ahead. Beyond the torn passage, he finds a heavy door bound shut by thick chains. The chained door suggests someone was deliberately imprisoned within. Erita summons his shadow blade and decides to force the way open. His strike detonates against the barrier in a burst of power. The door and its restraints shatter apart under the blow. As the dust clears, he senses a presence and freezes. He sees a hulking horned monster and recognizes it as his brother at once. The creature, identified as the boss Adaru, turns on him with a feral growl. Overwhelmed, Erita can barely get his breath back as the truth sinks in. Instead of recoiling, he is relieved to have finally found the brother he has been searching for. Memories of their life together flood back, strengthening his conviction that his brother is still somewhere inside that form. He reaches out emotionally, asking his brother to come home with him. The monster answers only with a savage roar. When it attacks, Erita meets the blow head-on rather than retreating. A violent surge of purple energy erupts in the clash and blasts through the chamber. Thrown back but still conscious, Erita calls to the creature by name and insists that he is Erita, trying to reach his brother through the beast. The young man freezes as a terrible possibility dawns on him. A burst of violent purple power erupts as the transformed creature lashes out in agony and rage. Even while being threatened, he desperately calls the monster his brother and tries to reach him. He throws himself in front of the beast, vowing that this time he will save his brother instead of losing him again. The magic beast answers with a brutal strike that sends him crashing away. Wounded and stunned, he realizes his brother may have completely become a magic beast. That thought triggers a crucial memory and gives him a possible way forward. He recalls the newly unlocked vassalization skill, which can revive the dead as bound vassals who retain fragments of themselves. But he also understands the flaw in that hope. To use it, his brother would first have to die. As he faces the towering beast, another observer watches the standoff from nearby. The beast charges again, intent on finishing him. Before the young man can recover, the attacker barrels straight toward him. The creature slams down with overwhelming force, crushing the floor around him. Pinned under the assault, he apologizes to his brother for failing to protect him before, and decides his own pain means nothing beside his brother's suffering. The beast raises another killing blow while he refuses to give up. With tears in his eyes, he watches the attack come and braces for the end. A sudden blue strike tears through the beast's chest and interrupts the execution. The monster collapses, and the young man is left staring at the unexpected intervention in disbelief. A cold voice mocks him for forgetting his place and still pretending to be a slayer. A blonde guild enforcer steps in over the fallen beast and presents himself as the long-awaited hero of the situation. The young man recoils as he recognizes who has arrived. He identifies the newcomer as Takatora. When the young man tries to stop him, Takatora ridicules him for protecting a magic beast. Takatora is briefly thrown off by the resistance. The young man steadies himself beside his brother's body and accepts that this is what his brother has become. Takatora demands to know why an irregular like him is here, framing the scene as official guild business to eliminate a magic beast and protect civilians. He reminds him that as a dangerous irregular under guild surveillance, none of his actions are hidden from them. A flashback reveals that the guild has indeed been monitoring him from afar. Behind him, the fallen beast begins to stir again, refusing to stay down. The young man draws on dark power, preparing to fight back. Takatora summons a crystalline blue weapon and declares that if the young man insists on shielding a Magai, he will be judged and executed with it. His attack launches across the room with explosive force. The young man intercepts it head-on, meeting Takatora's power instead of retreating. Takatora presses him, asking how he can afford to protect the creature in his current state. The answer comes without hesitation. The one behind him is not a Magai, but his brother. Takatora shifts his weapon, preparing a sharper follow-up strike. He sends another blue blade-like attack past him toward the recovering beast. The young man turns back toward his brother, but Takatora taunts him that if he is distracted, more attacks will keep coming. That threat hardens his resolve. He lunges at Takatora and declares that he will stop him here. Takatora easily evades and belittles him as someone beneath him. He makes his intent explicit. He will not stop until both the young man and the so-called filthy Magai are dead. The young man counters with a dark projectile that collides violently with Takatora's blue power. As the clash continues, he stands in front of the beast and insists again that his brother is not a Magai. Memories of childhood encouragement and affection remind him that this bond defines his brother more than his monstrous form ever could. He reaffirms the promise he made long ago to protect his brother no matter what. With that vow guiding him, he commits fully to the fight. A final memory of the two brothers running hand in hand strengthens his determination. He unleashes a decisive dark strike that smashes into Takatora's blue weapon and overwhelms the exchange. For the first time, Takatora is shaken by the force of the young man's resolve and power. A young man unleashes a dark purple power and prepares to strike back. His noble opponent charges in with an ice blade, declaring that the filthy Magai family line will end here despite their shared upbringing. The young man is shaken by the mention of his parents and demands to know what that accusation means. The blonde swordsman coldly reveals that if the other 3 Magi had not been present, the young man's parents would not have been there either. That statement triggers a memory of returning home to an empty, ruined place and fearing his parents had left again. The blonde man explains that his parents were lured away by money and unknowingly walked into a trap. He finishes the revelation by admitting he personally disposed of them. With contempt, he adds that killing them was useful for earning experience points. The son's grief turns instantly into murderous intent as he orders the man to disappear. Unmoved, the killer raises a hand and promises there will be no mercy this time. He summons a pack of ice beasts to overwhelm his enraged opponent. The young man cuts through the first rush with a sweeping arc of dark power. One of the ice beasts is torn apart, but the attack does not stop the whole assault. Another strike crashes into the floor nearby, showing the pressure is still mounting. Surrounded by multiple beasts, he keeps slashing through them while trying not to get boxed in. He realizes he missed one and notes that his enemy has improved since their last encounter. The blonde man calmly prepares another move instead of letting up. A fresh ice beast dives at the young man before he can fully recover his footing. The horned giant ally intercepts it, and the young man recognizes that his big brother has protected him again. He calls out to the giant, relieved to see him still standing between them and the enemy. The giant's eye flares red as he locks onto the true threat. He charges the blonde swordsman with brutal force, trying to crush him before more spells can be cast. The impact sends the blonde man skidding back, rattled by the sudden counterattack. Watching this, the young man wonders if the giant can distinguish friend from foe after all. The giant squares up directly in front of the blonde man, making his hostility unmistakable. The blonde man briefly questions whether a beast can really protect a human, then dismisses the thought as irrelevant. He decides both beast and human are equally filthy and resolves to judge them together. As he moves again, the young man realizes that if he can somehow restrict Takatora's movement, they may finally have a chance. He considers combining that idea with the stationary control effect he once used with Ichimi's technique. Dropping low, he spreads his black smoke-like power across the floor to set the trap. The blonde man notices the familiar trick and scoffs at another smoke screen. But the dark substance keeps flowing outward instead of merely obscuring vision. He notices the change too late and realizes something is different. The black mass rises around his feet and begins to pin him in place. The young man sees the restraint working and lunges in to capitalize on it. The trap swordsman rejects the idea that such a skill could truly restrain him. Even so, the young man presses the attack through the writhing darkness. Before the blow can land, the horned giant suddenly appears behind the blonde man. The giant slams both fists down with explosive force, striking at the immobilized target. The young man calls to his big brother, expecting the finishing blow to connect. Instead, the giant begins to collapse, and the young man realizes Takatora has been critically weakened. The giant coughs up blood, his body failing in the middle of the fight. The young man stares in alarm, unable to understand why his protector is suddenly dying. The giant's body splits apart in a violent spray, confirming the damage is fatal. Blood splashes across the young man as his big brother falls apart right in front of him. He cries out in horror and disbelief. A system notice appears, informing him that the clear dungeon boss will disappear. Purple energy engulfs the dying giant as his body dissolves away. When the energy clears, the young man is left kneeling on the floor while the blonde swordsman stands over him. The victor mocks him for getting cocky, insisting that learning one new skill was never enough to win. Consumed by murderous rage, Arita warns his opponent that he has badly underestimated him and swears he will kill him. His killing intent spills out so violently that even his steps seem charged with dark power. That aura swells around him until he towers over the blonde fighter in sheer pressure, making the threat feel absolute. Arata's transformation sharpens further, his eyes blazing as he commits fully to the attack. He lunges like a beast, crashing down on the blonde man with overwhelming force. The blonde fighter immediately senses the atmosphere has changed and realizes Arita may have awakened a new ability. Still dismissing him as trash, he forms an ice weapon and decides to end the fight in a single blow. He unleashes that strike at full power, driving a burst of ice straight into Arita. But instead of finishing him, the attack is swallowed by Arata's black aura, leaving the blonde fighter stunned. As the darkness coils around him, he realizes this opponent is not behaving like before. Arita closes in through the haze with predatory speed, his aura pressing in from every side. A violent impact erupts, blasting the area apart and throwing the fight into chaos. When the dust clears, the blonde fighter has been driven into the rubble, his ice weapon no longer giving him control of the battle. Pinned amid the wreckage, he can only wonder what is happening to the fight. Arita advances on him without hesitation, taking command of the battlefield. Now drenched in a deeper, blood-red fury, Arita declares that no amount of killing will ever satisfy him. The blonde fighter is battered backward again as Arata's darkness floods the street. Arita identifies himself as a chill from the abyss and a force that drags everything into cold, hopeless terror. Even while shaking on the ground, the blonde man refuses to care what happens to him as long as he can kill Arita. He gambles everything on a stronger technique, invoking Ice Emperor and vowing to finish Arita today. Arita recognizes the danger in an instant. The blonde fighter gathers a concentrated sphere of icy power while the darkness around him churns unnaturally. Erita answers with a roar, forcing his own power outward in a violent surge. That surge overwhelms the blonde fighter and slams him flat onto the street. Erita steps over the fallen man, making it clear the gap between them has widened. With crackling darkness wrapping his body, Erita coldly asks if his enemy is already finished. The blonde fighter, desperate and humiliated, realizes he must escape before things get even worse. Arata's expression hardens as he prepares to crush even that last hope. He detonates another burst of power around the downed man, turning the street into a blast zone. The explosion tears up the ground and hurls debris through the air. The blonde fighter can do little more than groan under the impact. Even Erita seems to register that the power pouring out of him is becoming something extreme. Still, his bloodlust wins out, and he orders his enemy to die. A killing strike descends toward the helpless blonde fighter. At the last moment, a blue barrier called Sea Darkness Shield intercepts the attack. A young woman in a white uniform forces the shield into place despite the strain, stepping between Erita and his target. Arata's darkness crashes against her defense, and she struggles to hold it back. She quickly realizes his aura is still growing, which means the situation is only getting worse. The pressure breaks through and lashes across her body, wounding her even behind the shield. She is thrown to the ground, injured but still conscious. From the ground, she cannot understand what this new form and power have turned Erita into. Even so, she refuses to let him kill the blonde fighter and calls on Erita to stop. She pleads for him to return to his usual self. For a moment, Arata's face tightens as her words reach whatever remains of his reason. He clutches his head and falters, showing the first sign that he is fighting the transformation from within. Seeing the destruction around them, the girl realizes the association will soon have to intervene. She understands that if an irregular's rampage continues, the association will blame their entire side for it later. Looking at the defeated blonde fighter, she judges that he is no longer a threat. She steels herself, deciding she has to act before the situation spirals beyond recovery. But before she can move, Erita grabs her by the head, showing that his violent state has not truly ended. A young man erupts with violent purple power, unleashing a scream that signals he has lost control. From a control room, a blue-haired woman watches the city being torn apart by explosions and realizes the disaster has spread far beyond containment. She admits this outcome is even worse than her worst fears and blames her own naivety for letting it reach this point. Determined to act directly, she leaves the monitoring room at once. At Jade Sky Guild, the crisis is already being discussed as a political problem as much as a battlefield one. A man at the guild notes that the association's refusal to let the guild intervene has made its position unmistakably hostile. Rather than treating the emergency with urgency, he finds the situation interesting and decides to turn it into an opportunity for amusement. Outside, the ruined street continues to collapse under fire and shockwaves. The corrupted young man gathers a dense mass of purple energy and drives it forward like a predatory strike. That attack races through the street as a spiraling wave of destructive force. It descends toward an injured schoolgirl standing exposed in its path. Already wounded and clutching her arm, she braces helplessly as the attack closes in. At the last instant, a burst of blue power intercepts the purple strike and blows it apart. The girl realizes she has been saved before the attack can hit her. The blue-haired woman arrives beside her and checks whether she can still stand. Seeing the girl's condition, she apologizes for allowing things to deteriorate this badly. She takes responsibility for the mistake and tells the girl to leave the rest to her. As she turns back toward the battlefield, her focus hardens from regret into resolve. Facing the rampaging boy, she admits she never expected him to spiral this far out of control. She recalls earlier contact with him and understands that her prior judgment of him was dangerously incomplete. That realization sharpens into immediate alertness as she senses another presence entering the conflict. She throws up a defense just in time to meet a sudden green attack. A guild operative arrives wrapped in green energy, and coolly observes that the irregular has finally revealed his true nature. The blue-haired woman declares that they will take responsibility for the boy and bring him back themselves. The newcomer rejects that claim at once, implying the association has given him very different instructions. Alarmed, she presses him to reveal what the association actually ordered. He sidesteps the question and instead points out how unusually protective everyone has become of the boy. She insists that handling him is Jade Sky Guild's duty. Even as she says it, she senses danger too late. She shouts a warning as the corrupted boy suddenly lunges straight at the guild operative from behind. The operative remains unnervingly calm, as if he had anticipated the ambush. He evades the strike in a blur, leaving only drifting petals where he seemed to be. The blue-haired woman is stunned that he vanished so completely and recognizes the petals as part of his technique. He reappears behind the rampaging boy before the latter can recover. Using ethereal dance, he drives a concentrated green blow into the boy's body and halts his charge. The blue-haired woman realizes he has subdued the raging Erita almost instantly, proving the gap in control and skill. Fearing his intentions, she summons water power and warns that she will not let him kill Erita. He answers with amused detachment, saying her attachment is obvious and that he has no intention of killing the boy. Instead, he argues that someone this unusual is too valuable to waste and asks that she leave the matter to him. Arata struggles back up through the purple haze, still consumed by unstable power. He roars again, and black-purple manifestations surge outward like living blades around the battlefield. The operative recognizes that Arata is drawing on Magai power and that the level is remarkably high. He watches the attack pattern without panic, reading the movement of the shadowy blades as they close in. Green energy lashes through the storm, cutting paths between the incoming strikes. He explains that Arata can instantly manifest countless blades, but his lack of control makes the assault crude despite its scale. As Arata pants inside the purple aura, the operative judges that the last outburst was likely his full power. He decides the fight cannot continue here, warning that one more exchange could flatten the entire area, and orders that Arata be taken back to the association. The blue-haired woman is caught off guard and demands to know what the association intends to do with him. The operative refuses to explain, saying that decision belongs to the association alone. His answer leaves her unsettled, realizing Arata's fate may now be taken out of her hands. A green-clad man gathers a swirling mass of wind-like energy in his hand, preparing to intervene. He unleashes it around the rampaging Arata, trapping him inside a violent spiral and abruptly halting the threat. The green vortex tightens overhead as he completes the restraint, making clear he intends to subdue rather than destroy. With calm control, he seals Arata inside the spinning air and keeps the situation firmly in hand. He confirms Arata's rampage is over, explaining that he merely took the air from him and forced him into sleep. Having finished, he casually takes his leave, departing before anyone can press him further. Ray reaches out in surprise as the green energy column vanishes and he disappears from the scene. Left behind in the ruined street, Ray can only watch his sudden exit in uneasy silence. She reflects that Takuto remains impossible to read, and worries about what will happen if he takes Arata to the association. Her thoughts turn immediately to Ray's missing companions, realizing the crisis is far from over. Ichika and Ikumi arrive and report that the residents were evacuated successfully. Ray acknowledges they avoided the worst outcome, but her relief is incomplete. Ikumi presses the real concern, asking what became of Arata. Ray hesitates, unable or unwilling to answer directly, which only deepens the tension. Elsewhere, Arata regains consciousness with only fragments of memory and a growing sense that something is wrong. He finds himself bound upright in a dark room and struggles to understand where he has been taken. As the restraints and unfamiliar surroundings sink in, he realizes he is being held prisoner. Trying to remember the fight with Takatora only brings pain, leaving him disoriented and frustrated. Before he can piece things together, someone enters, announcing a far more immediate danger. A dark uniformed man approaches with a whip in hand, clearly prepared to interrogate him by force. Smiling coldly, the interrogator thanks Arata for waiting and makes it clear the real ordeal is about to begin. At the ruined battleground, the dust settles over the destruction left behind by the clash. Among the rubble, a survivor stirs, showing that not everyone caught in the aftermath is gone. A blond armored man pulls himself up and realizes his target has already escaped. Humiliated that Arata slipped away from him, he clenches his fist and turns his anger inward. His frustration hardens into obsession as dark power flares around him, and he rejects accepting this defeat. He vows to crush the God 7-5 Heavenly Kings and eventually seize the association itself, promising to grow much stronger first. Convinced Arata is already being punished by the association, he leaves him to suffer and focuses on his own rise. Back in captivity, Arata resigns himself to whatever happens to him, sounding as though he has little left to lose. Ray, still nearby, is interrupted by an urgent call that instantly changes her focus. She checks her phone and is startled by the severity of the incoming alert. The message reports an emergency. 3 Silver Slayers have been detected inside a magic fissure. Worse, it reveals that Ikumi has already gone in alone to rescue them. Ray is alarmed, realizing Ikumi ignored orders to rest and is once again pushing herself too far. Without wasting another second, Ray rushes toward the fissure, convinced Ikumi is in danger. The scene shifts to the Japan Slayer Association's general headquarters, where the response is being coordinated. A senior official opens a conference call, gathering key members for an urgent directive. Ray and other field operatives join the call as the association moves to address the fallout. The official explains that, with the association president missing, this order is being issued under emergency authority. He gets straight to the point, signaling that the decision has already been made. The association announces that it has secured the irregular, meaning Arata is now fully in their custody. A red-haired ally immediately objects, insisting Arata is not a bad person and should not be condemned without evidence or a hearing. Ray also protests, demanding to know where Arata is and begging for a chance to see him and speak with him first. The officials answer by listing the charges. Arata lost control of his power and caused catastrophic destruction across the city. They add that beyond the damage itself, he has gravely violated association rules and shattered public trust. The red-haired man realizes the discussion is turning against Arata personally, not just against the incident. The officials further argue that Arata's unknown power, believed to come from the Magai and observed at gold rank levels, makes him an even greater threat, and many slayers are already calling for his elimination. Ray and the red-haired ally push back hard, insisting execution is going too far and offering to take responsibility for supervising him if he is spared. The chairman refuses to settle for that, saying they must investigate Arata's true nature and any connection he may have to the Magai, because this may be their only chance to uncover the truth. Elsewhere, a glamorous woman reacts to the news with detached sarcasm, reducing Arata's fate to the misfortune of a pitiable irregular boy. With unusual movement expected from the magic beasts, the authorities place everyone on maximum alert. After receiving her orders, a blue-haired guild master leaves at once, already worried about how events are spiraling. As she moves, she fears Arata will not endure much longer if things continue like this. She rushes through the facility toward him, while others scatter through the halls. Her path leads to the underground prison reserved for first-class offenders of the Slayers Association. Inside, a sanctioned inquisitor coldly judges the prisoner's pain tolerance as merely average after torturing him. The inquisitor, Kaizaki Kumajiri of the Japan Slayer Association, makes clear he intends to keep digging until he tears the truth out of Arata. Bruised and exhausted, Arata still insists he knows nothing. That answer only hardens the inquisitor's resolve. He raises his whip to continue, determined to force a confession. Before he can strike, the blue-haired woman intervenes and stops the interrogation. She identifies herself as Rei Asaki, master of the Navy Guild, and orders the questioning to end. Kumajiri mocks her for coming to such a filthy place, but immediately checks whether she actually has the authority to interfere. Rei confirms that she does. Seeing her confidence, Kumajiri pauses and reassesses the situation. Rei demands to speak with Arata alone and has the room cleared. Kumajiri withdraws with a warning not to violate regulations, making it clear he is not truly yielding. Once they are alone, Rei notes how completely Arata has been broken down. Arata sits restrained and drained, barely able to meet her gaze. Rei confronts him with the charge that he transformed and went on a rampage, while Arata struggles to reconcile that accusation with his memory of trying to avenge his brother Takatora. Rei explains that Akumi was injured when she stepped in to stop him from killing Takatora. Hearing that, Arata learns Akumi was only caught in the crossfire and is now being treated. Crushed by guilt, he admits he dragged Akumi into this and deserves punishment, insisting he has nothing left. His mind returns to the disaster, where he failed to protect anyone and watched everything collapse around him. Then an emergency alert arrives. Contact has been lost with 3 silver slayers inside a magic fissure. The report reveals that Akumi has already entered the fissure alone to rescue them. Rei is shaken, realizing Akumi has once again thrown herself into danger for others without hesitation. Elsewhere, Akumi races through the city with dark power flaring around her, placing herself in immediate peril. The news leaves Arata desperate to know what has happened to her. Rei explains that communication with several Silver Slayers was lost. Akumi forced her way into the mission anyway, and now Rei needs to report this to Association President Dojal. Arata can only begin to speak, overwhelmed by guilt and helplessness. Rei stops him and tells him that while the past cannot be undone, there is still one thing only he can do. She reminds him that as long as he still possesses the power of a Slayer, he is not finished yet. Her hand on his shoulder becomes both reassurance and a challenge to stand back up. Even so, Arata admits he feels empty, as if he has nothing left to give. Rei answers that she does not know why, but she sensed something within him, and she releases a blue power that breaks his restraints. Trusting that instinct, she chooses to bet on him despite everything. Freed from the chair, Arata stares at his own hands as if testing whether he can still act. That moment is cut short when Kumajiri returns and challenges Rei's claim that she had permission to intervene. He reveals that no such authorization was ever granted. Declaring that even a guild master will receive no mercy for shielding a violator, he advances to punish them both. Kumajiri explains that the prison's magnetic field suppresses skill activation, and his wit can even shatter sound barriers, leaving them at a severe disadvantage. Confident they are powerless without their abilities, he relishes the chance to brutalize a superior-ranked slayer. He lunges at Rei, thrilled by the rare chance to rough up a golden slayer. Rei answers with a direct kick that slams into him before he can dominate the fight. The blow shocks Kumajiri, who had assumed she would be helpless. He crashes back while Rei lands calmly in front of Arata, shielding him. Rei brushes off the procedural problem, deciding she will deal with permission afterward. Focusing on the real crisis, she insists there is no one else who can save Ikumi before it is too late. At last, Arata responds, on the verge of deciding whether to rise and go after her. A woman warns him that dwelling on the past changes nothing, and that the choice he makes now will define who he is. He rejects despair, deciding that even if he has lost much, he is not truly empty. Remembering the comrades who fought beside him, he draws strength from the bonds and battles that brought him this far. He resolves that he will never lose someone precious again and swears to save the person he came for. The woman urges him to survive, return safely, and go rescue Yakaini together. Her words jolt him into action. He breaks into a run, committing himself to the escape. As he searches for the way out through the facility, he tries to orient himself fast enough to stay ahead. He suddenly halts when he senses pursuit closing in. Security identifies him as the escaped first-class visitor and orders his immediate capture. Cornered and running out of options, he scrambles for a way to respond. Before he can act, someone casually grabs his shoulder. The interruption turns out to be Rio, an unexpected ally from his past. Rio reveals he came because he heard about the breakout, and he probes what the fugitive intends to do now. The young man says he has no choice but to keep moving, while Ryo realizes this must be the brother he had heard about. He makes clear that his only priority is saving his comrade. He adds that he is willing to risk his own life if that is what it takes, and Ryo silently measures that resolve. Seeing that same determination still burning in him, Ryo decides how to respond. Ryo takes control of the situation, ordering the arriving agents to leave the irregular to him. He invokes Doju's authority to shut down objections and clears the path himself. Without wasting another second, Ryo tells him to move and takes off with him. The young man is startled by Ryo's sudden support but follows. Together they sprint through the corridor, turning escape into a coordinated dash. They burst out into the city and keep running toward their objective. As they race outside, he urgently calls out to Ichika, focused entirely on reaching her. Elsewhere in a forested demon rift, Ichika is found injured and bound against a tree, still conscious but in danger. A demon corpse lunges savagely at her, showing the area is far from safe. The two men locate the rift entrance and realize their target lies inside. He recalls that several Silver Slayers sent into this place had gone silent, confirming how serious the situation is. He reasons that if even Silver-class Slayers failed here, the rift's threat level must be at least Silver-class. The thought of Ichika trapped in that place drives his anxiety even higher. Ignoring the danger, they plunge straight into the demon rift to begin the rescue. They emerge inside the forest domain and push deeper into the hostile terrain. Surveying the area, they conclude that most lesser demons have already been cleared out, which means the boss is likely nearby. He starts tracking the boss through enemy traces, while Ryo notes that his detection ability has become useful. They advance cautiously through the woods, one searching with power while the other stands guard. A surviving demon suddenly ambushes them from the trees. Ryo answers instantly, igniting his gauntlet and blasting the attacker aside with overwhelming force. The demon is thrown away before it can disrupt their search. Annoyed at the interruption, he stays focused on locating the true threat. He unleashes Such Shadow Blade, cutting through the area with a dark purple slash to clear the danger and probe ahead. Ryo recognizes that he has grown much stronger since they last met. He presses his hand to the ground to sharpen his search through the rift's corrupted traces. That search picks up an unfamiliar presence, and he warns Ryo to stay alert. A battered schoolgirl suddenly stumbles into view from the forest, drawing their attention. Barely able to stand, she begs them for help. Believing she is a survivor, he reassures her that Slayers have arrived and that she is safe now. He asks what happened, and she begins to explain what became of the others. As she says the Slayers were turned into demon corpses, one of those monsters erupts behind her and tears into her from the back. The sudden attack leaves both rescuers shocked as the forest erupts into chaos again. A schoolgirl suddenly convulses in agony as green energy engulfs her, and something inside her begins to change. The corruption surges out of control, and she erupts forward like a newly formed monster. Watching her transform into a demon corpse, the two men realize the infection is spreading in a far more dangerous way than expected. The transformed girl dives straight at them before they can fully react. The dark-haired man braces himself as the attack closes in on him. In that instant, he recognizes the horrifying possibility of what he is about to do. A burst of dark power flares around him as he intercepts the girl at close range. The contact triggers a flood of memories and guilt, forcing him to confront the fact that the monster is still someone he knows. Shaken, he reaches for support, his body trembling under the strain. Both men hesitate, caught between fighting back and the unbearable reality of who they are facing. The red-haired Slayer demands to know why his partner is freezing up at the worst possible moment. That hesitation costs them, and the transformed girl slams into them with another violent rush. After they are knocked down, the red-haired man tries to pull his partner back to his senses and check if he can still fight. The dark-haired man admits he cannot bring himself to kill people. The red-haired Slayer absorbs that answer, understanding the moral line his partner cannot cross. More greenlit victims charge in, proving the threat is no longer limited to one person. The Slayer tells him the hard truth: these attackers are no longer human. He ignites his armored gauntlet, choosing decisive force over hesitation. With sweeping arcs of fire, he cuts through the incoming demon corpses before they can overwhelm them. The dark-haired man stares in shock, struggling to accept what he has just seen. Unable to reconcile it, he can only sit there and deny that this can be real. The Slayer explains that the boss behind this likely twisted ordinary people into demon corpses, and if any transformed Slayers escape the rift, the damage would be catastrophic. He adds that the same thing probably happened to the Slayers who attacked them earlier, which explains why so many had to be put down. The dark-haired man falls silent as the scale of the massacre finally sinks in. The Slayer steels himself and insists they have to stop every transformed victim here before the disaster spreads beyond this place. Then he senses another disturbance and snaps his attention toward it. A fresh burst of green corruption tears through the area, signaling yet another transformation. Both men realize they are already too late to prevent it. A plant-like demon corpse emerges, fully formed and immediately hostile. The dark-haired man turns at the sound of someone arriving behind him. He sees Ichika alive and instinctively reaches for hope. Relief dies almost immediately when he notices her condition and understands she is gravely wounded. Dark corruption is already consuming her, and she struggles to hold herself together as she calls out weakly. He panics and begs for healing, but she already knows it is too late. Ichika apologizes for failing to protect everyone, even as the corruption spreads through her body. She tells Erita that even if her time beside him was brief, she was glad for it, making her farewell unmistakable. He refuses to accept that she is about to become a magic beast and desperately insists they can still save her. As he tries to pull away from the truth, she stops him and makes him face her one last time. Calling him by name, she urges Erita to trust himself more. She tells him she believes he can become a great slayer. More than that, she believes he can become someone who saves many people. Her words leave him stunned for a beat before he realizes she is slipping away. Erita breaks down in a scream as he holds her at the edge of death. Nearby, the red-haired slayer grimly notes that everyone here is being transformed one after another. He hardens himself, knowing there is no time to stop fighting. When the new monster lunges, he meets it head-on and drives it back with brute force. Keeping his focus on the battle, he coldly reminds the creature that he has not forgotten it. Meanwhile, Erita clings to Ichika's hand, unwilling to let go. He calls her name again as the dark corruption continues to spread across her fallen body. All he can do is stay beside her, shaking with grief while the darkness closes in. As Ikumi lies corrupted and barely conscious, the young man realizes the Magai conversion is about to become irreversible. Panicking, he forces himself to think of any way to stop her transformation. Before he can act, Ikumi's body twitches and begins to rise on its own. She stands again, no longer steady or human, wrapped in dark energy as the change overtakes her. He recognizes her and freezes as the corrupted aura around her intensifies. His hesitation draws a sharp demand for action from behind him. Ryo orders him to cut the monster down at once, warning that once a person fully turns, there is no return. Ikumi lunges at him as a demon, forcing the crisis into the open. In that instant he remembers Arata's instruction to call on him when the moment came. He clenches his fist, torn between fear, grief, and the choice in front of him. Unable to strike, he jumps back as Ikumi's attack smashes into the ground. He admits he cannot kill her, no matter what logic demands. Ryo prepares to do it himself, deciding to finish the job if the boy will not. That threat finally jolts him into action. He throws himself at Ryo and physically stops him from reaching Ikumi. He pleads that Ikumi is his only comrade, making clear that protecting her matters more to him than the rules. Ryo furiously reminds him that sentiment will get him killed and that a slayer must fight. The boy rejects that judgment and insists Ikumi is still not beyond saving. Their argument is cut short when the giant plant-like demon corpse looms over them, ready to devour them both. Ryo grabs him and hurls them out of the way just before the monster's jaws crash down. After they land, Ryo realizes the demon corpse's transformation is already progressing further. Watching the battle worsen, the boy refuses to accept losing anyone else and becomes certain there must be another path. He pieces together earlier clues about his strange power and the system messages tied to it. He remembers a skill called vassalization, which allows him to revive a vassal, erase its past loyalties, and bind it to himself with enhanced abilities. He decides to use that skill on Ikumi, hoping that even if it changes her, it will at least keep her with him. Casting aside hesitation, he commits to using the power immediately. He activates the skill, vowing that he will never again lose someone precious. The system begins the process by converting Ikumi's radiant brand as dark power gathers around her. Her body and aura reshape under the skill's influence, as the corruption is redirected into a new form. When the process completes, she rises before him transformed but no longer feral. The system identifies her as a half-demon and confirms that Chiharu Toyo has become his vassal. Now lucid, she immediately checks whether he is hurt, while he notices that her presence feels completely different from the Ichika he knew. She weakly steadies herself, showing that her mind has returned even if her body has changed. Ryo protests that the thing beside him is a demon corpse now, but the boy understands she has transformed beyond being simply Ichika anymore. He absorbs the weight of that truth in silence. Then he hardens his resolve. Instead of backing away from what he has done, he openly declares that he made her his minion. Ryo is stunned and demands to know where he got such an abnormal skill. The boy explains that because her demon corpse transformation was incomplete, there may still be a possibility of restoring her someday. Hearing that, his new vassal sharpens her focus and turns toward the real enemy. She rushes the giant demon corpse, placing herself between the men and the monster. Without hesitation, she attacks the creature head-on. Her strike lands cleanly, proving that she can now fight the boss on equal terms. She grins with fierce confidence, fully embracing the power of her new state. The boy realizes the demon corpse transformation is no longer consuming her, and tells himself they can win now. She unleashes another powerful blow and staggers the monster, creating an opening. He seizes that moment, leaps in, and calls the timing for the finishing attack. He drives himself forward with full commitment. Their combined assault tears through the giant demon corpse and brings it down. With the boss defeated, the system announces that the demon rift has been cleared and will soon disappear. At night, the group gathers in a building to confront the aftermath of Ichika's fate. A blue-haired woman struggles to accept that the demon corpse before them is really Ichika. The others share the same disbelief and try to understand how she ended up like this. They explain that by the time they found her, she had already been bitten by the boss responsible for turning humans into demon corpses. Leo reveals that he used a newly unlocked minion control skill, gained after defeating a demon corpse, to preserve part of her mind and keep her from going berserk. Hearing that Ichika remained herself until the end leaves the blue-haired woman shaken and grieving. Leo admits he never wanted to use such a skill on her, but he chose it because it was the only way to avoid losing Ichika completely. As the transformed girl is addressed as Ichika, attention turns to whether any trace of her can still respond. A faint breath and movement suggest that something inside her is trying to answer. She recognizes Leo and speaks his name, proving her consciousness is still present. The others are stunned by the impossible sign of awareness. Leo realizes with relief that she can still speak. Ichika's confusion deepens when she asks about her own name and who the people around her are. She explains that she is a demon corpse but not a normal one, because fragments of the original person's consciousness remain inside her. That gives Leo hope that if Ichika's identity still survives, there may someday be a way to restore her fully. Erida interrupts, unwilling to accept that hope without proof. He challenges Leo directly, asking whether this transformed Ichika truly obeys him and can be trusted not to attack. Ichika stays silent, leaving the burden of proof on Leo. Leo swears with his life that he will not let her harm anyone. Erida presses harder, warning that a creature able to control other demon corpses and even shake human will cannot be trusted on promises alone. Leo has no immediate answer strong enough to satisfy that fear. A nearby cat unexpectedly becomes the key to settling the argument. Leo turns the challenge into a test and orders Ichika to interact with the cat. Ichika approaches carefully instead of provoking it. The cat accepts her touch without fear or aggression. She gently gathers the cat into her arms, handling it with natural tenderness. That kindness evokes the memory of the human Ichika who used to care for strays. The observers note that an animal staying calm in front of a demon corpse is already extraordinary. They conclude this is more than forced obedience, because Ichika's old compassion is still intact. Ichika herself affirms that she would never attack humans. Even so, Erita reflexively recoils when the cat comes near him, exposing his nerves. Ichika notices and keeps her distance, showing she understands his fear and means no harm. The others immediately tease Erita for seeming more afraid of the cat than of Ichika. The tension breaks as Ichika quietly enjoys the moment, still cradling the cat. The blue-haired woman asks Erita to take responsibility for Ichika while she figures out how to report this impossible situation to the association. Leo accepts that role, and Ichika stays close beside him with the cat in her arms. Privately, Leo decides that Ichika's power will require trust and a strong bond, so he asks her to support him and fight alongside him from now on. Ichika agrees readily, accepting her place as his minion and partner in battle. Leo is left quietly absorbing the weight of that new bond and what it means for both of them. Elsewhere that night, another building becomes the center of a growing crisis. Monitoring systems show unstable readings and rising anomalies. An analyst reports massive geomagnetic disturbances and warns that the pattern resembles the signs that preceded earlier large-scale demon rifts. The warning reaches a higher-ranking official overseeing the response. A messenger rushes in with confirmation that something matching the original rift's signature has appeared, but the interference is too severe to locate it precisely. The official immediately understands the scale of the threat. He orders Code 0 to be issued to every guild, signaling the highest level of emergency. The messenger acknowledges the command and moves to spread the alert. Left alone, the official realizes that the long-awaited event has finally begun after 17 years. A framed photo hints that this crisis is tied to an old personal loss he has carried ever since. Back with the group, Leo crouches beside Ichika as she calmly pets the cat, while the others watch her with a mix of caution, relief, and uncertainty about what comes next. Ray is urgently summoned because the Slayers Association chairman has issued the highest-level emergency code, forcing her and her red-haired partner into action. The two immediately realize the situation is grave and brace themselves for a crisis. Elsewhere in the city, ordinary people go about their day, unaware that disaster is about to strike overhead. The sky suddenly tears open with a jagged purple rupture, turning the calm into instant alarm. Pedestrians stop in confusion and look up as the disturbance spreads above them. The rift widens across the sky, flooding the area with ominous energy. Panic takes hold as civilians fear they are witnessing the end of the world. Dark purple spheres begin forming inside the crack, signaling that something is about to emerge. The rift starts disgorging demonic creatures, confirming the city is under supernatural attack. As monsters pour out and corrupted energy rains down, civilians are told to run from the evil spilling out of the sky. Slayers identify the phenomenon as a large-scale demon rift and rush in with orders to secure the area before stronger beasts appear. But the outbreak is already overwhelming, with demons crashing into the streets and attacking before a perimeter can be established. Terrified civilians collapse or freeze in place as the caves closes around them. The defenders realize they cannot seal off the area fast enough and are being surrounded. One fighter recognizes just how badly the situation is slipping. A burst of fire cuts through the battlefield as reinforcements arrive to support the trapped Slayers. The rescue team recognizes the newcomer as Gold Slayer and sees a chance to recover. Ray's group joins the scene, and the others acknowledge that their arrival just saved lives. A wounded civilian stumbles through the corrupted air while another warns that he is in no condition to keep going. A silver-haired Slayer orders the team to evacuate nearby citizens, and keep them safe while the core fighters move to bring down the demonic threat. Rei and her partner face the rift directly, determined to crush whatever is inside, while she reminds him of the catastrophe from 17 years ago and warns him not to lower his guard. He dismisses the warning with irritation, tired of hearing about the old disaster even as he advances toward the rift. Two more figures quietly arrive, signaling that stronger players have entered the field. They stand beneath the rift and assess the spreading corruption as if confronting a familiar enemy. One of them insists this incident is different and refuses to let another zero-realm disaster happen. A confident woman volunteers to handle the threat quickly, treating the crisis as something within her power. Her companion watches calmly, suggesting experience and control rather than panic. Another long-awaited figure appears and makes it clear he has returned after being kept waiting too long. He launches himself straight toward the rift, taking the fight to its source. Seeing him move first, others rush after him as the battle escalates toward the sky. A young man named Rei charges in as well, declaring that this mission was entrusted to him and that he will hold the line. He recalls being told that if he wants any hope of going back, he must keep fighting like a slayer and prove himself through action. A dark-haired woman unleashes a sweeping purple attack that tears through a cluster of demons and relieves pressure on the street. The civilians realize the slayers are protecting them and begin to believe they might survive. A mother comforts her child by assuring him that the slayers have come, trying to steady him amid the terror. But above them, the rift continues to pulse and expand instead of settling down. New shapes begin pushing through the opening, hinting at another wave. That wave emerges as a swarm of flying magic beasts, multiplying the danger far beyond the ground assault. Rei is stunned that so many magic beasts can come from one rift at once. His ally immediately recognizes the new problem: airborne enemies, something the current defense was not prepared for. One of the flying beasts dives straight at the mother and child, turning the rescue effort into a split-second crisis. Rei throws himself into the attack's path, but his attempt to stop it falters under the force. Even so, he manages to intercept the strike and blast the creature away before it can hit them. Realizing he cannot hold them all off alone, Rei decides to draw the swarm's attention away from the civilians. After the immediate danger passes, he checks on the mother and child, who gratefully confirm they are safe. Their relief only sharpens his awareness that the threat overhead is still growing. He sees the sky filling with countless flying beasts and understands that if they break through, the entire city will spiral out of control. Faced with impossible numbers, Rei is forced to ask himself what he can do. He and his ally quickly conclude that the swarm is too vast to handle from their current position, even if each creature is weak on its own. The crisis peaks as the mass of flying monsters spreads across the sky, threatening to overwhelm the battlefield and everyone below. A dark purple force erupts violently into the street, signaling the monster's attack has begun in earnest. A swarm of fast-flying insect-like corpses spreads over the area, blasting the ground and threatening to level everything around them. Realizing the whole district will be destroyed if they hesitate, the young slayer urges an immediate counterattack. Before they can act, black-purple strikes lance down around them, showing the enemies can hit hard and from multiple angles. The swarm keeps diving and scattering at high speed, making even a single kill difficult while the damage rapidly escalates. The slayer understands that if this continues, the destruction will spread far beyond this street. He decides they must stop the monsters here, while they are still clustered together. As he moves to act, his allies rush in from behind to support him. They identify the attackers as flying demon corpses and split roles, with the purple-haired woman protecting civilians while the others focus on offense. Burdened by his duty to defend the area, the slayer forces himself to find a way to stop the swarm. He realizes raw effort is not enough and that he must first neutralize the enemy's speed. The bombardment continues around him, pressing him to solve the problem before more people are hurt. He searches his memory for a new application of his earth-based skill, convinced there must be a way to use it differently. A sudden insight hits him. He faces the swarm head-on, ready to test the idea despite the chaos closing in. Dark dust-like matter begins gathering around him as his power responds to his intent. He clenches his fist and commits fully to the technique. The black particulate force spreads outward beneath the swarm like a rising field. He tightens control, shaping the effect instead of simply releasing it. He orders the matter to solidify, attempting to turn his loose power into a tangible trap. The dark cloud condenses into a dense mass across the sky. The flying corpses are suddenly entangled inside the thickened black substance, their movement disrupted for the first time. Even as the strain threatens to exhaust his MP, he refuses to let the monsters break free. He increases the mass of the solidified matter, trying to drag the trapped swarm down by force. The whole netted cluster crashes downward in a massive collapse over the street. Pinned and compressed together, the monsters lose the freedom that made them so dangerous. His ally seizes the opening and cuts through the immobilized enemies with a sweeping barrage of attacks. The slayer realizes he has successfully caught them all at once, and that his control over the material state of his skill has advanced. He immediately extends the same restraint to the remaining enemies before the effect fades. Knowing the technique is temporary, he pours everything he has left into finishing the job. He commits all his remaining strength to hold the battlefield together long enough for victory. The final impact lands, marking the decisive end of the clash. Dark restraints and falling force converge around him as the last of the attack is brought under control. When the smoke clears, the sky is open again and the surviving allies stare at the aftermath in disbelief. One of them can only marvel at what the Slayer accomplished. Relief spreads through the street as people realize the immediate danger has passed. Civilians who had been in harm's way cling to each other, shaken but safe. The Slayer's companions celebrate, overwhelmed that they actually pulled it off. Having spent himself to secure the win, the Slayer drops to the ground and finally lets out a breath. A guild member approaches and openly acknowledges that, whoever he is, his strength is extraordinary. He adds that thanks to this unknown protector, many more civilians will now survive. The Slayer quietly accepts the gratitude, satisfied that he managed to protect the city. The two share a respectful clasp, recognizing each other as comrades after the battle. But as he looks up, the Slayer notices a huge crack in the sky and is unsettled by how little resistance the large-scale demon rift seems to be meeting. At that moment, the guild member receives an urgent call. The report shocks them both. The Slayer Association headquarters is on fire. The Slayer immediately grasps the scale of the disaster, knowing that if headquarters falls, the entire guild's command structure could collapse. Attention shifts to the burning central headquarters of the Slayer Association. It is identified as the command pillar of the central branch of the Seiwa Guild, the hub that oversees every Slayer operation. Inside, the nation's Slayer system depends on archives of every magic resource ever recorded, making the attack a threat not just to one building but to the entire organization's knowledge base. The story opens inside headquarters, where staff work through the complex that includes command functions, supplies, and medical support. The narration clarifies that the upper levels also house rewards, training, logistics, detention, and media control, making the headquarters a tightly packed central base. That concentration of vital functions becomes a disaster when enemy magic beasts strike the headquarters directly, threatening to bring the whole place down. As panic spreads, Kahaku takes command and orders everyone to evacuate non-combatants before anything else. He organizes the regular Slayers into pairs and tells them to hold a tight formation. He assigns the bronze ranks to guard the outer facilities and directs the silver ranks to retake the area overrun by East Side subjugation forces. Identifying himself as Kahaku, a silver slayer of the Seiwa Guild, he reminds them that with the golden slayers gone, the defense now depends on them. Mid-command, something suddenly catches his attention and breaks his focus. Looking outside, he realizes they are nowhere near the large-scale fissure where the main battle should be, so the appearance of so many magic beasts here makes no sense. He concludes the enemy must have deliberately lured the strongest fighters away before launching this strike on headquarters. The situation worsens as he recognizes that the beasts are not just attacking blindly but are targeting key facilities, including the infirmary. When a subordinate reports that the infirmary is on fire and the beasts are moving toward the armory, Kahaku immediately shifts priorities. He orders the subordinate to gather intelligence and piece together the full scope of the attack while he rushes off himself. As he runs, a bitter thought surfaces that Jinosuk has left him to face this crisis alone. Kahaku reaches the headquarters infirmary and finds it engulfed in flames. Outside, fire-wreathed beasts rampage through the burning grounds as he arrives to confront them. He charges straight into the chaos and strikes through the burning area to stop their advance. A flying beast dives at him, adding pressure from above while the fire spreads around him. Forced back by heat and impact, Kahaku still braces himself and refuses to yield. He declares that this is not a place where monsters are free to run wild. Assessing the threat, he notes that fire tribute beasts are especially dangerous here because the wind is feeding the blaze instead of suppressing it. A new arrival observes that the headquarters itself is burning from within, and Kahaku turns in surprise. A black-haired young man and a purple-haired girl step into the burning scene, apparently unfazed by the destruction around them. The young man admits he dislikes getting involved with this place, but decides he cannot stand aside while it is under attack. He offers a practical division of labor. He will extinguish the flames if Kahaku handles the monsters. Kahaku instinctively snaps back that an unaffiliated stray slayer has no right to order him around. But in the next instant, recognition begins to dawn on him. As the newcomer raises his hand to act, Kahaku stares and starts to place who he is. He realizes the boy is the escaped irregular he has seen before. He also identifies the girl as the one rumored to resemble a magic beast herself. Before Kahaku can do more than process that, the irregular unleashes a violent burst of power. Kahaku is left staring upward, stunned by the scale of what he just witnessed. The blast tears through the burning area, smothering the fire in a single overwhelming sweep. Kahaku is shocked that one attack could wipe out the flames so completely, even as he reminds himself this ally is still technically an irregular. The beasts remain active within the cleared area, their bodies still burning as they prepare to attack. One of the larger monsters lunges straight at the irregular, trying to crush him before he can act again. Instead, the irregular uses a petrification technique that turns the charging beast into stone mid-assault. He pauses just long enough to register that the monster has truly been transformed into rock. Seeing the opening, Kahaku moves in with satisfaction, treating the immobilized beast as another trophy for his collection. He channels power into the ground and weapon, preparing a decisive follow-up strike. A spear forms in his grasp as he stands amid the extinguished battlefield, ready to capitalize on the irregular's support. With calm focus, Kahaku swings the spear into motion. He drives forward through the shattered stone remains, using the opening to press the attack. Then, without softening his stance, he addresses the irregular directly and makes his judgment. Kahaku places him on probation until headquarters is secure and orders him to help wipe out every remaining magic beast. The irregular accepts immediately, relieved that fighting beside Kahaku is being treated as a temporary arrangement rather than a formal return. Their cooperation is tested at once when another beast swoops down on the irregular from above. He decides that if he can combine his soot with the petrification principle he just saw, he may be able to create a comparable technique of his own. His soot spreads across the battlefield in dark waves as he shapes it into a harder, more dangerous form. He launches the soot as a massive sharpened strike, meeting the incoming beast head-on and turning his new idea into an attack. After watching him reproduce a technique instantly, his companions realize he can copy skills just by seeing them once. With the immediate threat gone, the three conclude that this area is secure for the moment. The girl praises his talent, then brusquely introduces herself as Kahaku of the Siva Guild while downplaying the compliment. Kahaku immediately turns critical, demanding to know why he uses his abilities so recklessly. She bluntly tells him his control is terrible. Kahaku explains that his careless casting wastes mana and leaves him exposed, which is why he burns out so easily. The purple-haired girl admits he has only been fighting on instinct, and Kahaku warns him not to become dead weight. Even so, the team shifts to the larger problem and asks what they are actually supposed to protect in this ruined place. Elsewhere, a man in armor reaches the association headquarters. He finds the Golden Slayer gone and the headquarters engulfed in flames. Seeing an opportunity, he decides to seize the association and replace the Heavenly King, justifying the theft of the Golden Slayer as a temporary necessity. His ambition escalates into a vow to claim the weapon for himself permanently. He unleashes the sword's power and revels in the surge. As the weapon resonates, he becomes convinced he is touching the strength of the Heavenly King. Drunk on that power, he declares himself the strongest and laughs wildly. Back inside the building, a magic beast lunges at the group. Kahaku intercepts it with a forceful strike and blasts it away. As more creatures rush through the corridor, the team braces for a larger fight. Kahaku quickly reasons that the command room should be defended first, since the storage room can be abandoned if necessary. The young man points out a contradiction. If there were no monsters in the command room, where did these beasts come from? Kahaku realizes they need to identify the source before deciding anything else. She drops to the floor and begins reading the flow of energy while the other two guard her. Her analysis reveals that the Earth's energy has been disturbed by something happening underground. Kahaku orders the others to keep up, warning that anyone who slows them down will be left behind. They race to the underground storage room and find the floor broken open by a massive hole. Kahaku recognizes it as the point where the magic beasts entered. From below, demon-like beasts rise through a purple miasma, confirming that some of the monsters were generated underground. Kahaku plants her spear and channels golden energy into the ground. Her attack detonates among the beasts in a bright burst, tearing into the swarm. The young man moves to join the fight as her assault continues. But the strain hits him immediately, and he falters. Kahaku stops him from forcing his power, and instructs him to steady his breathing and draw strength naturally from his core. He follows her guidance, focuses, and begins to create space within himself for control. That focus lets him shape a dark, shadow-like weapon in his hand. He dives into battle with the new construct and cuts into a beast at close range. Kahaku notes that he has improved. His control is still poor, but he is finally adapting in real combat. She sharpens her attention as the situation shifts again. At the same time, she judges the purple-haired girl's strange magic beast aura as suspicious but useful for now as the girl attacks with violet power. Looking into the breach, the trio realizes the monsters dug their own tunnel up from below. Kahaku commits to sealing it by driving her power straight down into the opening. Her impact smashes the ground and collapses the passage. The others shield themselves as debris and dust erupt from the cave-in. When the dust settles, the tunnel entrance has been crushed under broken stone. Kahaku declares the immediate treatment complete and says the next step is exterminating the remaining beasts. She explains that the underground threat has eased because most of the monsters moved upward after the entrance was blocked. The young man reveals he left soot-like markers behind and decides to use them to widen their search. His black traces spread through the corridor above as he sends them outward to scout. The markers continue climbing through the damaged structure toward higher levels. He senses a strong magic beast presence overhead and asks if the others can feel it too. The team agrees to head upstairs, concluding that the largest concentration of beasts is now somewhere above them, and that something about it feels wrong. Seeing the vast training facility, the young mage realizes the association's headquarters is far larger than expected. He arrives at the association headquarters training grounds with his two companions and takes in the scene. A demonic rift suddenly tears open inside the facility, proving the headquarters has already been breached. He understands the chaos appeared so abruptly that no one had time to contain it. Magic beasts begin pouring out of the purple rupture, turning the breach into an immediate battle. His group realizes the beasts likely used the confusion above ground and the underground passages to slip in unnoticed. Furious at the intrusion, the woman charges forward first. The young mage follows by striking at the incoming beasts with his spear. At the same time, the black-haired man cuts down another attacker before it can overwhelm them. While fighting, the young mage sees the real problem. The rift must be sealed at once, but leaving the inside unchecked would let the beast spread. More powerful enemies loom beyond the breach, making it clear that someone must enter and destroy the source from within. The black-haired man immediately volunteers to go. The young mage is startled that he would take that burden on himself. He quickly judges that although the man's mana is unusual and he is worn down from prior training and meditation, he is still capable of forcing a path through this fight. That assessment turns into a confident decision. He declares that he will go too. He argues that if a rogue slave master is behind this, then he has even more reason to be involved, since their larger objective is to crush the beast's nest. With the decision made, the three of them prepare themselves beneath the unstable rift. They face the swirling tear together, ready to take the battle to its source. The black-haired man takes the lead and tells the others to move. He steels himself with the resolve that they will not be defeated by creatures like these. The rift opens onto a devastated, burning area beyond, showing the scale of the corruption on the other side. The young mage takes command and orders the others to stay close and follow him. He leaps through the breach first, and the other two rush in behind him. They emerge inside a vast cathedral-like interior where the rift hangs in the air above a long central aisle. The young mage notes how eerie the place feels and suspects the earlier noises came from here. The black-haired man pieces it together, and wonders if the magic beasts are actually being directed by an intelligent schemer. The young mage pushes forward, determined to finish this quickly because he has a duty to fulfill. The others accept his lead and run deeper into the hall with him. Midway through, the young mage senses something and glances back, his instincts warning him. The unease grows as the hall remains too quiet, making him feel that something is wrong. Elsewhere, hidden observers appear to be watching events unfold. Other figures are also shown in separate locations, suggesting multiple interested parties are tied to this conflict. One of those scenes hints at another ominous interior, reinforcing that this incident is part of a wider scheme. Back in the cathedral, the trio realizes the silence is unnatural because not a single grunt-class beast has appeared. The young mage pauses, recognizing the implication. The black-haired man suddenly asks him what truly drives him to fight. Caught off guard, the man hesitates before answering. The question leaves the young mage briefly reflective as he considers his own motive. He answers with conviction that he fights for the association president, Dojin. He explains that as long as Dojin remains alive, he believes humanity can survive this war against the magic beasts. His fierce sincerity gives way to an oddly earnest tangent as he bluntly critiques the black-haired man's lack of refinement, baffling his companions. He insists the man should watch Dojin fight to understand what he means. He describes Dojin's combat as perfect mastery, comparing his control of power to a river and calling it pure artistry. His admiration becomes almost reverent as he imagines even a great master turning that sight into sacred art. The woman finds his devotion deeply unsettling, while he only realizes belatedly how strange he sounds. Recovering himself, he tells them to stop overthinking and instead feel the current of power within themselves. All three look upward, sensing a change above them. He urges them to focus as the massive doors ahead begin to open. Before they can react further, a dark figure crashes down into the hall and lands with enough force to crack the floor. A grotesque monster advances, its body studded with glowing cores and a single eye gathering power. That eye flares into a concentrated blast, signaling an immediate attack. Kahaku tries to brace himself, but the force hits hard enough to make him choke and stagger. As the pain clears, he notices something is terribly wrong nearby. He finds Jinisuke collapsed in a spreading pool of blood, turning the battle into a desperate crisis. Kahaku rushes to him in panic, calling out as the reality of Jinisuke's condition sinks in. Arata snaps Kahaku's name, trying to pull him back from breaking down. Arata realizes Kahaku was not directly struck, yet he has suddenly collapsed anyway, which makes the situation even stranger. Facing the monster, Arata wonders if its eye beam caused Kahaku's condition, then immediately doubts that explanation. Before he can sort it out, the winged girl is seized by violent purple energy and screams as if something inside her is tearing loose. Arata turns toward her, caught between the monster in front of him and her sudden breakdown behind him. The monster's eye ignites again, ready to exploit the confusion. Arata senses the danger too late and freezes for a split second. He finds himself surrounded, with hostile purple presences closing in from both sides. The corrupted pair cry out that they are in unbearable pain, directing that anguish toward Arata as if blaming him for it. Their suffering triggers Arata's guilt, dragging up memories of accusations, abandonment, and the fear that he destroys the people around him. The weight of that trauma buckles him to his knees. Overwhelmed, Arata clutches his head and nearly gives in to despair. One of the corrupted attackers bears down on him with murderous intent. In that darkness, a blue light begins to gather around Arata like a lifeline. He rejects surrender, deciding that even if he is saved and forgiven, he still has to keep fighting. That resolve hardens into a plan. He will not let this break him, and he will stop the spiral before it worsens. Arata commits himself to bringing Ikium back and making sure no one else is dragged into the same tragedy. He grips his chest as a new power answers that determination. Blue energy floods through him, and he recognizes it as power connected to Ikium. As the energy stabilizes, Erita realizes he is touching something far greater than a simple boost. He understands that what he holds is Ikium's magic itself, the source of the effect called ion. Needing more of that power to survive, he reaches deeper just as the monster fires again. A barrage of red beams crashes down toward him from above. The blasts erupt around the monster's position in a violent chain of explosions. Erita shapes the blue power into a structured barrier. He activates Blast Wave Shield, turning the energy into a defensive grid. The incoming beams slam into the shield instead of tearing him apart. As the barrier holds, Erita realizes Ikium's magic is automatically analyzing the attacks and protecting him. With defense secured, he condenses a dense black-violet sphere in his hand for a counterattack. Erita roars and hurls that gathered force forward. While he fights, Kahaku remains beside Jinisuke, isolated in grief and helplessness. Kahaku mourns that Jinisuke still had so much left to teach him, making the loss feel even crueler. Jinisuke lies motionless in his blood, offering no sign that Kahaku's words can reach him. The shock breaks into raw anguish, and Kahaku slams down in despair. Then he remembers the stray and realizes Erita intends to shoulder this nightmare alone. That thought steadies him, replacing grief with a hardening resolve. Kahaku drives himself back up from the floor, forcing his body to move. He rises fully, no longer willing to remain collapsed by Jinisuke's side. Reclaiming his identity as the number 2 of the Seiwa Guild, Kahaku decides he still has a role to play. Power surges out from him and spreads across the hall, marking his return to the fight. He turns toward the battlefield with a calm, sharpened focus. Though irritated by the situation, Kahaku resolves to handle matters on his side for Erita's sake. He is immediately confronted by a crowd of monstrous enemies gathering around him from every direction. One of the creatures opens fire with another eye-beam, launching the next clash. The young fighter unleashes a water-charged attack, sending multiple blue-edged strikes at the enemy. The dark woman realizes too late that something is wrong as the attack behaves differently than expected. She tries to retreat across the cathedral floor while his divided water blades close in around her. He understands the flaw in her defense, and presses the opening before she can recover. One of her shadowy duplicates collapses as the attack tears through it. He concludes that splitting herself into too many clones weakened the illusion beyond repair. The real body is struck from behind, and he declares that her illusion magic is already breaking apart. Her form starts disintegrating into dark fragments, confirming that her trick has failed. With that threat handled, attention shifts to Kahaku as the group prepares for the next lesson. A mentor tells Stray to watch closely as Kahaku demonstrates his true specialty. Kahaku explains that what he is about to show is the core of both his magic power and his craft. He manifests a massive stone guardian through a petrification armor technique, revealing overwhelming defensive and offensive force. The stone giant immediately drives a crushing blow into the enemy mass. The monsters recoil together, exposing that several of them have been caught at once. The impact detonates through the hall and smashes the clustered enemies apart. Stray is startled that Kahaku eliminated 4 targets in a single exchange. Kahaku presents this as the level expected of a top-ranked combatant. He warns Stray not to be distracted by spectacle alone, because raw power is not the real lesson. Before Stray can settle, another surviving monster lunges at him from behind. The creature slams down where he stood, forcing him into a desperate evasive leap. Sliding away, Stray realizes this one remained because it never vanished with the illusion. He counters by dropping onto the monster with a close-range strike. The exchange still leaves him off balance, and he knows he has not solved the threat cleanly. Kahaku orders him to stay focused and sharpen the way he uses his magic rather than panic. Stray turns that advice over in his head, while the stone guardian stands ready behind him. Kahaku makes the stakes explicit. If Stray cannot break past this limit now, his path ends here. That pressure helps Stray grasp the point. Victory depends on fluid control and precision, not brute force. A moment of clarity hits as he locks onto the answer. He reshapes his power into a focus technique, forming the Aqua Blade Guttering Mist Sword. He launches forward so fast that only the burst point of his movement remains behind. Wrapped in blue current, he drives into the attack line with disciplined momentum. He completes the motion in one clean, controlled swing. The monster is cut down before it can respond, the blade line carrying straight through its body. Stray comes to a stop, breathing hard after finally executing the technique properly. He senses that something about the result has drawn serious attention. The woman and Kahaku approach, now studying him with new interest rather than simple evaluation. Kahaku smiles, clearly impressed by what Stray just revealed. He identifies the blue trace left by the strike as a path mark, a sign tied to rare talent and rapid growth. The woman kneels beside the exhausted Stray and begins connecting him to those capable of awakening a golden orb. As he drifts half-conscious, she wonders why someone with that kind of potential would be in his current state. The scene shifts to the aftermath outside, where the damaged headquarters has largely been restored. Inside, Kahaku reports that they somehow managed to protect the Slayer Association headquarters. He reflects that this was exactly why they had come there in the first place, though the outcome still feels hard to believe. Their attention is drawn to a strange purple fracture spreading across the sky beyond the windows. Elsewhere, a white-haired woman calls out to Jinisuke as she travels through a ruined forest with a suited man. She complains about the distance and the filth, showing more irritation than concern. With casual confidence, she prepares to solve the problem herself. Golden energy gathers in her hand as she charges a powerful spell. She blasts the terrain apart in a single explosion, carving through the obstruction ahead. Pleased with the shortcut she created, she urges her companion onward without delay. A suited man approaches the white-haired woman with unsettling calm, as if he has already found what he came for. He recalls that 17 years earlier the world nearly collapsed in a catastrophic incident. Countless lives were lost when the fabric of reality itself was torn, and he remembers arriving too late to stop the disaster. Now the unnatural quiet around them convinces him that something is wrong again. As they advance, he warns that their enemies are hiding their presence, and tells his companion to stay alert. She dryly notes that at least the concealment saves them the trouble of hunting their targets down. The wind coils around an enormous ancient tree, marking the place as the center of the disturbance. Sensing the scale of the power gathered there, he judges that the enemy must be at least A rank. The woman, already tired of the mission, just wants to finish it and leave. Their opponents reveal themselves as the twin demons Aram and Vryron of the Black Wings, beings built for overwhelming magical bombardment and large-scale annihilation. The twins welcome the intruders and make it clear they expect this meeting to end in the Slayers' deaths. The demons spread through the air around the tree, turning the battlefield into a kill zone saturated with destructive magic. Mocking the Slayers who fell before them, the twins boast that even silver-ranked fighters were effortless prey and question how long these two can endure. They answer their own taunt by unleashing a massive red barrage meant to erase everything below. The attack crashes down like a pillar of destruction, but the two Slayers hold their ground beneath it. The man reveals the difference between ranks. Gold is not merely a stronger silver, but a fundamentally higher class of power. The demons are caught off guard as golden light begins to overwhelm their assault. A radiant golden armored construct manifests, embodying the man's power. While the woman raises a vast golden sigil overhead, the armored force meets the red bombardment head-on. The golden counterattack punches into the heart of the demon's spell and starts tearing it apart from within. From below, the twins stare up in disbelief as the supposed impossible begins to happen. Refusing to accept defeat, they pour more power into their beams and lash out in desperation. Their red volleys multiply and rake across the battlefield in a frantic attempt to break through. Even so, the golden force drives forward through the storm and closes the distance. Watching the exchange, the woman smiles faintly, already certain of the outcome. The golden mass surges past the remaining resistance and bears down directly on the twins. It slams into them with crushing force, carrying their screams with it. As they are overwhelmed, one of the demons reflects that ordinary beings cannot comprehend a power beyond their experience. The narration explains that true gold rank strength is not a simple increase, but a level of force and control that effortlessly surpasses lesser scales. The twin realizes too late that the golden power is collapsing the very order their magic depended on. The impact culminates in a blinding detonation that annihilates their resistance. When the light fades, the battlefield falls quiet again, the two Slayers left standing amid the aftermath. The woman casually wonders whether the others have already finished their own battles. Elsewhere, smoke rises from another ruined front, suggesting the wider operation is nearing its end. At the Association headquarters, another enemy appears, Ariel, priest of vanity and bomb, a war idol confronting the defenders. The defenders answer immediately, with a fiery fighter and his ally launching a coordinated counterattack. In another clash, the twin phantoms of illusory sound are engaged by a composed man wielding green energy. Seeing the battlefield, he notes that the person he expected is absent here as well. Back at headquarters, workers and association members continue evacuating and stabilizing the damaged building while one young officer takes command. He receives a call in the middle of the chaos and listens for confirmation. The report begins with the name Jinasuk, signaling news everyone has been waiting for. He announces that President Dojo of the association is returning. The exhausted people gathered in the ruined courtyard erupt in relief and celebration at the news. Officially, the large-scale magical attacks on the city and headquarters were contained, and later records would claim the damage was kept minimal. But the true scale of the threat still went unrecorded, because a far greater danger had been hidden behind the battle at headquarters. Outside, several onlookers suddenly notice something descending from above. A figure wrapped in blue energy appears before them, instantly commanding their attention. One witness recognizes the presence and freezes in shock. The newcomer reveals himself in a blue and gold uniform, crackling with yellow power, and someone identifies him at once. He smiles with cold confidence, one eye glowing ominously, making it clear that the real monster has only just arrived. A monstrous purple-blue force gathers over the burning city, and a lone empowered figure hangs at its center as destruction spreads below. The attacker revels in the chaos, treating the city-wide catastrophe as proof of overwhelming power. Elsewhere, Ray bursts into a control room, urgently trying to understand what is happening. She finds operators watching the city burn on their screens and is told she made it back safely, even as the disaster worsens. The staff admit the situation is so severe that even contacting the Seiwa Guild Association headquarters is impossible. Seeing Ichimi and Erida on the monitor, Ray realizes her allies are trapped in the middle of the crisis. She immediately rushes back out, leaving the control room behind to reach them. Ray launches herself into motion, wrapped in crackling energy, determined to hold on until she can help. In her panic, she starts the wrong way, only to be corrected as every second counts. Above the city, the enemy's power condenses into blazing blue projectiles that begin raining down. Civilians flee through the flaming streets as the falling attacks turn the evacuation into a massacre. Ichimi takes command on the ground, ordering Arata to protect the civilians while the others brace themselves. Arata looks up in dread, beginning to understand that the enemy may be wielding something far beyond ordinary power. The blonde enemy confirms it by drawing on a radiant divine weapon and exulting in the advantage it gives him. Arata recalls that divine weapons are not chosen by people. They choose their wielders, making this opponent uniquely dangerous. He also realizes the barrier should have blocked anyone like this, which means someone comparable must have let him through. The invader declares himself the strongest, fully embracing his superiority as he prepares to crush everyone below. A hidden observer with a strange blue eye locks onto the battlefield, signaling another force entering the conflict. The enemy unleashes a violent surge of corrupted energy, roaring as he drives his attack downward. On the ground, Arata and the others feel the pressure of the assault closing in around them. A blue humanoid construct forms beneath the descending light, intercepting the attack before it reaches the civilians. That summoned guardian slams into the incoming strike and forces it away in a burst of blue energy. Arata focuses on saving the people first, pushing aside questions about the new power as protective blue barriers appear around civilians. Ichimi joins the defense at close range, cutting through threats and urging Arata to exceed his limits as a slayer. She throws herself into protecting both the citizens and the guild, refusing to yield despite the danger. Arata, battered and desperate, steels himself as the burden of defending everyone falls heavier on him. The enemy answers with another barrage from above, driving the defenders closer to collapse. A blue-haired young man arrives with civilians behind him, reaching out with his power even as he admits he has nearly exhausted himself. The blonde attacker notices this new interference, and immediately targets the source of the blue energy. The newcomer realizes too late that he has been singled out. Even while shielding others, he tries to dismiss the danger to himself, and keep the protection in place. He is struck hard by the attack, his body blasted by the enemy's power. In pain, he curses his own limits, knowing he cannot spread his magic any further across the battlefield. Ichimi, injured and wreathed in purple energy, still clings to one thought: protect the citizens and the guild. Arata answers that resolve by declaring he will fulfill his duty as the second-ranked defender, fighting off the blue creatures surrounding him. The three defenders hold the line amid the inferno while the enemy looms overhead, showering the city with more deadly fragments. At last Rei reaches the devastated area, breathless but relieved that she has arrived before it is too late. She starts to call out in relief, believing she made it in time to help. Then she freezes as she sees the battered state of the people before her. She takes in the full scene: Arata wounded, Ichimi hurt, and the others barely standing in the burning street. For a moment, the shock leaves her speechless. Arata tells her they evacuated everyone for her sake, making clear how much they endured to hold on until she arrived. Ichimi, exhausted and injured, can barely remain upright after the fight. Rei steps forward and tells them to leave the rest to her, taking responsibility for what comes next. Above them, the enemy roars again and surges with violent power, preparing another overwhelming strike. He suddenly senses Rei's presence and turns, his confidence shaken by the new threat. Rei rises into the air amid crackling golden lightning, confronting him directly over the ruined city. Before he can react, a black and blue force closes in on him at point-blank range. The enemy is left stunned, his expression breaking as he realizes the balance of power has shifted. Rei follows through with a devastating electrified blow, driving her attack into him and seizing control of the battle. A woman descends wrapped in violent blue lightning, entering the battlefield like a final judgment. She fixes on Go to Takatora and decides she will stop holding back. Seeing the inhuman weapon he has become only hardens her resolve to destroy him completely. Takatora lashes out with a blast, roaring as the clash begins in earnest. She rises through the storm of power and recognizes the monster before her for what he truly is. Consumed by fury, she vows to beat the life out of him without mercy. Her power surges again, flaring brighter as she commits fully to the fight. It is made clear that Rei is the Golden Slayer who commands both water and lightning. An observer notes that her strength is exceptional, though only when she fights alone. Another realizes that as long as she has no one else to protect, she surpasses the rest of them. Because she carries both water and lightning, she was feared, isolated, and forced to walk a path apart from others. That isolation gave her a name, the First Irregular. As thunder spreads across the ruined city, the battle's pressure reaches even the sky. Nearby, an injured boy stirs back to consciousness in the rain. He struggles up from the flooded street, still battered but alive. Ahead of him, Rei's storm tears through the area in a spiraling torrent of water and lightning. The city trembles under the force of her attack as the storm races between the buildings. From within the maelstrom, Rei notices the boy has awakened. Relieved, she praises him for enduring injuries that should have kept him down. He reaches toward her, overwhelmed but grateful to see she is still standing. Even so, she orders him to withdraw from the fight for now. When he hesitates, she makes it clear this is not a request but a command to fall back. He reluctantly accepts her order. Rei judges that if he were in better shape he could become a valuable force, but for now he would only hold her back. The boy turns and sees another wounded person lying behind him, adding urgency to his retreat. He moves through the devastated street, helping civilians escape the danger zone. Elsewhere, golden energy erupts across a shattered floor. That power forms a protective barrier around two unconscious civilians as the boy reaches them. Back in the storm, Takatora braces himself inside a dark, unstable aura and prepares a counterattack. He reveals that his body has already crossed the point of no return and that he intends to drag his enemy down with him. Rei understands that the black corruption around him is tied to the same force that destroyed others before, and she realizes he has accepted that fate. Takatora tears loose debris and crystal-like shards, hurling them through the raging energy toward her. His body strains and breaks under the power, but he forces himself onward in a berserk charge. Rei faces the incoming barrage as the sky fills with lethal blue shards. Takatora drives through the storm, trying to overwhelm her before his body gives out. Rei holds her ground inside a tight defensive field while the projectiles converge. Then she answers with a rain of towering waterforged spikes that crashes down around him. Controlling the storm with precision, she redirects the attack and keeps pressing him back. In that moment she remembers a childhood promise to protect the city and the people in it, no matter the cost. That memory steels her resolve. She gathers lightning into both hands, drawing on even greater power. The strain shows immediately, but she refuses to stop. Water coils around her in tightening spirals as she shapes the next technique. Electricity floods through her body while she forces the unstable power under control. She compresses water and lightning together, preparing a decisive finishing strike. A massive twisting current forms in front of her and surges toward Takatora. Caught in the torrent, he screams as the combined force tears into him. The attack carries his body away through the storm, leaving him helpless inside her overwhelming current. Watching the aftermath, the boy realizes that water and lightning are among the greatest gifts the gods can bestow. But he also understands the cruel truth of Rei's power. Such terrifying strength exacts a terrifying price from the one who wields it. A young woman steadies herself as crackling power gathers around her hand, signaling that she is about to unleash something dangerous. In a tense corridor, others realize the orb was a fake and warn that getting too close will drive the unstable target berserk as the blue-haired fighter advances alone. Watching the confrontation, a battered observer concludes that her strength was forged through unimaginable hardship. Surrounded by surging energy, she focuses herself and prepares a precise counterattack against the enemy before her. She strikes first with a lightning-fast downward blow meant to overwhelm him before he can recover. The hit tears a scream out of the man as the assault lands with brutal force. She rises through the storm of her own power, keeping control of the battlefield as electricity coils around her. Her energy twists into a violent rotating current, turning her attack into a crushing vortex. The onlooker is stunned by how savage and relentless her fighting style really is. The enemy launches himself back into the fight, meeting her head-on through the lightning. They close the distance in midair, both committing to a direct clash instead of backing away. She slips inside his reach and cuts through his offense before he can dominate the exchange. Locked almost chest to chest, she forces him into her range and seizes the advantage. She makes it clear that close combat favors her, not him, and drives more power into the point of contact. For the first time, the man shows real uncertainty as he realizes she is overpowering him up close. She detonates that opening with a concentrated electric strike straight into his body. The blast hurls him away in a burst of blue force and crackling light. He crashes into the ruined street below, exploding the ground on impact. Dust and smoke rise, but from above she keeps watch, refusing to assume the fight is over. Her caution proves right when she sees him struggling back to his feet through the debris. He rises grinning despite the damage, boasting that the Gold Slayer's divine weapon is still active, and making him hard to put down. His words trigger her guilt, and she falls into the old belief that she should bear everything alone while memories of her parents surface. She remembers the people who have suffered around her, including her teacher, and blames herself for all of it. That memory sharpens into her teacher's voice, pulling her back from self-condemnation and forcing her to listen. Regaining resolve, she decides to end the battle herself and channels electricity into a new technique. The ruined city around them begins reacting as water and heat churn violently across the street. A hidden ally notices the strange change and realizes the water itself is starting to boil. Before anyone can fully grasp it, the enemy charges again, convinced he can seize victory by rushing her down. He tears across the flooded street at full speed, driving straight into her trap. Knowing the move will leave her unable to fight for a while, she commits anyway and silently entrusts Takatora's survival to this gamble. She plants a charged point into the ground, feeding her power into the water-soaked battlefield. The enemy senses too late that something has changed and looks up in alarm. A massive column of energized water rises above him, with her suspended at its center like the eye of the storm. Calm and fully focused, she takes command of the water and electricity as one unified weapon. The trapped energy erupts into a chain of explosions that engulfs the street. An observer realizes this is no ordinary hydrogen blast but a controlled technique shaped into a vertical strike. She holds the attack together with astonishing precision, turning raw destruction into a deliberate finishing move. When the blast subsides, a towering blue plume remains, marking the scale of what she just unleashed. The effort immediately catches up to her, and she drops to the ground gasping for breath. A worried ally runs to her side as her strength gives out. She reassures him that she is all right now, sounding relieved more than triumphant. Then a cry from behind her cuts through the moment, and warns that the danger is not over. Nearby civilians celebrate Ray's victory and confirm they have survived, believing the nightmare has ended. Their relief spills into embraces as people cling to each other, grateful simply to be alive. While the crowd begins to recover, Ray stands apart in the ruined street, isolated by exhaustion and the aftermath of battle. She starts to turn, sensing something wrong before she can fully react. Trying to brush off her condition, she admits she pushed herself too hard and thinks about hurrying to help someone else. At that instant, the enemy reappears from behind and drives a hand through her torso, revealing he survived the blast. With his divine weapon still sustaining him, he grins in vicious triumph at having caught her when she was spent. Her ally lunges toward them in horror as Ray collapses forward, suddenly struck down after seeming to win. In the ruined street, Ray is struck down while onlookers can only watch the fight spiral out of control. A blonde enemy cuts her down from behind, leaving her collapsing in blood as his side closes in. Lying on the ground, Ray blames herself for relaxing her guard and realizes the enemy is far stronger than she judged. As she breaks down, she believes she has done all she could and fears this battle will end with her dying alone. The blonde attacker exults over her defeat and moves to claim victory. Before he can finish it, a dark-haired girl throws herself at him in fury and interrupts the kill. Ray is stunned to see Ichimi step in for her despite the danger. Ichimi refuses to let Ray isolate herself, insisting that Ray does not have to bear everything alone. That act of loyalty shatters Ray's despair and leaves her in tears. The blonde man answers by unleashing a violent surge of power at close range. As strange blue crystals form around him, his body begins changing under the force he is drawing on. Elsewhere in the battlefield, Erita shields others and is pushed to his limit while trying to protect even the weakest among them. From the ground, Ray cries out in alarm as the situation worsens. A massive explosion erupts ahead of her, and in panic she begs everyone to stop and run. The disaster triggers her grief again, making her feel that more people are suffering because of her. Erita reaches her in a burst of light, desperately calling for help while trying to protect her. The blonde enemy, now partly monstrous, lunges in with murderous intent and a crazed demand for death. At that instant, a dark purple power manifests behind him like a hand from another realm. That power slams down with overwhelming force and crushes the attacker into the ground. A shadowy figure rises from the impact, wrapped in the same ominous aura. The purple force detonates outward, tearing through the space around it. From the blast, a huge spectral sword takes shape, marking the arrival of a far more dangerous power. Erita recognizes the technique at once and is shaken by what it implies. The new arrival dismisses the blonde man as a weak imitation and notes, with contempt, that he is still alive. He follows with a soot-like barrage that drives the enemy down again. Erita counters with an explosive strike, trying to stop whoever has appeared. The blonde enemy survives the exchange in a battered, half-corrupted state, his body still warped by the power inside him. The purple-cloaked newcomer coldly silences him, asserting total control over the scene. Watching from the ground, Ray realizes with dread that this terrifying presence is Erita. The being explains that what Erita is using is called borrowing, a power taken from elsewhere. Erita understands that this change began the moment he heard that mysterious voice. The blonde man, enraged and failing, can only curse him. Erita fully emerges in a dark transformed state, and the enemy identifies it as a demonic form. Erita traces the origin of it all back to the instant that voice entered his mind. His awareness is suddenly pulled into a surreal inner world, and he has no idea where he is. A mocking voice belittles his confusion and treats his struggle as trivial. A shadowy chained creature descends before him from the darkness of that realm. Erita demands to know what this place is and where Ray has gone. The creature reacts with delight at finally being acknowledged. It reveals that it has been waiting for Erita to hear it, and greets this meeting as long overdue. Startled, Erita instinctively grabs at it, and demands to know who it is. The entity composes itself, and decides to explain. It names itself Regnas and says it will tell Erita why it granted him power. When Erita lashes out, Regnas effortlessly blocks him, showing the gap between them. Erita tries to shut the voice out, and insists he only cares about getting back to Ray. Regnas ignores the protest, and orders him to listen carefully. It reveals that the sword and the throne are both Erita's, and that he is the one they were waiting for, the long-awaited heretic. Erita is stunned to learn that the power given to him marks him as that heretic. Regnas explains that a heretic is a human who can wield the world's forbidden power and, with it, defy fate and seize everything by his own hand. Even as Regnas looms over him with that promise, Erita still resists, and angrily demands answers. With no time left, the young man turns to the source of his shadow power, and demands more strength. He forces the power out of himself in a violent surge, staking everything on gaining enough strength immediately. The shadow entity mocks his desperation but admits he has grown far beyond his former weakness. Instead of obeying, the entity challenges him and makes clear that this power is not his to command. The young man steadies himself rather than panicking, choosing to confront the being directly. The entity warns that without it he would remain trapped in this state, bound by the power he is trying to use. He accepts the risk and asks only for 1 minute, deciding that a brief advance is worth any later cost. He commits fully to that choice, his resolve hardening around the bargain. As the darkness floods him, he finds the sensation unexpectedly calm, as if he has entered a clearer state. He realizes this is the same overwhelming power that took over before, only now he is conscious inside it. Feeling his own strength finally catching up, he decides 1 minute of control will be enough. His opponent tries to stop him with a powerful chain technique, but the attack no longer feels decisive. The battlefield fills with massive blue barriers and force, yet his dark power keeps pressing through. Now fully focused, he locks onto his enemy with cold certainty. He strikes first, crashing down on the white-haired man with brutal speed and force. The blow drives the enemy across the ruined street in a blazing skid. Before the man can recover, dark spikes rain down from above and pin the area under relentless pressure. Explosions tear through the street as the assault continues without pause. Even battered and gasping, the white-haired man refuses to accept defeat. Watching from nearby, the others hear him rage that he cannot lose to someone like this. He rises again and vows to fight to the very end, still driven by pride and desperation. The dark-haired woman at the sidelines senses the shift in power and understands the battle has entered a new stage. She unleashes black magic beasts, sending a mass of shadow power into the fight. The white-haired man is shaken that she possesses this much power as well. The young man receives that support with quiet confidence, now clearly in control of the field. He reveals that he comes from the Goto conglomerate, and that his enemy is merely a failed imitation of the true heavenly kings. He adds that even reaching this counterfeit state required the enemy to steal another man's heart, then calmly asks how he should kill him. Nearby, the injured blue-haired girl remains down, caught in the aftermath of the battle. The white-haired man rejects the idea of dying here, especially at this opponent's hands. He lashes out in fury, declaring that anyone who stands against him should die instead. The young man tears through that resistance and exposes the truth. The stolen power was never truly his. As shadow portals rise around them, he states that the enemy never possessed anything of his own to begin with. Panicked, the white-haired man tries to break away before the trap closes. The young man shapes a jagged magi rift with effortless precision, revealing a level of control beyond what the others expected. Seeing it, his ally is stunned that he can create a magi rift at all and realizes he may be something far beyond normal. The rift opens behind the white-haired man like a tearing wound in space. A shadow hand seizes him by the throat and drags him toward the opening. The young man closes in face-to-face, holding him helpless at the edge of the rift. With a cruel smile, he stops the man from fleeing and forces him to face what comes next. He presses the question of whether the man wants to know the fate waiting for him. Then he explains that everything depends on what happens when the magi rift closes completely. The white-haired man breaks into terrified screaming as the threat finally becomes real to him. At that moment, a weak voice begs the young man not to lose himself. The plea comes from the blue-haired girl, who appeals to the part of him that still cannot forgive itself. Her words cut through the darkness, making him hesitate for the first time. That opening costs him immediately as the trapped enemy's arm is severed in the chaos. The white-haired man howls in agony, maimed but not yet dead. The young man releases pressure, and the enemy collapses away from the rift, spared from complete destruction. Shaken out of his killing intent, the young man turns toward the voice and recognizes his sister. Her battered face and half-open eyes confirm she is alive, anchoring him back to himself. In the aftermath of Takatora's rampage, Arita is called out amid the ruined street as the crisis finally settles. With that, the disturbance caused by the serial Slayer incident comes to an end. Takatora Goto is imprisoned in the underground dungeon and stripped of his Slayer qualification, ensuring he will never return to the front lines. Regnes reflects that he still cannot fully grasp the master of that power or restore the child he lost, while the magic fissure and its vassalization leave too many unresolved questions. Even so, a more immediate problem remains, and Arita Tojima is summoned to answer for himself. He is brought before the Irregular Treatment Council, standing with silence as the assembly prepares to judge him. The hearing formally begins with Arita identified as an irregular whose existence and powers are still unknown. The council states that, because he was found in the violator's cell and possesses unexplained abilities, they must decide how to handle him. Some of the Slayers watch in tense silence, unsure whether he is a threat or an ally. Others study him just as carefully, weighing what his survival and power might mean. The room waits for the first decisive opinion. Several members appear ready to let the judgment turn against him. Arita remains calm, listening as his fate is debated around him. The president warns that if this heretical power ever grows into a full magic fissure, it could trigger another calamity like the one that created the Slayers, and he asks the chamber for its judgment. One supporter argues that the danger is being overstated and reminds them that without Arita they could never have stopped Goto Takatora. Another backs that view, insisting the issue is not how many people the power killed but how many it saved, because he fought beside Arita and trusts what he saw. A more cautious voice says the unknown power cannot simply be ignored and suggests keeping Arita under strict surveillance instead of condemning him outright. The president then turns to Cheyenne, inviting a direct account from someone who witnessed the battle. Before that can settle things, A skeptic mocks Arata's unpaid fighting and questions whether someone like him can even be called a slayer. Arata answers honestly that he still does not understand his own power, but says that if it helped save lives, he would make the same choice again. That admission provokes the conservative faction into open outrage. They denounce him for bringing along a half-magical monster and for wielding a force capable of creating magic fissures by his own hand. To them, letting such a being walk free after so many disasters tied to irregular powers is unthinkable. Arata's allies recognize the attack immediately as the work of the Orb fundamentalists, who were waiting for a chance to move against him. Because that faction still holds real influence, the president cannot simply dismiss their demands. Their accusations intensify, painting Arata as inhuman, unstable, and too dangerous to remain among ordinary people. Even observers note that the conservatives are pushing harder than usual, treating Arata as a source of fear rather than a person. Silence finally breaks and rejects that judgment outright. Kamakari rises to challenge the conservatives directly. He demands to know why the head of the conservative bloc is twisting the meaning of the hearing. He concedes the facts that Arata was found in the violator's cell and has an unknown power, but insists those facts alone are not the whole truth. He reminds them that when he saw Arata, the boy was already wounded and exhausted. Arata's magic was spent, and he was literally shielding others with his own body. Kamakari argues that if someone who risks himself to protect people is denied the name Slayer, then the title has lost its meaning. He turns the accusation back on the council and demands to know what they themselves were doing while Takatora was massacring people. The conservatives are left momentarily speechless under the rebuke. Kamakari goes further, asking that any punishment fall on him as well, because he and the others abandoned their post and left Arata to face Takatora alone. That confession sparks support from others who admit Arata kept fighting for his life while they failed to act. A rougher voice from the chamber pleads for the council to recognize what Arata truly did. Another supporter states it plainly: Arata is a real slayer. The reason is simple: he fought for the citizens, not for status or doctrine. Seeing the room's answer take shape, the president declares that the association has heard enough. He asks for objections, and none strong enough remain to stop the decision. Addressing him by name rather than as an irregular, the president makes his ruling. Arata Tojima is officially certified as a Bronze Slayer and accepted into the Navy Guild. The verdict leaves at least one of his allies visibly relieved. That relief turns into quiet pride as she watches him stand recognized at last. Arata brushes off any praise, insisting he only fought to save lives and because he cannot stand owing others. The president tells him to keep fighting for the people and prove his worth through future deeds, warning that the association will judge him again if he fails. The chamber erupts in celebration as Arata's acceptance is met with loud approval. A masked girl clings to the young man and fusses over him, making it clear he has just come back from a dangerous assignment. At headquarters, officials formally close the matter of the slayer who attacked him, ruling that the offender was only sent to the front lines because of an administrative mistake. Once he finally gets home, he looks forward to testing the many things he has been wanting to try. He confirms that Akiyami is staying over at Rei's place, leaving him free to focus on himself. Among his mail is proof of his promotion to Bronze Slayer, and he notes that the pay is good even if the rank still sounds lowly. He opens his packed mailbox expecting the usual deliveries. Instead, he finds an absurd amount of envelopes crammed inside and is caught off guard. The stack turns out to be one urgent mission notice after another, all addressed to him. Buried under the flood of work, he is absurdly grateful that becoming a slayer is already paying off. Once the excitement settles, he starts wondering what kind of mission could have triggered this many summons. Before he can sort it out, a silver-haired girl crashes into him and grabs him like she has been hunting him down. She announces that she has been waiting for him, treating him like a prized specimen she finally caught. Her delighted expression makes it obvious that her interest in him is far from normal. As he panics and demands to know who she is, she only tightens her hold. She bluntly asks for permission to dissect him, turning the encounter into an immediate threat. Her excitement escalates as she presses him to let her see what is inside his body. In alarm, he triggers his dark power in his hand. The burst forces her back as he orders her to stay away from him. Rather than being intimidated, she treats his violent reaction as an intriguing first impression. She starts analyzing his body in real time, fixating on how his muscles and pulse respond. Her scrutiny leaves him visibly tense and unsettled. She becomes so worked up by what she senses that she can barely contain herself. She lunges again, demanding that he reveal more. A sudden blue blast interrupts the attack and knocks her away before she can reach him. A green-haired woman arrives, unsurprised by the chaos and implying she expected exactly this scene. The silver-haired girl ends up restrained upside down, while the newcomer asks whether he had not already heard about her from Deju-chan. The newcomer explains that he was supposed to visit the research institute the next day, making him realize this unhinged attacker is connected to that place. The restrained girl introduces herself as Aki, director of the Slayer Research Institute, and casually invites him to call her by name. The next day, he goes to the Slayer Research Institute to hear them out. Inside the rundown facility, he sits across from Aki for a direct examination. Aki immediately bombards him with questions about his magic fissure and the power of Regnas, unable to hide her obsession. He admits too much has happened for him to explain everything cleanly, but he is willing to let her test what she can. That permission is all she needs, and she begins the examination with explosive enthusiasm. The process quickly overwhelms him, and he realizes too late that trusting her this freely may have been a mistake. Aki activates a virtual autopsy system that can inspect his body without harming him, and his internal structure appears as a glowing model. Seeing the scan, he is stunned by the impossible image forming beside him. Rei reassures him that Aki may seem deranged, but she is trustworthy and genuinely capable. Aki is ecstatic because his body is unlike anything she has ever seen, from its astral structure to the way its circuits are arranged. He asks what that bizarre result actually means. Aki concludes that his body is fundamentally different from a normal slayer, as if it were designed to house a demon rather than a human. He says he still cannot consciously control Regnas or create a magic fissure, but he can feel far more power flowing through him than before. Aki responds with a startling theory. His body may be the key to opening a door into the demon realm. When he questions what that means, she challenges him to think about what a magic fissure really is. He answers that a magic fissure is a crack where dark souls emerge, like a dungeon that vanishes after its boss is defeated. Aki agrees with the comparison but says that explanation is incomplete. She reveals that some demons are intelligent, can speak human language, and even form organized groups with specific goals, proving fissures connect to a real world rather than spawning monsters at random. From that, she argues that a magic fissure is merely a temporary opening into the demon realm, something slayers have never been able to prove until now. Her hypothesis is that almost no one has ever gone deep enough into a fissure to reach the true demon realm, and that the clue to the origin of magic fissures lies there. She asks him to track down that origin within the demon realm itself, expressing confidence that he can do what no one else has managed. Before ending the discussion, Aki adds that there is still another troubling anomaly in his body that she wants to investigate. Aki explains that the strange voice inside astral and chi circulation seems to have been separated from its original owner, and she suspects it belongs to someone other than Regnas. Pressed for answers, she admits this is the first case of its kind she has ever encountered and that she knows almost nothing beyond that. She adds that she had only ever heard vague warnings about the demon realm before, and even entering it was never something they were sure would be possible. Even so, she understands the urgency, and says she would normally avoid the risk, but the need to save his brother leaves little choice. The young man reveals he has no intention of going in blindly and hints that he has already found a way to test the idea. He decides the simplest method is to force Regnas out, treating the demon as someone he can question directly. He justifies the brutality by saying Regnas still needs him alive, so pushing matters this far should not get him killed. Before acting, he confirms that Aki can perform medical treatment and surgery, making sure she can keep him alive afterward. Once she confirms it, he immediately turns the experiment on her, violently injuring her to draw Regnas out. A shadowy purple figure emerges at once and condemns him as a fool for provoking it this way. The man ignores the insult and demands to know how to reach the demon realm, while Regnas dismisses the question as something outside his concern. When the man keeps pressing, Regnas refuses again, saying the answer would only be harmful to him and mocking his weakness. Regnas explains that his current state cannot reveal such things and, in any case, he has no intention of helping anyone enter the demon realm. The man laughs off the refusal and says he never expected cooperation, only enough information to confirm that Regnas knows the way. Regnas takes offense at the taunting and begins to accept that this human may be more troublesome than expected. The man pauses, sensing a shift before Regnas makes his move. Regnas raises a hand and unleashes his power without further warning. Dark purple force surges across the space and engulfs the man before he can evade it. Crushed under the pressure, he struggles just to endure the attack. Regnas mocks him for faltering when he is supposedly being restrained to only a fraction of his strength. He goes on to say that killing the man would be pointless anyway, because the body would eventually recover enough for him to keep using it. The man rages at the idea of being treated as disposable and demands to know what Regnas really is. Regnas laughs off the outrage and says contracts and restrictions are merely inconveniences, not true limits. He then challenges the man to prove his own power if he wants answers. The man charges straight at him, refusing to stay silent or submit. Regnas recognizes that the man is trying to force out the secret of reaching the demon realm and prepares another restriction-bound defense. As the man attacks, he is caught off guard by the strange structure of Regnas's power. Regnas manifests a magical seal and tells him that if he wants the truth, he must first break through the restriction itself. The man answers with a violent burst of energy aimed directly at the barrier. His strike collides with the restriction in a massive clash of blue and black force. Regnas admits the attack has force, but says the restriction prevents him from killing the man outright, which is the only reason he is still alive. He names the obstacle for what it is and taunts the man for being protected by it even while trying to fight. Regnas counters with towering red-black attacks and warns that if the man cannot break the restriction, he has no right to demand proof from anyone else. The barrage slams into him, and he realizes that even one clean hit from Regnas is enough to wreck his body despite their supposed difference in level. Regnas grows impatient and asks how long it will take before his words finally get through. The man refuses to yield, declaring that this pain is nothing compared with what his brother endured. Regnas erupts with greater power, while the man answers by staking everything on his own strength and charging again. Their clash detonates across the battlefield in another violent exchange. For the first time, Regnaz is visibly startled by what he senses in the man's power. The man seizes control of the same kind of energy surrounding Regnaz and turns it back against him. He explains that because it is fundamentally the same power, he was able to hijack it. The stolen force spreads through the space, shifting the balance of the fight. Regnaz is impressed rather than alarmed and says this is even better than he expected, though he can still surpass it. He answers by dropping enormous red-black constructs from above and asks whether the man has any moves left. The man dodges through the falling attacks, searching for a way to survive the onslaught. He finally counters by summoning blue, liquid-like energy to intercept the descending strikes. With both hands extended, he stabilizes the watery power and uses it as a shield and weapon at once. But even while defending, one of the attacks cuts across his body and leaves him bleeding. He steadies himself, eyes sharpened by pain and concentration, refusing to lose focus. Regnaz grins and presses him harder, mocking him for relying on borrowed power and demanding that he show something that is truly his own. In the void-like battlefield, Erida unleashes a surge of purple power upward, tearing open the darkness as he forces the fight into a direct clash. He lands hard and gasps for breath, already worn down by the strain of using that power. His soot-like opponent mocks him for relying on brute force and suggests this desperate attack proves he is running out of options. Refusing to accept that, Erida lunges back into the fight in a burst of anger. The demon dismisses the assault as a cheap attempt to catch him off guard. A mass of black energy crashes down and spreads across the surface, showing the creature still controls the field. The enemy insists that destroying copies changes nothing, implying Erida still has not reached the real threat. Erida sharpens his focus, his eyes changing as he begins to see through the trick. He cuts through the darkness at close range instead of wasting effort on the decoys. The strike reaches the true body, and the demon realizes too late that Erida has gotten past the deception. Erida drives in with a decisive blow, forcing the enemy backward in a violent burst of energy. Blue power flares from his weapon and tears through the soot-like body. The attack slices across the demon from behind, breaking the advantage it thought it had. Shocked, the creature realizes Erida has identified the weakness in its technique. Erida explains that the chains around the demon are not decoration but restraints limiting how much of the soot power it can control. He concludes that the enemy had already pushed beyond a safe limit, so its power was unstable despite its bluster. Before he can press that advantage further, something suddenly seizes him from behind. The demon grins and reveals the real trap. If Erida absorbs all of the soot power, he will become a stronger vessel, and drawing out the true source depends on him. The battle gives way to a hospital room, where Erida lies unconscious as two women keep watch over him. They explain that his treatment is finished, but he still has not awakened, likely because of what happened when he encountered the master of that power. One of them calls to him, hoping to bring him back. Erida suddenly snaps awake in panic, as if dragged out of a nightmare. He bolts upright, breathing hard and disoriented. The blue-haired woman rushes to his bedside, relieved to see him conscious. Erida tries to calm her by insisting his injuries are not serious. She cuts him off, making it clear that his condition is not what matters most to her right now. The room settles as she stands over him, gathering herself before speaking plainly. The older woman watches closely, leaving the emotional confrontation to the two of them. Erida realizes from the silence and tension that he is about to be scolded rather than comforted. The blue-haired woman breaks down and admits she was terrified he would die, adding that Ichika felt the same. Erida can only apologize for putting her through that fear. She warns him never to make her worry like that again and reminds him that he belongs to her guild. He accepts the rebuke with a small, grateful smile. The moment softens until pain from his injuries catches up with him. When he winces, she snaps him back to reality with a hit, rejecting any attempt to brush the danger aside. Erida immediately turns serious and says he pulled crucial information from the enemy about how to reach the demon realm. His words connect back to the battle, where overwhelming forces collided and his desperation hardened into resolve. Facing destruction, he had refused to let the fight end there. He had sworn to reach the demon realm no matter the cost. The story shifts to 3 hours earlier, where officials and witnesses are already discussing the existence of demons. One investigator argues that if Kaiho witnessed it firsthand, the basic claim can no longer be dismissed. Another remains skeptical and questions whether Erida can be trusted, asking why he would reveal any of this at all. The blue-haired woman defends him, insisting he was not lying and reminding them that he nearly died to extract the secret. Pressed for results, the group demands the actual method for getting into the demon realm instead of more delay. She tenses as Erida prepares to answer, knowing how dangerous the explanation will sound. He recalls the demon's power erupting through him as the memory of that revelation resurfaces. Erida repeats the enemy's explanation. The way to the demon realm lies inside a demon's body, and if enough mana is poured into it, a demon rift can be created and crossed. The investigators react with alarm as the implication of that method becomes clear. Even over the phone, the news shocks their allies, who realize what Erida is really proposing. Erida states the conclusion outright. He created a demon rift himself, which means that rift is effectively a door to the demon realm. The mention of an S rank makes the room pause, because everyone understands it means a threat far beyond ordinary disaster. They explain that if A rank equals a nation's army, then S rank is a historic calamity so rare that almost no one has ever faced one. Because so few cases exist, even knowing the theory is useless, no one can predict when such a rift will appear or how to reliably overcome it. Arata cuts through the doubt by focusing on the requirement itself. To reach the demon realm, he needs to create a demon rift from within one. The others immediately point out the real obstacle. He would not survive another encounter with an S rank. Their leader confirms the grim math. S rank rifts are normally handled by top gold slayers, and Arata's current survival odds are effectively none. Even so, some of the group seem intrigued rather than dismissive, as if his reckless resolve has shifted the discussion from impossible to worth testing. One of the women studies him closely, weighing whether his determination is madness or something that can be forged into strength. Arata declares that he is going to the demon realm regardless, refusing to let fear decide his future. He argues that living defensively has changed nothing, and this may be his only chance to break out of that cycle. The leader admits there is logic in it. If Arata can enter the demon realm, slayers could strike first instead of endlessly defending, but the risk remains enormous. Arata accepts that risk, deciding that if greater strength is the price, then he has no reason not to pursue it. A proposal is made to put him through the dead-minute trial, with one of them volunteering to be his opponent. There is some hesitation because such a test is extreme for someone below gold rank, but the counterargument is simple. If he wants to face an S rank, he must prove at least that much. Arata, unfamiliar with the trial, asks what exactly he is agreeing to. He is told it is a brutal survival test where a volunteer endures a demon rift above their rank, making it the perfect measure of whether he can even begin to aim for S rank. The standard is laid out clearly. He must survive for 1 minute against opponents 3 ranks above him, nothing more than the bare minimum of staying alive. The woman beside him calls his name, worried by how quickly he is stepping into something lethal. The leader presses the urgency of the situation, saying they cannot afford delay because an S rank could appear at any time. With that pressure on him, Arata gives his answer and commits. The trial begins violently, with a devastating strike crashing down before he can properly react. Arata is left battered and nearly unconscious almost immediately, showing how far beyond him the challenge really is. His examiner notes that lasting even 10 seconds was impressive for his level, but it still counts as failure. Afterward, the focus shifts to the Deep Blue Guild, where they decide to rebuild him from the ground up instead of throwing him back into death. Arata is told that because he has relied on self-taught fighting, he will now learn proper fundamentals and movement theory. He eagerly accepts the training, with his companion also staying close through the process. His instructor explains that skill begins with imagery, the ability to form a clear and exact internal picture of what a technique should do. When that explanation only confuses him, she reduces it to a simpler idea. He needs to imagine the motion so vividly that the body can follow it. She starts him at the most basic level, ordering him to face a target wall and repeat a simple skill 10,000 times. The wall is designed to punish weak execution, so every sloppy attempt will be met with an overwhelming counterforce. Arata and his partner launch attack after attack, only to be blown back each time by the wall's response. Hours later they are exhausted, but Arata mistakes survival for completion. His instructor immediately crushes that hope by demanding 20,000 more repetitions, making clear that endurance is part of the lesson. Her own explanation of technique is maddeningly instinctive and hard to follow, leaving Arata struggling to turn vague feeling into usable form. After still more hours, both trainees are completely spent, convinced they have finally reached their limit. At that moment the wall unleashes another massive wave, forcing Arata to respond while already drained. Instead of freezing, he thrusts out his hand and instinctively shapes a skill at the last possible instant. The attack is deflected upward, proving that under extreme pressure he finally managed to activate the technique in time. Arata realizes that when he thought he had nothing left, he was still able to produce a decisive final move in a split second. His instructor confirms that this last second release is exactly what she wanted him to discover. She tells him that such a final instant of action is what separates life from death in real combat. With that progress made, Arata and his companion are brought to the Shuren Guild, where a harsher phase of training awaits. Their new trainer unveils a special regimen called Scorching Endurance, Explosive Flame Hell, clearly eager to push them far past comfort. Arata and his partner brace themselves as the fiery trial is announced, unsure what form this punishment will take. The Shuren members ignite their powers and formally begin the exercise. The training area is transformed into an oppressive blaze, and the sudden heat leaves the trainees alarmed and disoriented. They are told the point of this phase is to stay mentally sharp inside crushing heat and distraction rather than simply endure pain. To Arata's disbelief, the method turns out to be studying in a classroom while surrounded by flames. The trainer explains the principle. In extreme conditions, a true fighter must keep emotions under control, think clearly, and burn with a cool heart. Arata, already overwhelmed by the temperature, can only state the obvious as the lesson begins to test his focus. A stern instructor fixes his gaze, signaling that the training has reached a serious point. He immediately shuts down a careless remark, making it clear the student must treat this lesson with absolute discipline. The instructor drills one principle into him: stay heated and aggressive inside, but keep your mind controlled. Hours later, the student is completely spent, and the instructor finally admits he has taught him all he can. Even while exhausted, the student is told he has gained composure under extreme conditions, though he still doubts whether the method will pay off. The scene shifts to the dead-minute trial retest, where the student enters the arena and the challenge begins again. He drops to one knee, breathing hard, already under pressure from the trial. Hidden danger watches from the forest as he steels himself to finish what he came to do. For the retest, several evaluators and observers gather, making it clear this attempt will decide whether he advances. From above, 2 spectators watch with interest as the trial starts. One examiner warns that failure here means the student will not be allowed to join the coming S-rank Rift mission. A timer appears over the student, turning the test into a race for survival. The retest officially begins, and he launches forward the instant the countdown starts. Remembering that he lasted only 10 seconds before, he resolves to push far beyond that limit this time. He rushes into a cloud of darkness, committing himself before he can hesitate. Recalling the lesson, he realizes that in a chaotic fight with poor visibility, the first thing to avoid is harming allies by mistake. A green-haired examiner unleashes a wide attack, and the student correctly reads the battlefield logic behind it. The examiner notices that the student is not merely panicking but actively analyzing the situation. When black sludge traps the examiner's feet, the examiner recognizes that the student has set a layered trap. The student uses that opening to disengage and reposition, while another examiner closes and wrapped in flame. The fire user tries to cut off his escape by detonating the ground around him. But the student has already studied that attack once, and he threads through the blast pattern instead of being caught. One evaluator notes that he is adapting in real time by applying what he learned from previous encounters. The fire user changes tactics, turning his body into a lightning-fast charge to make his movements harder to predict. A blonde examiner fires a burst of light to pin down his route. The student answers by leaving soot-like decoys amid the smoke and electrical chaos, slipping away again. The blonde examiner recognizes the trick and praises his ability to move quickly while creating dummies. Realizing this is his chance, the student decides to pour everything he has learned into one all-out effort. He gathers dark power into his hand, preparing a larger counterattack instead of just running. He unleashes Soot Barrage, sending multiple shadowy strikes down from above toward the examiners. The green-haired examiner stays calm and judges that the attack came at the right moment, but still believes the student is finished. The examiners blast the barrage apart with combined attacks, seemingly shutting down his offense. Even so, the observers are impressed that he has already survived 40 seconds, a huge improvement over before. One examiner points out the flaw in his strategy. By filling the field with his own constructs, he has also limited his own escape options. That conclusion is interrupted when the blonde examiner suddenly senses something unexpected. A jagged purple rift tears open in the sky, revealing that the student's attack had another purpose. The examiners turn toward the rupture as the student steps into position behind the unfolding phenomenon. Straining to control it, he forces the unstable purple power into shape, proving he has crossed into a new level mid-battle. He realizes the brutal training worked. He has reached a state where he can push to his limits without losing control. Before he can capitalize fully, all 3 examiners converge on him at once to stop the breakthrough. In the middle of that pressure, someone smiles, recognizing that the student has turned the fight in an unexpected direction. The purple rupture erupts between them and disrupts the examiner's assault, forcing them back. The lead evaluator is stunned that the student not only mastered a new technique during combat but is already extending its use. The blonde examiner, rather than alarmed, is pleased by how quickly he is evolving. The student, now confident, realizes the 3 gold slayers are no longer simply testing him but enjoying the challenge. Their attacks continue to collide with his new power in a violent exchange, yet he keeps enduring far beyond expectations. One spectator notes in amazement that he has now kept this up for over 10 minutes. Another observer remarks that the 3 examiners seem happier than she has ever seen them, as if the trial has become fun for them too. By the end, the timer shows an extraordinary leap in endurance, as the student collapses while the 3 examiners stand around him. The evaluators declare the result an undeniable pass, satisfied that the retest became an enjoyable battle for everyone involved. Erita realizes he has survived and can now enter the demon realm, overwhelmed by the breakthrough. The senior slayers acknowledge his success but warn him that passing the trial changes nothing about the danger ahead, so he must stay vigilant. As he faces their scrutiny, something unusual stirs behind him and catches their attention. A tiny shadow creature suddenly emerges, startling everyone as it reveals itself for the first time. The creature immediately clings to Erita, and he instinctively recognizes it as friendly rather than threatening. Even Erita, who has seen many strange abilities by now, is baffled by this new phenomenon. At the Slayer Research Institute, the explanation comes that some residue remained inside him after earlier events. They conclude that his power gave that residue form, creating this small shadow being. Erita admits the creature strangely calms him and makes him feel safe, deepening his attachment to it. A researcher notes that it has only just been born and may grow or change, then suggests he give it a name. Erita seriously considers the idea, treating the creature less like a tool and more like a companion. He names it PG, and the little being happily accepts its new identity. With the trial over, the group relaxes together outside, and PG already seems naturally included among them. They confirm Erida has officially passed and prepare to move on to the next matter. The next scene shifts to a celebratory meal, signaling that the tense trial has given way to a welcome gathering. Arriving at the table, Erita is surprised to find so many people assembled for him. The Slayers share food and drinks in a lively atmosphere, making his success feel like a communal victory. They explain the dinner is both a celebration and a chance to discuss something important with him. One of them turns the mood theatrical with flashy fire tricks, keeping the gathering rowdy and informal. In the middle of the chaos, the blonde woman directly asks whether Erita wants to go with her into the demon realm. Before he can answer, the blue-haired woman physically inserts herself between them, staking her own claim. Their rivalry turns verbal, with each accusing the other of being too openly attached to Erita. The fire user's show gets out of hand enough to hurt, and the others shut him down for making the spectacle too real. Meanwhile, another member keeps drinking heavily, adding to the absurdity of the meeting. The older man abruptly restores order, silencing the room and forcing everyone back to the real issue. Once the table settles, all attention returns to Erita and the decision that concerns his future. They explain that if an S-rank demon rift appears, they must decide which gold-ranked slayer will accompany him. Because of the team structure and Toma's role, only one of them can go with Erita. They make clear that this choice cannot be imposed on him, because the person entering the S-rank rift with him must be someone he personally wants beside him. Pressed for an opinion, Erita finds himself surrounded by eager candidates while PG hovers nearby. The blonde woman promises protection and pushes the idea that he should choose her. The red-haired man argues that he was one of the first to recognize Erita's worth and deserves consideration. Another contender makes the same appeal, reminding Erita who noticed his potential early on. Even the older man offers himself, framing the mission as a historic first expedition into the demon realm. The blue-haired woman calmly insists that Erita already knows his answer, trying to draw out his true feelings. Faced with all of them at once, Erita accepts that he has to decide. He begins to announce his choice, but the moment is left hanging before the answer is revealed. Later, the group spills out onto the street together, the unresolved choice giving way to a quieter end to the evening. Walking beside the blue-haired woman, Erita admits the gathering made him feel like he truly belongs among the Slayers now. She thanks him for coming and explains that everyone's interest in him comes from genuine curiosity and investment. She reflects that the evening felt like family to her, a rare comfort after spending so long with only her brother as an ally. Erita responds inwardly that he wants to become even stronger so he can protect the people who matter to him. His companion listens closely, sensing the sincerity and weight behind that resolve. When he notices she is heading the wrong way from her home, he unintentionally exposes that she may be lingering for another reason. Embarrassed, she covers with a joke about being bad with directions instead of admitting her feelings. As Erita walks off, she remains behind flustered, unable to hide how much the moment affected her. Time passes after Erita clears the dead-minute trial, and the story shifts into the period of waiting for the next S-rank demon rift. While they wait, the Slayers return to ordinary routines, balancing vigilance with everyday life. Yet beneath that normalcy, the ominous shadow of the large-scale demon rift continues to churn unseen in the darkness. That hidden threat is linked to a darker secret below Slayer Association headquarters, where someone remains imprisoned underground. A battered prisoner in an orange jumpsuit glares ahead, refusing to break despite his condition. A hooded figure approaches him under crackling purple power, making it clear the captive is at the mercy of something far beyond him. Bound with his hands behind his back and a chain at his neck, the prisoner strains against his restraints and confronts the figure anyway. Even cornered, he hardens his resolve and stares back with defiance. Months later, officials detect a new demon rift in Shitani Ward and identify it as an A-rank threat, possibly even worse. The rift tears open above the city in a violent burst of purple and gold energy. A superior realizes this may finally be the long-awaited appearance of an S-rank disaster. Erita Tomoe heads toward the site with his small floating companion as others place their hopes on him. At the scene, the strange tear confirms itself before the gathered responders. Takuto warns Erita not to die, showing concern even as they prepare to engage. He reminds Erita that this is humanity's first direct contact with a demon of this level and that the situation is about to become unprecedented. The two of them charge straight for the rift before it can worsen. They leap into the opening and cross over into the other side. Inside, they arrive in a dark realm dominated by a towering sealed gate and an atmosphere thick with corruption. Around them, stone figures of praying people suggest victims who were swallowed and trapped here. The scale of those frozen remnants makes the place feel like a graveyard of the consumed. Takuto immediately notes that the interior is stranger than expected. He orders Erita and the others to survive no matter what, making their survival itself part of the mission. Erita accepts without hesitation. They advance deeper through the distorted space, surrounded by the remains of those lost to it. Takuto confirms this is truly S-rank territory, where normal laws fail and the rift itself devours people. Rather than hesitate, he declares the survival game begun and heads off to meet the one in charge. Wrapped in green energy, Takuto launches forward at high speed toward the source. A horned blue demon before the great gate senses the intrusion and realizes the gate has opened. The demon understands that the connection to the human world has been established. Erita is caught in the demon's oppressive aura as the enemy's presence bears down on him. He drops into a guarded stance, trying to steady himself under the pressure. Facing the towering demon directly, Erita recognizes just how monstrous an S-rank's pressure really is. Even so, he quickly judges that this terror still falls short of the pressure he has already endured elsewhere. Remembering Dogami-san's overwhelming presence gives him a point of comparison and keeps him from collapsing. He regains his footing and prepares to move. The demon looms over him, but Erita no longer looks crushed by it. Seeing that, Takuto coolly approves. He immediately gives the order to deploy his technique and dives into the attack. Green power erupts around the demon as Takuto's assault begins to box it in. Takuto mocks the demon's talk of connection, claims that role for himself, and declares they will finish this quickly before pushing into the demon realm. He goes further, promising that humans will be the first to invade the demon's world instead. The demon lunges to counter before Takuto can seize the initiative completely. Takuto's green strikes whip past it in rapid succession, forcing the demon to react. Their clash tears up the ground as speed and force collide. The demon is thrown off balance when Takuto appears where it did not expect him. Takuto multiplies his presence into a surrounding formation, hemming the demon in from every direction. Watching the trap close, Erita thinks the fight may already be decided. He attributes that confidence to Takuto's overwhelming speed, which seems too much for the demon to handle. But the demon reveals it was never concerned with winning this exchange, because preparations for a larger invasion are already underway through the gateway. As it speaks, it fires a massive beam and declares that these connected rifts are stepping stones into the human world. Takuto slips in close through the attack's blind spot, having anticipated the move. With a faint smile, he shows he expected exactly this kind of response. The demon swings its beam to catch him at point-blank range. Takuto darts along the line of fire instead of retreating, pressing forward through the blast to continue the fight. A blue stone giant slams into the green aura fighter, trying to crush him with overwhelming force at close range. The young man answers by flaring his green power and driving a counterattack upward through the impact. As the giant reels, the fighter makes clear he already understands his opponent well enough to stop wasting time. He coldly states that they did not come here to trade words and intends to end the stalemate quickly. His ally recalls that this enemy is dangerous not just because of raw power, but because he can read the battlefield and predict how attacks will unfold. He admits he and that fighter do not get along, yet recognizes that the man's combat sense is the real threat. That assessment sharpens into a warning. The green aura fighter already knows where every strike in this field will land. The giant senses something is wrong and abruptly reacts. The fighter shifts position in midair, having already moved outside the enemy's expected line of attack. His ally notices the sudden repositioning and realizes the fight has entered a new phase. At the same time, a mass of blue-eyed monsters closes in around them, revealing that the giant has an army feeding the pressure. One of those creatures fires a beam, adding ranged attacks to the chaos. Crossing blasts tear through the space as the green aura fighter and his ally begin matching the swarm's assault. Seeing brute exchanges lead nowhere, the ally calls to Toma and offers to synchronize their attacks instead. The giant dismisses the idea, boasting that the attacks will only intensify until they die because ordinary logic does not govern this place. To prove it, another heavy strike detonates near them and keeps the pressure on. The green aura fighter is battered but still standing, forcing himself through the pain to keep control of the fight. The giant declares victory too early, convinced the attrition has already broken them. Behind him, the horde remains active, showing that the battlefield itself is still under his command. Then the giant is caught off guard when something disrupts that certainty. Toma steps forward with dark purple energy gathered in his hand, ready to interfere with the enemy's system rather than overpower it directly. His power spreads over his body as he prepares a more precise technique. Toma explains that he sent his energy through Takuto's wind and used it to scan the entire area. The giant realizes too late that the supposedly weaker opponent has identified the mechanism behind the assault. Toma concludes that a single controlling entity is coordinating all of these attacks, and he has found it. The hidden controller is exposed among the monsters. The giant panics and tries to stop them from targeting that weak point, but the green aura fighter immediately blasts the controller before it can be protected. He reveals that the earlier attack pattern they observed was only an afterimage, meaning the enemy's apparent inevitability was deceptive. With the opening created, he tells Toma the timing is perfect and orders him to finish it. The giant rages and warns them not to overreach, but his control is already slipping. Unable to accept being outplayed, he accuses them of cowardice for ganging up on a weakened target. His outrage rises into a desperate roar as the situation turns against him. The green aura fighter begins gathering a far more concentrated technique, drawing power into a small divine focus. Toma also braces himself, surrounding his body with sharpened purple force to buy the time needed. The giant responds by forcing out a denser, more dangerous mist, escalating the threat of the entire area. Recognizing the spike in danger, the green aura fighter says he can end it in one shot if Toma holds the line. Toma launches himself forward without hesitation to create that opening. He collides head-on with the enemy's attack, turning the battlefield into a violent clash of purple and red force. As he drives through, Toma focuses on one simple goal: make the giant disappear. He breaks past the barrage and dives straight into the enemy's reach, forcing close combat. At point-blank range, Toma commits fully, refusing to retreat even with the giant right in front of him. The giant is momentarily checked by the sudden intrusion, his attention dragged away from the real finisher. He grunts in shock as the interruption lands exactly as intended. Using that instant, the Green Aura fighter invokes a divine weapon release. He unleashes Vanishing Flow, Wind Severance, Boundary Slash, compressing his power into a razor-thin green edge. The attack fires with terrifying precision. A vertical green beam blade tears through the giant's body from above, cleanly splitting through his core. Even Toma is stunned, realizing this was a divine weapon executed with complete control. The giant's torso ruptures around the wound, and he can only groan as his defeat becomes irreversible. The green-haired ally realizes the shattered space has opened a route connected to wind. As the broken blue barrier collapses, the possibility dawns on them that this may be their chance. The two survivors stand beneath the splitting void, recognizing an opening above them. Toma is acknowledged for surviving far beyond expectations and even enduring a clash with a boss-class enemy. His ally explains that Toma's power to dominate space combined with his own ability to spread spatial points made this success possible, and Toma accepts the praise for their teamwork. Using that synergy, they form a swirling demon rift and prepare to force it open. Toma is ordered to create the rift at once, and he commits his corrupted power to the task. He strains in agony as the purple force tears outward under the pressure. His partner warns that crushing space until it reaches the demon realm is dangerously unstable, but urges him to hold on. Toma pushes a little further, forcing the breach to widen. At last the rift tears fully open into a towering passage to the demon realm. With the gateway complete, his ally praises him and moves immediately to enter. The green-haired man runs straight into the newly opened rift. Toma is left exhausted, barely able to steady himself after forcing the passage open. Before he can recover, he realizes Ichika is collapsing and panics. He catches her as the corruption overtaking her body leaves her too weak to stand. Even in that state, Ichika's only concern is that Erita must be protected. Erita understands that she had been secretly following them, and says she could have joined him openly instead of hiding. Ichika answers that she intends to remain by Erita's side no matter what. With no time left to hesitate, Erita supports her and heads for the rift with her. The two of them pass through the purple breach together. They emerge into a strange world under a crackling violet sky and stop in shock at the alien landscape. The sky itself seems alive with demonic energy, confirming they have crossed into another realm. Ahead of them rises a vast gothic stronghold glowing with ominous purple light. The surrounding ruins and looming shadows make clear this is enemy territory. From a distance, the full scale of the demon realm spreads out before them, centered on the dark castle. Their companion confirms the truth they were already fearing: they are in the demon realm. Erita focuses on the real objective now, wondering how they can uncover why demon rifts are being created from this side. A floating guide-like presence draws their attention and indicates a direction forward. Their ally explains that this place feels much like the inside of a demon rift, so they should be able to survive for now, and proposes exploring to find the source of the rifts appearing in the human world. Erita is suddenly interrupted by an ominous sound from above. The group looks up, alarmed, as something approaches and a pained groan echoes nearby. Several winged demon beings descend overhead, instantly shifting the situation from exploration to danger. The newcomer's presence leaves the group stunned as they try to understand what just appeared. Erita immediately senses that fighting these demons head-on would mean certain death. One of the demons detects a magical reaction and suspects that a human has wandered into their realm. Their apparent leader orders the others to deal with the intruders while she goes on ahead, and the subordinates obey. Toma's companion begins to fear the worst, realizing the name just spoken may point to someone they know. That suspicion is confirmed when Toma himself appears, apologizes for urgent business, and leaves the others behind. Wrapped in green power, Toma launches away after telling them not to die. One demon recognizes the voice as human, confirming the intruder's identity. The demons move to dispose of Erita and Ichika, treating them as prey to be erased. Erita, already battered and confused, struggles to grasp how the situation has spiraled so quickly. Ichika is likewise overwhelmed, her body still compromised as dark corruption clings to her. Elsewhere, the green-haired demon Zephyr is thrilled by the sight of a human, saying it has been 17 years since he last saw one, back when a major demon rift sent him into the human world. Remembering the screams from that earlier incident only excites him more, revealing how much he relishes human suffering. His superior reins him in just enough to keep control, but Zephyr still promises to make the humans suffer slowly. The demons attack, surging at Erita and Ichika in a burst of green force. Ichika reacts first, trying to shield against the incoming strike. Erita follows by throwing himself into motion through the black corruption, bracing to counter or protect her. In a field of spreading demonic energy, the wounded Slayer realizes the enemy is still active and forces himself to confront it. He demands to know why demons are opening rifts into the human world and attacking people. The demon dismisses humanity as livestock, claiming humans exist only to serve the demon realm. The Slayer presses the point, unable to accept that turning humans into corpses could benefit that realm. The demon refuses to explain anything to someone it considers beneath notice. Another demon insists this defeat must be some mistake and declares that humans should simply be crushed underfoot. Realizing they will not answer, the Slayer decides he will erase the thieves who stole from him. He unleashes his power and orders the demons to vanish. Even as the attack hits, the demon warns that humans have no chance of surviving what is coming. It reveals that the preparations for the demon realm's objective are already complete. As one demon falls, the Slayer's companion watches from below while he is left shaken by that final warning. He repeats the claim to himself, realizing the enemy's plan has already advanced beyond this fight. His thoughts jump to the demon realm itself, where a vast ominous presence looms over a corrupted city. There, powerful demon leaders are gathered around a table in council. The meeting is led by Wheezes, one of the 5 demon generals of wind. Agnel, one of the 5 demon generals of fire, joins the discussion with open confidence. Nizario, one of the 5 demon generals of water, is present as well. Zelk, one of the 5 demon generals of lightning, watches with predatory interest. Gaiola, one of the 5 demon generals of earth, completes the group. Wheezes reports that some of their subordinates have been taken out by someone and says they will need to pursue the culprit. The others treat the losses as natural for the weak, with Agnel even saying he would have killed such failures himself. Gaiola cuts past that and asks for the status of the larger plan. Nizario explains that the large-scale Demon Rift project has already begun and everything is in place. Only execution remains, and the generals are carrying it out for the sake of a particular person. The council closes with shared resolve, their loyalties and the coming invasion now fully aligned. Back in the human world, the Slayer and his companion move through a ruined town under the same purple corruption. As he tries to understand where they are, a desperate cry for help reaches them. They find a frightened demon who is stunned to see a human standing there. The demon realizes the boy may be a Slayer and begs for protection instead of attacking. Before an answer comes, a swarm of bat-like demons descends on the street. The Slayer hesitates to help a demon at all, forcing the creature to justify why it deserves saving. The demon points to him as a Slayer and argues that if he truly hunts demons, he should at least kill the monsters attacking them. That appeal irritates him, but it also pushes him to act. The cowering demon bolts away as the threat closes in. Even while fleeing, it looks back in surprise at what the human is about to do. The Slayer activates blackmail and wraps himself in suit armor, preparing to fight at full strength. He and his companion launch themselves straight into the incoming swarm. Watching from safety, the fleeing demon becomes intrigued and wonders whether the human truly carries the power tied to that person. The Slayer commits to testing his strength for real and drives deeper into the battle. His companion follows close behind, matching his charge as they cut through the air together. The winged demons recognize him as a human slayer and decide to kill him first, promising to offer him up in a blood ritual before dealing with the earlier traitor. Hearing that, he accepts that restraint is pointless and resolves to go all out. He releases a much darker surge of power, forcing it upward in a violent eruption. The blast lifts him high above the demons and turns the battlefield in his favor. The demons laugh at him anyway, convinced that a human cannot do anything meaningful inside the demon realm. They mock him as weak and out of place. He answers by sending shadowy restraints down on them from above. The demons are suddenly immobilized in panic, unable to understand how elite fighters are being overpowered by mere humans. He realizes he can use Demon Rift power here as well and decides to keep the enemies bound while he maintains control. The trapped demons struggle helplessly as his hold tightens and the momentum of the fight shifts completely to him. The young man abruptly turns back to the demon from earlier and demands to know why he tried to sell him out. Cornered, the demon hurriedly denies betraying him and insists there has been a misunderstanding. He explains that he only wanted to witness the young man's power for himself, praising how extraordinary it is. The young man presses him, realizing this demon knows something about the black power he carries and about the figure tied to it. As the demon tries to calm him, the young man makes it clear he is not letting this go without answers. The demon pleads for leniency, playing up their connection and trying to talk his way out of immediate punishment. Seeing a chance, he offers to take the young man to his group's hideout, claiming they would welcome someone like him. The young man pauses at the mention of a hideout, sensing this could lead to the truth he wants. After a brief silence, he weighs the risk of following a demon deeper into enemy territory. He agrees on one condition: if anything about this feels suspicious, he will show no mercy. The demon quickly accepts and leads the way, eager to keep the situation under control. The young man and his female companion follow him through the demon realm's streets. They arrive beneath a looming stronghold where a bright, unnatural light marks the entrance. Their guide announces that they have reached the hideout. Inside, the group's arrival shocks the demons waiting there, especially because a human has been brought in. The hideout's members tense up at once, ready to treat the newcomer as a threat. Their disbelief turns into open suspicion as they realize the outsider is truly human. Before the others can attack, their guide urgently stops them. He reveals the reason for bringing the young man. This human carries the power of the very person they once followed. That claim stuns the others, and they demand to know whether it is true. Instead of hostility, the demons ask the young man to let them see that power for themselves. He answers by summoning black energy into his hand. The power surges outward in a dark, violent mass, confirming that what he carries is real. The demons are overwhelmed with awe, recognizing it as the same black power they have longed to witness again. A woman among them judges that his control has been honed through battle, though it still falls short of the original owner's level. Now certain these demons know more than they should, the young man demands to know who they really are. Their guide explains that they once served that same person and shared his cause, but have since been scattered and reduced to hiding. The young man immediately suspects they are talking about Regnis. The guide confirms it, beginning to name him openly. But the moment he tries, something unseen clamps down on him. The attempt triggers a violent backlash, proving that even speaking the name is forbidden. The demons explain that a cursed pact left them in this ruined state and prevents them from naming the one they served. The young man connects this to what he has heard before and realizes the same curse was mentioned by Regnis himself. The guide understands at once that the young man has already met their former leader. With that established, the young man asks the real question: why was he brought here? The demons admit they need his help and promise cooperation, because they cannot do what must be done on their own. They explain that this is exactly why they sought him out. The young man silently recognizes them as Regnis's surviving comrades. He concludes that they are rebels too, bound by the same cursed pact but still resisting in their own way. He agrees to hear them out, but only if they also explain why the demon realm is attacking the human world. They refuse that part, saying the cursed pact blocks them from speaking freely, and add that they are hunted as traitors anyway. What they can say is that they need him to recover 3 stolen artifacts, relics tied to their former master's power. The young man asks what will happen if he brings those artifacts back. The guide says returning them would restore some of that person's power and bring his revival closer, even if not immediately. Hearing that, the young man asks where the artifacts are. He is told they lie deep within the demon realm, in a place called Abyss Dominion. The explanation points to a sealed, dangerous region hidden behind immense magical barriers. There, the 3 artifacts have been locked away in separate locations. As the plan takes shape, the young man notices his small companion reacting, eager to come along. He resolves to use this mission to learn more, hoping that if Regnis's power returns, the cursed pact may weaken and he may even gain strength himself. The young man agrees to proceed and tells the guide to lead them onward. The guide brings him and his companion through a ruin saturated with violent purple miasma. As they advance, the young man briefly wonders what Takuto is doing elsewhere, but keeps moving. Ahead, a white-coated figure stands within the abyssal glow, confronting the place's overwhelming power. A sinister being radiating green energy recognizes that the old slayer now carries a new attribute. The white-coated man braces himself in the corrupted space, preparing for what lies deeper inside. The group reaches a vast interior chamber at the heart of the ruins. The guide confirms this is the destination, and says he has brought them as far as he can. He explains that one of Valkyrie Karina's cursed relics was placed here, though he cannot tell them more. They arrive at the Abyss Dominion, a valley of loss steeped in dense corruption. The guide warns that the miasma pouring out is so strong that even weak monsters would be driven mad by it. Unable to endure the pressure any longer, he admits he cannot go any closer. The young man accepts that and prepares to continue with the girl and their slime companion alone. Determined to secure the relic, he jumps down into the abyss with his companion following behind. They land in the corrupted depths and immediately push forward through the oppressive atmosphere. He steadies himself as the abyss's pressure bears down on him from all sides. He realizes the sinister miasma feels as if it is trying to consume his entire body and soul. Even with the slime helping and the girl close behind, he understands his options are limited in this demon realm. Since even Regnis's group could not gather proper intelligence here, he resolves to find the relic and force answers from it. Clenching his teeth, he renews his vow to locate the magic relic no matter what. The trio pauses as something shifts in the darkness ahead. The slime senses the relic farther in, giving him a direction to pursue. Before they can advance, crazed monsters erupt around them and attack. He is knocked back by the sudden assault as the enemies crash into their path. While recovering, he notices something strange. The monster's resistance is unexpectedly weak. A flaming skeletal presence reveals itself as the ruler of this place and declares that all who enter are consumed by grief and loss. The young man recognizes this as the master of the abyss, but refuses to turn back after coming this far. The abyssal ruler proclaims this realm a land where only loss remains and insists no hope can be found here. More corrupted beasts surge forward under that ruler's power. The creatures mock him as another foolish intruder and promise to strip away his hope as well. They claim that in this place, once everything is taken, nothing remains but a wraith like them. Rejecting that fate, he unleashes blue energy and charges straight into the horde. His strike cuts through the attackers in a single decisive burst. The abyssal ruler insists that anyone who enters this domain must eventually become one of the damned. It retaliates by slamming down a massive wave of purple power. As he meets that force head-on, he admits he also knows what it means to lose precious things. But he declares that grief cannot be allowed to imprison someone forever. The ruler rejects his words and drives even more power into the attack. It argues that what he calls hope is merely another form of loss waiting to happen. He withstands the pressure and remains standing, startling the abyssal being. The ruler insists he can never leave while he remains in this absolute land of loss. In response, the young man offers it something it no longer believes in, a place where it can belong. His power tears open the space around them, and the abyss begins to rupture. The trapped wraith-like forms are dragged upward as the domain's hold starts to break. He explains that he has created an exit leading far away from this prison. He tells the ruler it no longer has to remain trapped here. The opening widens violently as the escape route fully forms. He shields himself from the backlash while the abyss convulses around him. Even so, the skeletal ruler resists, insisting it cannot hand over the relic while this trial still leaves only grief and loss. The blast throws him back through the smoke, and he struggles to rise as the confrontation remains unresolved. The young man realizes the being before him is the one carrying the power or object he has been seeking. He apologizes, but warns that if this continues, the one who will be destroyed is the spirit itself. Kneeling before the horned, green-flamed entity, he is challenged to explain what he thinks he is doing. He reveals he has waited for this meeting for 17 years and has endured everything for the chance to finally reach it. The entity is taken aback that this all traces back to the incident from 17 years ago. The young man formally asks to accompany and serve it. The entity accepts the request only conditionally and demands proof of his worth. He agrees without hesitation and submits himself to whatever test is required. Though moved by his unwavering resolve, the entity admits it still does not trust his motives and will only use him if he proves useful. With that tentative acceptance, the young man is ordered to follow. The scene shifts violently as a massive purple deathly force erupts overhead and bears down on them. A dark-haired girl is caught in the blast and struggles as the corrupt power surges around her. The attacking force identifies itself as the residue of those who were lost and warns that contact with it erases existence itself. It presses the threat further, declaring that anyone consumed by it becomes part of the same oblivion. Instead of retreating, the young man stands his ground inside the engulfing darkness. The miasma closes around him as if to swallow him whole. But something unexpected happens inside the blackened current, startling the skull-like apparition. The creature realizes its power is weakening rather than consuming its target. The young man reminds it that he already said the one facing loss here would not be him. He raises his hand and begins actively turning the hostile energy back against itself. Using Black Rain, Annihilation Strike, he unleashes a counter that tears through the deathly mass. The attack shatters the surrounding darkness into fragments. The destructive wave continues carving the miasma apart. He explains that even corrupted magic still follows magical principles, so it can be purified and sealed with the right opposing force. The skull spirit recoils in fury, recognizing that a human has interfered with it. The girl with red eyes lunges into the fight, moving to support the counterattack. Her strike lands in concert with his, blasting into the skull apparition. Even while cracking apart, the creature insists it has not taken enough yet. It gathers itself into a towering vortex, trying one last time to consume everything around it. The young man rejects that hunger outright, declaring there is no future for one who only steals from others. As purifying light spreads, he realizes the energy being released is not destruction but restoration of what was taken. The vortex bursts into a brilliant explosion, ending the threat in a flood of recovered light. In the aftermath, the girl marvels that he just used a power that should not exist in the demon world, and calls it unbelievable. Amid the fading energy, something solid remains suspended between them. What survives is a ring-like artifact set with a glowing purple gem. The girl spots the object and urgently directs his attention to it. He recognizes it at once as a magic core tool. He reaches out and takes the recovered tool into his hand. The moment he claims it, his body is abruptly yanked upward by a new force. A laughing presence announces itself as the young man reels from the sudden pull. A shadowy purple figure emerges, pleased that the magic core tool has been returned to it through the young man's actions. The being exults that power is flowing back to it through the tool and revels in the sensation of recovering strength. The young man cuts through the celebration and presses it to explain what is going on. The entity brushes off his impatience, noting that it has all the time it needs while he does not. He refuses to hear a long self-glorifying speech and demands the important facts first. Annoyed but conceding, the being agrees to get to the point. It explains that the demon world is already in serious crisis, and that certain enemies are no longer being held back. When he asks who those enemies are, the being identifies them as the ones once sealed away by Locke. It reveals that these are the 5 demon generals, calamities so dangerous that even demons and the world itself fear them. When the young man asks whether defeating the 5 demon generals will solve everything, the being answers with unsettling uncertainty. A sinister voice points out that the imprisoned human is just as broken as the monster before laughing at his misery. The young prisoner, surrounded by a dark aura, snaps back in disbelief and demands to know what he just heard. Deep in the Slayer headquarters underground prison, the chained inmate is confronted by a hooded figure emerging from the shadows. The stranger identifies him as someone who has lost everything, framing his despair as the key to what comes next. Confused and wary, the prisoner tries to understand who this mysterious visitor is. The hooded figure agrees that the man has indeed lost all he had and offers him a way out through power. That offer becomes a temptation, strength beyond anything he had before, enough to challenge the world again and reclaim what was taken. The prisoner latches onto that promise, repeating the word power as if testing whether it could really be his. His hesitation breaks, and he begs for that strength so he can force others to finally recognize him. His resentment spills out as he blames everyone else for denying him and vows to prove himself by crushing their resistance. Satisfied, the hooded figure accepts his desire without hesitation. The stranger grants the wish, setting the transformation in motion. With cruel delight, the figure declares that the price of this power is the prisoner's humanity. The change overtakes him at once, twisting his body and mind into something monstrous. Dark armor-like growths and violent energy surge across him as the metamorphosis tears through his former self. The chained captive is consumed by the process, his body hardening into a far more dangerous form. By the end of the transformation, a new monster crouches where the desperate prisoner had been. News spreads that the being responsible for the catastrophic F-class criminal riot and the destruction in the city center has vanished, while the Goto conglomerate refuses to comment. Reports add that stock prices tied to the group are collapsing, and although Goto Takatora was once imprisoned beneath Slayer headquarters, some people had already begun treating him like a figure of fear and worship. At headquarters, several Slayers watch the broadcast as the scale of the crisis becomes impossible to ignore. Their leader slams the table in frustration, demanding an explanation for the chaos unfolding around them. He is told that Goto Takatora disappeared without leaving any trace on surveillance or internal systems, making this unlike ordinary incidents. The team fears that if he remains free, the damage will escalate, and they note that the same kind of inexplicable gap in evidence appeared when the divine weapon was stolen. That pattern convinces them that a larger hidden force is moving behind both events. Realizing there is an unseen mastermind at work, they understand the situation is even worse than it first appeared. One member bitterly adds that her own unresolved grudge against Goto is now insignificant compared with the danger he poses. Their leader notes that 2 other members still have not returned from demon-related duties, but he pushes that concern aside to focus on the immediate emergency. He orders every guild to use all available strength to track down Goto Takatora at once. The command reaches the slayers of every guild, alongside the mobilization of their signature weapons and powers. The Lion Flame Guild answers with fire, preparing for a direct hunt. The Deep Blue Guild responds in kind, readying its water-lined blade for the search. Another guild joins the operation with crackling golden power, showing the full breadth of the association's mobilization. Once the final preparations are complete, the assembled slayers stand ready to move. At the Deep Blue Guild, the blue-haired swordwoman immediately begins questioning those who had previously followed Goto Takatora. She makes clear that she wants direct answers about what they know of him. The men she confronts can only face her scrutiny as the pressure shifts onto them. Elsewhere, the Lion Flame Guild leader admits that searching is not his strength and looks to others to take the lead. Even so, he asks his companions whether they can handle the pursuit. His team signals readiness, showing that the guild will support the hunt despite the uncertainty. In the Kaizen Guild, a woman works alone at a computer, approaching the crisis through information rather than force. She calmly scrolls through profiles and data while a tune underscores how composed she remains. Without leaving her seat, she channels electricity through her setup, turning her investigation into a wide-reaching search network. Screens and projections bloom around her as she gathers intelligence from many sources at once. The next day at Slayer Association headquarters, the president faces a room full of anxious reporters. They immediately attack him with questions about Takatora's disappearance, the association's failure to contain a dangerous slayer, and who should be held responsible. While wondering how news of the escape spread so quickly, he publicly insists that the association is doing everything possible to find Takatora. He tries to steady the room by promising that Takatora will be found soon and that the city will be protected. Before he can regain control, a sudden interruption shocks both the president and the crowd. A young girl bursts in and urgently calls out to President Dutu. She reveals that a message has arrived from underground, abruptly tying the current crisis back to the hidden forces below. A tense man in formal clothes stands on alert, as if he has just realized something is wrong. A dark, ominous figure suddenly appears inside a wrecked facility, bringing a surge of danger with it. As 2 people try to flee, the intruder treats their escape as amusing and already doomed. The attacker cuts off any hope of getting away, making clear the victims are already too late. A young slayer and his older companion recognize that even dangerous high-rank criminals should not have been able to cause destruction on this level. The older man concludes that only a gold slayer could have shattered both the barrier and the barrier field protecting the site. The boy is stunned by that implication, because it points to an elite ally rather than an ordinary enemy. Before they can process it, both of them notice a new disturbance and turn toward it in alarm. They find the central data storage room devastated, with the servers ruined and smoke still rising from the wreckage. Someone steps through the destruction, confirming the sabotage was deliberate and recent. The operators inside realize the data storage room has been destroyed by an intruder. With the rift prediction system disabled, the group understands that this sabotage was aimed at blinding them. The young slayer grasps the consequence immediately. Without those predictions, the city will fall behind the rifts and civilians will be left exposed. The older man reasons that whoever did this knew the facility intimately, and that the surveillance and camera records were likely erased as well. The boy recoils at the thought that this may not be an outside attack at all, but a betrayal from within their own side. That suspicion brings several powerful figures to mind, narrowing the fear toward trusted high-ranking slayers. A small demon creature suddenly cries out, drawing attention with a word that sounds like a warning. A young man in a purple-lit realm notices the creature repeating a phrase about the human world and realizes something serious may be happening there. He recalls being told that if the human world collapses, everything else becomes meaningless, and he was entrusted to bring this knowledge to the Gold Slayers. Back in the control room, the older man rejects the idea that a true Gold Slayer would willingly do this, but fears the disaster is only beginning. The boy turns to Ninosho, looking for guidance as the crisis deepens. Though reluctant, Ninosho decides they cannot hesitate any longer and must use a special method to uncover the truth. Elsewhere, a massive purple rift tears open through the city, spreading like a living wound across the sky. A hooded figure stands beneath it and declares an intention to keep the rifts from disappearing. The demon creature urgently calls out again as the rift swells and cracks outward with violent force. The young man realizes the creature has never panicked like this before, and rushes forward despite not understanding its exact warning. The creature pleads for Takuto, pressing the urgency as the rift continues to expand. Takuto arrives wrapped in green energy, answering the call at the sight of the spreading rift. When asked where he has been, Takuto casually explains that he returned by following the flow of the wind. He reveals that he came back because a crisis is approaching the human world. Hearing that, the others realize his return could not be better timed. Together they charge toward the towering rift to confront the threat directly. At the facility, a report comes in that an unidentified person believed to be a slayer attacked the Silver Slayer who went to investigate, and then vanished. The witness adds that the attacker used a barrier-like technique that made the rift impossible to conquer, raising the question of whether a Gold Slayer was involved. Forced to act, Ninosho unleashes the Divine Weapon Judgment Crystal, a power that can reveal the truth once used. The missing group returns, and the older man is relieved to see Toma alive. Toma explains that Takuto had another task, while he came back to report what he learned about the demon world. He identifies the demon creature as coming from the human world and insists there is no time to waste. Ninosho states his conclusion plainly. The rift phenomenon, its destruction, and the conquest of the world are all connected, and someone among the 5 heavenly kings is responsible. Toma is horrified, but Ninosho insists that this is exactly why they needed the crystal's judgment. Ninosho drives the crystal's power to its limit so it can expose the hidden culprit. The crystal projects a vision that catches a blue-haired woman off guard as the truth begins to surface. She watches the image form, realizing the revelation is pointing towards someone specific. The vision expands to include a red-haired fighter, suggesting multiple key witnesses or suspects are being drawn into the judgment. It then settles near a green-clad man, continuing to assemble the chain of events around the rift. A white-haired woman looks on as the crystal stabilizes, ready to deliver its verdict. The revealed account states that a Silver Slayer was attacked and that Goto Takato's whereabouts afterward became unknown. The older man adds that only someone with deep insider knowledge could have done all this so quickly, leaving no likely culprit outside the 5 heavenly kings. The blue-haired woman struggles to accept that suspicion could truly fall on one of those 5 supreme figures. The red-haired man rejects the idea outright, unable to believe that someone of that stature could commit such an act. A tense silence settles as the gathered slayers wait for the truth to be forced out. One observer stays calm and watchful, already measuring everyone in the room. To expose the traitor without needless bloodshed, the association orders everyone to place a hand on a truth-testing crystal. The warning makes the room tighten at once, because any lie will be revealed publicly. The crystal is explained to blacken in the hands of whoever is deceiving them. As the test begins, suspicion turns toward the possibility that one of the 5 heavenly kings has betrayed the group. That accusation carries extra weight because the suspected man was trained by all of them, and should have been one of their own. The leadership makes clear that if the accusation is true, imprisonment will not be enough punishment. The examiner activates the crystal and waits for the lie to surface. The young man under suspicion remains outwardly composed. Another slayer quietly studies the scene, sensing more than the others are saying. A hot-blooded fighter also watches, bracing for the result. The crystal reacts under the examiner's hand as everyone waits for corruption to appear. When no one's crystal darkens, the test seems to fail to identify a liar. That only deepens the alarm, because the association is already taking damage, and even the slayers are starting to lose confidence. The examiner realizes this confusion itself may be the enemy's aim. He understands the danger clearly. If the public sees the guilds and the association turning on each other, panic and collapse will follow. The accused youth concludes that someone among the 5 heavenly kings truly exists, but some other force is interfering with the exposure. He recalls the recent destruction and wonders if the demon side has finally started moving in earnest. The examiner argues that the devastation inside the association cannot be solved by mutual suspicion alone. Even surveillance will not be enough, so he turns to Duju for another answer. Duju volunteers to handle it, revealing that he has been closely observing the Gold Slayers. When asked what he intends to do, he answers by reaching for a special tool. He equips the Magicor's tool Morning Light Ring, which sharpens his ability to sense handling skills. The ring immediately tears at his body and mind, but he recognizes the method as something Regina once used. Accepting the pain, he decides to endure it and let his skill carry him through. Dark power surges violently around him as the ring forces his senses far beyond normal limits. With that heightened precision, he gains much finer control over his scout ability. The others are stunned when his enhanced technique begins affecting the crystal and the surrounding space itself. A blonde slayer recoils as black traces spread through the room. The red-haired fighter is also caught off guard by the same ominous residue. Even the white-haired woman is shaken as the hidden contamination becomes visible. The quiet observer remains still, now framed by the spreading black evidence. Duju realizes the ring's pain is making his perception so sharp that he can detect even microscopic abnormalities. He pushes further, convinced he can now catch the slightest distortion that everyone else missed. His search floods the room with dark currents as he traces the concealed source. The examiner worries for Duju's condition, but Duju is already beyond stopping. He announces that he has identified who carried out the destruction. The confrontation shifts outside, where the truth can no longer be contained. The red-haired slayer demands to know whether Duju has really found the traitor. Duju answers by naming Ryo and admitting he never expected the culprit to be him. He presses Ryo for a reason, still hoping there is some explanation for the betrayal. Ryo's smile confirms that there is none that will ease what he has done. He attacks without warning, turning the accusation into open battle. Duju is blasted back and forced to the ground as Ryo's power erupts around him. Bruised but laughing bitterly, Duju accepts that everything has finally been exposed. Ryo admits only that Duju managed to uncover him, then declares he will kill him here before anything more can be done. Duju tries to stop him by appealing to the bond they once had, but Ryo no longer hesitates. Wrapped in violent fire and dark energy, Ryo prepares a finishing strike. He unleashes the attack in a blazing explosion meant to end the confrontation at once. Engulfed in a violent blaze, the fighter realizes he cannot predict where his enemy's power will strike from and begins to question what kind of skill he is facing. As dark miasma coils through the flames, the attacker reveals a ruthless goal: destroy this world and turn humanity into the base of a demon world. He drives that corrupted firepower downward, blasting the ground and pressing his assault without hesitation. Someone who knows Ryo refuses to believe the man before them could truly be him, even as the attack continues. The enemy follows with another crushing, flame-wreathed strike, keeping his target pinned under overwhelming force. While enduring the heat, the young fighter confirms his suspicion that this power matches what he sensed before. He recalls feeling the same sinister presence when Ryo used it earlier, the exact same miasma as the demon world. Certain now, the attacker escalates and prepares a more decisive burst of hellfire. A massive explosion erupts, forcing everyone nearby to face the full scale of the destructive power. One of the onlookers is shaken as the blast makes the danger impossible to ignore. The enemy explains that he held back before, but no longer sees any reason to restrain himself. He declares that this hellfire will simply wipe everything away and unleashes it across the area. The attack surges again, but something interrupts its certainty at the last moment. A silver-haired ally arrives cursing the delay, explaining he only made it because Ryo called for him, and immediately questions why things turned out like this. The enemy dismisses the newcomers as irrelevant, insisting his mission continues and that all three of them will be burned to ash. He rains down multiple fire masses at once, trying to erase the entire group in one sweep. The silver-haired ally refuses to accept this man as real, holding on to what Ryo once stood for instead. Another ally reaches the same conclusion under the barrage. Whoever this is, he is not the Ryo they knew. That conviction brings back a memory of Ryo standing before them during training, with flames gathered in his hand. In the memory, Ryo challenged them to push harder, refusing to let them settle for weakness. One of them remembers that Ryo's flame was not just visible power but something they could truly feel. Ryo had taught them never to let that flame die until the day they could burn demon husks to ash. He had tied that lesson to a promise he was making with his own hands and strength. That promise was to protect his guild and all of them no matter what happened. Remembering the Ryo, one of the allies launches himself forward through the inferno to stop the imposter. Even while being battered by the soot-tainted flames, he entrusts the rest to his comrades and keeps advancing because this enemy's power lacks the Ryo's resolve. The dark-haired ally activates his own power, determined to expose the truth behind this false identity. As purple energy condenses in his grasp, he traces it back to the same strange sensation he noticed earlier. He sharpens that reading further and identifies the source more precisely as the spreading soot-like corruption. The enemy notices the soot gathering again but assumes it cannot threaten him. The dark-haired ally raises the black corruption above the battlefield, while the enemy's fire continues to tower below. The others brace themselves, ready to act the instant the hidden mechanism of the attack is exposed. A violent clash tears open the flames, blowing apart the enemy's control over the attack. The dark-haired ally emerges in time, having successfully interfered before the strike could finish them. The enemy is stunned as the black corruption wraps around him and begins revealing what is really happening. The dark-haired ally identifies the key immediately. The gauntlet is the source of the problem. He explains that the gauntlet carries the same demon world miasma and that it was controlling Ryo from within. He adds that the gauntlet also caused the erratic attacks and that he has already sealed it, cutting off its influence. The enemy tries to insist the fight is finished, but the original skill tied to the gauntlet still has not fully disappeared. That lingering power erupts upward in one last towering burst before collapsing. The two allies realize the remaining fire no longer burns with real heat, confirming it is only the residual form of the skill. As the truth sinks in, Rio begins to understand he was being used and curses the situation. Freed from control, he staggers and starts to collapse from the strain. The dark-haired ally catches him, and Rio bitterly mocks himself for being manipulated by something as pathetic as a fake gauntlet, while still praising the others for holding on. He singles out Erita, acknowledging that he has grown stronger. Accepting his own weakness for the moment, Rio entrusts the rest of the situation to them. Erita lowers his head, taking in both the praise and the weight of what now falls on him. Then he notices something new behind the others and realizes the danger is not over yet. A dark blue portal opens nearby, radiating the same ominous otherworldly corruption. As someone steps toward that abyss, a grim thought hangs over the scene. Everything seems to be moving toward a destined end. A white-haired dark skill user declares himself the only rightful wielder of that power, and announces his opponent's end. He turns toward the young man and makes it clear that two dark skill users cannot coexist. With murderous intent, he lunges in to erase the rival standing before him. The young man answers by drawing out a different, purple-black power and prepares to meet him head-on. As the clash begins, the young man moves ahead of his allies, taking the burden of the fight onto himself. He orders Makishima and Akagi to protect Rio instead, deciding that he alone will handle this unknown enemy. His warning unsettles them, but they accept that the enemy is beyond what they understand and retreat carefully. The white-haired man mocks the young fighter's sense of justice and dismisses him as a naive weakling. He rises above the battlefield and unleashes overwhelming dark power from above. The young man narrowly avoids the strike as the attack tears through the street around him. Realizing how lethal the enemy's touch is, he understands that one mistake would finish him, unlike the foes he has beaten before. Their powers collide violently, blasting the ground apart in a direct exchange. The white-haired man reveals that this entire chain of events has unfolded according to a script he wrote himself. Shocked, the young man demands to know what he means by calling it a script. The enemy explains that everything began with the large-scale magic rift and the theft of the divine artifact from the association. He says he arranged those events to test Takatora's potential, because Takatora still has value to him. He goes further, claiming humanity's hero and even the so-called God Slayer were only pieces in his setup, and that he swapped the artifact during maintenance. Without anyone noticing, he says, the controlled vessel was acting entirely under his influence. Delighted by his own manipulation, he revels in how completely he has been steering events. When the young man tries to cut him off, the enemy rejects him as unnecessary and insists he alone is the chosen one. He answers with a barrage of dark strikes that rain down with crushing force. The assault slams into the street and fills the area with smoke and debris. For a moment, the white-haired man is thrown off when the result is not what he expected. The young man appears behind him, having slipped through the attack and sees the opening. He drives in with a sudden counterattack, forcing the enemy onto the defensive. But the white-haired man recovers instantly, and shows he was never truly caught off guard. He tears open a crack in space itself with his power. From that rupture, destructive slashes descend across the battlefield and trap the young man in a storm of attacks. The young man realizes the enemy is not just using dark power but also magic rifts, making him far harder to stop here and now. Facing that impossible combination, he demands to know why the man is doing any of this. The answer is chillingly simple. He believes a beautiful end is approaching. He says he does not belong in the human world, that he belongs to the demon world, and that everything he has done is for those people. That claim leaves the young man stunned, and he presses him about what that makes him personally. The white-haired man refuses any sentimental explanation and asks why he would choose humans over the demon world. The young man hardens his resolve, activates his eye, and cuts off further discussion. He fires a concentrated purple attack straight through the enemy's dark mass. The white-haired man blocks it and boasts that such a straightforward move will not work anymore. Even as he says it, purple residue from the attack remains embedded across his body. Those hidden fragments erupt all at once, ripping through him from within and breaking his defense. The young man reveals he adapted the trick from the enemy's own skill and turned it back on him. He explains that it is not mere soot but a magic rift bomb disguised by soot. The white-haired man immediately grasps the danger and curses the fact that the technique exceeds his own control over magic rifts. With the enemy wounded, the young man declares that the scheme to control Ryo-san and plunge the association into chaos ends here. But the white-haired man coldly reveals that the real plan was completed long ago. As dark power surges upward, he announces that the time has come for the end and invokes the 5 demon generals. Elsewhere, a red-haired youth is suddenly caught in a violent crimson disturbance as that name reaches him. The sky and the city split apart under enormous red fissures, as if something vast is forcing its way into the world. The red-haired youth senses the scale of it immediately and realizes that space itself is screaming. A colossal red vortex opens between the ruptured surroundings, towering over him like the start of an invasion. He can only stare in alarm as the full horror of the phenomenon becomes undeniable. A violent red distortion opens as monstrous forces surge into the world together, signaling a coordinated invasion rather than a random attack. The 5 demon generals reveal themselves, each radiating a different power, and their arrival immediately reshapes the battlefield. The young fighter recognizes the threat at once and realizes humanity is facing the demon leadership itself. An ally confirms this is no ordinary demon rift, making clear that the disaster has crossed into a far more dangerous stage. The white-haired figure explains that this blood-red omen was created by exploiting the boy's divine artifact, turning his power into the trigger for demon genesis. As corrupt energy spreads over him, the boy understands too late that the situation around his own body and power is spiraling out of control. He launches himself upward to confront the invaders directly, trying to stop the catastrophe before it fully unfolds. He charges the fire demon through the flames, forcing an immediate clash despite being at a clear disadvantage. The fire demon dismisses humans as beneath notice and treats the attack as an annoyance rather than a threat. With a casual counter, the demon blasts the boy away and leaves him reeling in pain. The boy realizes the gap is overwhelming, understanding that even a careless strike from one demon general is enough to nearly incapacitate him. Barely conscious, he struggles to stay aware as the scale of the enemy's power sinks in. Across the countryside, people look up as the sky itself seems to crack and bleed, and the invasion becomes visible far beyond the battlefield. Civilians in the city stare in horror as the red rupture spreads overhead, confirming that the crisis is now public and widespread. Even those indoors witness the same bleeding sky, showing that nowhere nearby is untouched by the omen. The red sky marks the start of an apocalyptic escalation, with the demon generals descending as the world enters open invasion. The fire demon plants himself in the human world as if claiming it, moving from arrival to occupation. He declares that the human world will be remade into his hellfire domain, revealing the invasion's purpose as total transformation rather than simple slaughter. The blue demon commits to the larger plan and makes clear they are acting for the sake of a specific person behind the operation. Another general welcomes the destruction with amusement, showing the invaders are not only organized but eager to carry it out. As the generals advance beneath the bleeding sky, the invasion is framed as the opening move in the end of the age. Inside a command center, officials identify the phenomenon as the same sky rupture and receive reports that demon corpses are appearing near survivors, proving the outbreak is spreading on multiple fronts. Their analysis concludes that the enemy's strength exceeds all known measurements, placing the threat beyond S-class and outside normal response standards. With no time left for caution, Command issues Code Dead End and orders the Anti-Demon Guild to mobilize. In the ruined city, the red corruption hangs over streets already filled with destruction and bodies, showing how quickly the invasion has devastated urban areas. Even armored fighters have been cut down, confirming that trained resistance forces were overwhelmed almost immediately. A maintenance point at the Radio Tree broadcast station is identified, hinting that control of communications or infrastructure will matter in the coming fight. One demon general addresses humanity directly, announces the rise of the 5 demon generals, and declares that the world's end has begun. She offers false hope only to reveal the truth through a transmitter, turning the message into psychological warfare. Her real promise is that humans will be reduced to raw material for the demon world, making annihilation and conversion the invaders' stated objective. At the Central Government Assembly Hall, people lie submerged in unnatural blue energy, suggesting mass incapacitation or harvesting is already underway. The blue demon presides over that process, appearing to control the eerie field and the fate of those trapped within it. Elsewhere, the national broadcast network is consumed by flames, showing that key institutions are falling one after another. The fire demon revels in the destruction, treating the collapse of human infrastructure as entertainment. Back at headquarters, reports confirm that the Radio Tree, Government Hall, Assembly Hall, ammunition facilities, and Central Broadcast Station have all been seized by suddenly appearing demon corpses. The 5 generals are identified as the force behind the coordinated takeover, proving the attacks were synchronized from the start. A field team is briefed that the bleeding sky marks the demons' full-scale emergence, and they are told the assembly hall is already under enemy control. A blonde warrior cuts through the fear, saying Code Dead End means there is no room for panic and that they are moving to eliminate the monster at the government assembly hall. She orders everyone to return alive, masking concern with blunt practicality, as she pushes the team forward. Their commander sets the immediate objective: head for the Radio Tree and reclaim a critical position. He reminds them that humanity's survival now depends on this battle, turning the mission into a last line of defense. The squad answers without hesitation, accepting the order despite the scale of the threat. The team steels itself and moves as one, fear giving way to resolve. One member clings to another for support as they prepare to deploy, showing the strain is real even among those still standing. Outside, the city continues to burn, underscoring that every delay costs more lives. A heavily armored fighter arrives before a figure crackling with energy, signaling that direct engagements with the demon-controlled zones have begun. At another front, the blue demon looms above a lone opponent, establishing a confrontation at the assembly hall. In the flames, the fire demon faces a white-haired swordswoman who steps forward alone to challenge him. He recognizes her as the famed god slayer and mocks her for making a final stand, trying to seize the psychological advantage before the fight begins. She answers that demons will not rule the human world while she and her allies still stand, turning his taunt into a declaration of resistance. A fiery demon accepts taking the attack head-on as part of a larger plan and coldly tells the woman to stay quiet. She is caught off guard, unable to understand what he means. A surge of blue power erupts as the sealing attempt is triggered. The demon immediately recognizes the move and realizes the Gold Slayer is about to be sealed. The blonde woman channels the divine artifact, pouring its power into the binding. Red energy lashes out around her, and she is shaken by the realization that the seal is taking hold. Even so, she is told resistance is pointless. The demon reveals himself through the crimson currents, completely untroubled by the trap. The woman is seized and dragged helplessly within the red force. Her strength fades as the sealing power overwhelms her body. Above the battlefield, the demon stands amid his flying army while she remains trapped below. He mocks her for focusing on the divine artifact and failing to notice the real trick. With a grin, he explains that all the pieces had already been set in motion to seal every one of them away. Elsewhere, a blue dragon-like ally is also caught in the same binding effect. A winged male ally is likewise immobilized as the seal spreads. Even a towering golden warrior is being locked down by the prepared trap. The giant construct stiffens, unable to break free. The demon declares that the Gold Slayer has been silenced and rendered unable to act, and that struggling only feeds the seal's success. He adds that as long as the process continues uninterrupted, the seal will never break. Her companions realize in horror that she has fallen, leaving no one able to interfere with what comes next. Taking advantage of that opening, the demon calls on his army to destroy the human world. The airborne monsters answer with a devastating rain of purple blasts. The defenders quickly judge that these attackers are demon husks, each around B rank or stronger, and far too many for their small group. One fighter notes that fire should give them an elemental edge, but reminds the others that these are true demons, not mindless husks. The warning comes too late as the demon himself dives into attack. He slams down in an explosive pillar of fire that tears through the battlefield. The front line is blasted apart, soldiers screaming as they are thrown back by the flames. From the smoke, the demon rises again while the sealed woman hangs powerless above him. She drifts in near unconscious silence, unable to help. In that helpless state, she reflects that she once believed fighting alone was enough, but now knows she was wrong. She realizes people can become stronger through one another. Her thoughts turn to trusting comrades and fighting side by side instead of carrying everything alone. That understanding hardens into resolve that shared struggle creates greater strength. On the ground, the defenders regroup under the bombardment and call for nearby soldiers to gather and raise a barrier. They commit to protecting everyone together, adapting as a unit instead of being driven back separately. A large blue defensive shield surges up over the group. The demon husks crash their purple attacks into the barrier with feral force. The shield absorbs the impact in a violent burst of blue light. Its caster orders everyone to hold the line and reduce as much damage as possible. Watching this cooperation, the demon dismisses bonds and teamwork as naive. He answers with overwhelming numbers, intensifying the barrage against the shield. The barrier begins to buckle under the combined assault. Its defender is engulfed in the blast as the pressure finally breaks through. A battered soldier looks up and wonders if the fight is already over. Another cries out to Ray, apologizing as the demon horde surges forward behind him. A concentrated purple beam suddenly tears down from above, splitting through the case. The strike carves through multiple demons in succession, cutting open a path across the battlefield. The survivors stare upward in shock at the source of the attack. Even the fire demon turns to face the new threat. A figure wrapped in dark violet power rises into the air before the enemy, signaling that the battle is not finished after all. The survivors realize the irregular before them is Toma Arita, the man who once saved Regans and defeated Goto Takatora before being turned into a demon. Wrapped in violent purple power, Toma stands alone against the swarm as the others gather behind him and look to him for salvation. He steps forward, making it clear he is about to take control of the battlefield himself. Toma apologizes for arriving late, but his calm entrance immediately steadies the people who had been on the verge of collapse. As he recovers power from nearby Regans, he prepares to use that borrowed strength to wipe out the monsters threatening them. The fighters seize on his return as their chance to survive and rally everyone to support him with a coordinated counterattack. With hope restored, even the exhausted defenders convince themselves they can still fight if they move with him. Toma opens the assault by unleashing a massive vertical strike that tears through the enemy ranks. He refuses to let the monsters keep acting freely and resolves to end the threat by any means necessary. Driving his power harder, he commits to taking the field back even if he has to force the enemy into submission alone. His charge collides with the enemy line, and the impact finally gives the defenders a visible opening. Seeing that breakthrough, the soldiers regain their nerve and declare that victory is still possible. Toma orders everyone to press the advantage, and the whole group surges after him. From above, the battlefield is revealed as a desperate split front, with the defenders advancing while a blazing enemy presence dominates the base. The fire-cloaked demon dismisses the slayers as beneath him and warns them not to interfere. He answers their advance with a devastating explosion that engulfs the area. The defenders watch in shock as the blast spreads into a sea of fire across the base. Toma quickly understands the danger. The enemy has ignited the base's fuel and ammunition, turning the entire site into a weapon. The fire demon welcomes that chaos because the surrounding flames only make him stronger. Empowered by the inferno, he launches an even more overwhelming wave of fire at the defenders. Before it can consume them, a pink beam slams into a monster, signaling that another power has entered the fight. A barrage of pink light rains down and halts the enemy rush long enough to interrupt the fire demon's momentum. Even with that help, Toma warns that charging blindly will only get them overwhelmed and forces everyone to think instead of panic. He realizes they will lose through attrition unless someone finds a way to change the conditions of the battle itself. As Toma searches for an answer, his attention shifts toward a new blue aura rising nearby. A water-aligned ally steps forward, opposing the firestorm with a calm, focused presence. The key idea is laid out plainly. Skills begin with visualization, and what can be imagined can be made real. The water user commits to that principle, deciding to create the needed power through sheer mental focus. Toma catches on to the plan and pauses just long enough to reorganize everyone around it. He calls out to the entire group, turning their scattered resistance into a single coordinated effort. Toma orders them to gather all the water they can and send it toward the battlefield as fast as possible. The others immediately accept his command and redirect everyone to support him without hesitation. Their combined effort begins to take shape as a huge mass of water forms overhead. That gathering water swells into a towering column, large enough to challenge the flames consuming the base. Toma reaches into the network of allies around him, deciding to borrow everyone's power at once. By combining their strength with the water user's skill, he forges the rising torrent into a single controlled force. The water takes the form of a giant dragon, transforming their desperate defense into a true counterattack. The dragon coils above the monsters, and even the enemy hesitates as the scale of the attack becomes clear. Toma commits fully, vowing not to waste the power everyone has entrusted to him. The water dragon crashes into the battlefield and tears through the enemy formation. It surges upward into the flying monsters, carrying the fight from the burning ground into the sky. The dragon bites into the swarm and shreds the demons that had been pressing the defenders from above. Its momentum continues through the storm, scattering the remaining enemies and breaking their assault. In the aftermath, rain begins to fall over the battlefield, and the fighters look up as the environment itself starts to change. Toma realizes the rain is not random but the result of their water attack reshaping the battle in their favor. As the rain soaks the field, allies strengthened by equipment and water-based effects feel their power rising. Toma understands the full advantage. The rain amplifies Ichimi-san's support gear and binds the enemy to water, making them easier to strike. He immediately orders everyone to move now, turning the weather shift into the signal for a full offensive. Feeling the connection of fighting alongside Ichimi-san and the others, Toma recognizes that the whole team is finally acting as one. With the enemy weakened by rain and the defenders united, a renewed barrage of attacks crashes down through the flames. The young fighter is caught off guard as a violent presence suddenly closes in. His opponent reveals himself as a blazing swordsman whose aura alone marks him as a terrifyingly high-ranking demon. The demon formally acknowledges the human, treating him as prey worthy of personal attention. The fighter realizes in shock that he is facing a subordinate of the 5 demon generals, a general-class monster. The demon stands calm and confident, radiating the certainty of overwhelming superiority. Even so, the fighter steadies himself and earns a grudging compliment as a worthy opponent. The demon warns that if the human keeps forcing himself to protect others, that burden will be his downfall. He presses the point further, declaring that if the human breaks, everything around him will collapse with him. Refusing to accept that future, the fighter hardens his resolve and prepares to counterattack. He launches a wave of purple spatial blades across the battlefield. The attack crashes into the demon in a burst of fire and shattered energy. But the demon shrugs it off, revealing that he already understands the technique and is unaffected by it. Realizing brute force will not work, the fighter accelerates and decides to demonstrate a more advanced use of his power. He creates linked spatial rifts in rapid succession, setting up a complex attack path. Using those rifts, he appears above the demon and turns the battlefield into a trap. He dives in through the portals and strikes from an impossible angle. The demon immediately reads the method, recognizing it as teleportation through space to confuse enemies and attack from blind spots. He also points out the flaw at once. The fighter is still too slow to make it decisive. A fiery counter drives the human back down before he can seize momentum. The demon decides to end the lesson by unveiling the peak of his own fire and sword mastery. He raises his burning blade and gathers immense heat into a single technique. Then he unleashes 1,000 strikes of ultimate flame, flooding the area with countless sweeping arcs of fire. The fighter is nearly caught as the blazing slashes close in from every direction. He realizes even one direct hit would finish him, so evasion alone becomes desperate survival. The demon mocks him for only dodging and declares that his swordsmanship is far inferior. He intensifies the assault, sending the flames surging harder with the intent to reduce everything to ash. The battlefield becomes a sea of fire, leaving the human isolated inside a shrinking zone of survival. The fighter admits the demon is superior in pure swordsmanship, but he also sees that this style was forged for large-scale slaughter. Using that insight, he sends more spatial power into the storm instead of trying to overpower it directly. A concentrated rift opens within the torrent of flames. The demon looks up in surprise as multiple spatial rifts suddenly appear above him. His own flaming strikes begin vanishing into those openings. The redirected attacks continue being swallowed and rerouted through the network of rifts. The trapped fire converges back on the demon and detonates around him. For the first time, the demon is forced into pain as the reflected barrage tears into him. He drops to one knee, visibly damaged but not defeated. Instead of yielding, he rejects the setback and insists this is far from enough to stop him. The fighter watches uneasily as the demon prepares something even worse. The demon raises his arms and begins drawing in a far greater mass of flame. He declares that his ultimate martial form transcends everything and exists only to bring limitless destruction. With a roar, he releases that power in an explosive transformation of fire. The fighter barely blocks the catastrophic blast with a blue barrier as enormous fire masses crash against it. He realizes with alarm that he can no longer create additional magic rifts and is running out of options. The demon keeps hammering the barrier, confused that the human has shifted entirely into defense. Even while his own body is breaking under the strain, the demon boasts that victory is already his. Behind the shield, the fighter understands the wider disaster. While he is tied down here, the rest of the city is being left exposed. He recalls that the guild and security forces are already stretched thin across the country, meaning the demons will soon spread unchecked into every region. Worse still, key allies like Ryo are unable to fight at all. Another crucial fighter, Takudo, has not appeared either, deepening the sense that no help is coming. Pinned in place and nearly spent, the young fighter forces himself to hold on because if he falls here, no one else can stop this demon. Explosions tear through the battlefield as the defender's position starts collapsing under a massive assault. A commander realizes the last defensive line is being breached and that their side is close to losing control. Enemy forces pour in amid the blasts, overwhelming the area from multiple directions. Even as the defenders admit they are being overrun and can barely hold on, they refuse to surrender any more ground. The sheer number of attackers makes continued resistance seem impossible. At that desperate moment, a new group suddenly descends from above and shocks everyone on the field. Their leader reveals they came through a huge rift, turning the defenders' confusion into wary attention. He declares that demons have come to repay Erda by joining the fight against the human slayers. The defenders struggle to process the idea that demons have arrived as allies instead of enemies. Near the radio tower, the newly arrived demons rush straight into battle with a roar. Driven by a debt to someone important, they throw themselves into the fight and urge each other to do whatever they can. A woman on the battlefield notices the newcomers and is stunned by their sudden intervention. She demands to know why these strange monsters are here, unable to make sense of the shift in the battle. At the National Defense Army headquarters, more winged figures gather overhead while observers still cannot identify them. A fiery enemy leader recognizes the interference and realizes a traitor has come all the way here to oppose him. As another explosion blooms above the city, the human side can only guess that the demons and their own forces are somehow allied. Accepting that unlikely alliance, the defenders decide to fight together with the demons immediately. Watching his allies charge in, the young man behind the demonic reinforcements feels relief that Baljack and the others made it in time. He commits himself to Regnes, reassured that the battlefield has not been abandoned. Humans and monsters surge forward side by side, united by the need to stop the same enemy. The young man narrows his focus and realizes that everything now depends on defeating the fiery leader himself. He gathers dark purple power into his hand and steps forward to challenge that final opponent directly. The horned fire warrior answers with a furious roar, meeting the challenge head-on. He unleashes sweeping rings of flame to crush the approaching attacker before he can get close. The young man evades and lands in striking range, refusing to be driven back. He taunts the fire warrior for having already lost his sanity and fallen from the pride of a swordsman. In response, the enemy intensifies the inferno, trying to drown him in even greater heat and pressure. The attack crashes into the young man's dark aura in a violent clash of fire and shadow. Reading the exchange, he realizes his opponent is already burning through his strength. He also admits to himself that his own reserve of skill power is nearly exhausted. For a brief moment, he goes silent and steadies himself instead of panicking. He raises his hand and begins shaping his remaining power with deliberate control. Then he releases it fully, surrounding himself with a towering surge of dark energy. That power drives straight into the fire warrior's attack and disrupts the flames at their source. He forces out every last bit of strength, reasoning that if he seals the flames inside soot, they will run wild and consume themselves. The trap takes hold, and the fire warrior suddenly finds his own flames turning unstable around him. The inferno spirals inward and engulfs him, no longer fully under his control. The young man watches closely as the enemy is swallowed by the very fire he commanded. He confirms his strategy. Inside the soot, the oxygen needed for combustion is cut off. With the air choked away, the flames can only weaken instead of growing stronger. The trapped warrior thrashes and screams as the collapsing firestorm crushes his advantage. His resistance falters, and the pain forces him into a weakened gasp. Seeing the opening, the young man launches himself forward for the finishing blow. He descends through the blackened flames and closes the distance before the enemy can recover. The fire warrior looks up in shock as he finally recognizes who stands over him. Now on the ground before his opponent, he can only stare as the young man takes command of the duel. The young man identifies him as the former leader of the Red Legion, Regnes, and orders him to pick up his sword. Regnes answers with a grim laugh, still clinging to the idea that he is fighting as a martial artist rather than a broken man. Accepting the challenge, Regnaz raises his blades and rushes in to settle the fight directly. The young man meets that charge with his dark power ready, bringing the battle to its decisive clash. A blazing fighter surges upward to meet a shadowy opponent wrapped in purple power, turning the battlefield into a direct clash of fire against corruption. As the flames swell around him, the fire warrior takes control of the exchange and forces the purple-clad enemy back. With calm confidence, the demon-like attacker treats the fight as a test rather than a struggle. The young man in dark clothes lands hard but steadies himself, still cloaked in that ominous violet energy. The fire warrior realizes his opponent is using martial arts and, intrigued, demands to know who this human is. The boy gives his name as Toma Erita, making himself known to the monster confronting him. That answer only amuses the demon, who concludes that even among humans there are rare individuals worth noticing. Toma pulls away across the open ground, creating distance while the flames continue to spread behind him. Watching him retreat, the demon identifies himself as a leader among the Corps' strongest and decides Toma can be dealt with later. He reveals that his real priority is maintaining a seal, and that the restraint on it is weakening. Choosing to remove the immediate nuisance himself, he prepares a concentrated fire attack for Toma. He hurls the blast downward with overwhelming force. The explosion engulfs the area, threatening to erase Toma in a single strike. Someone nearby realizes too late how disastrous the attack is becoming. Toma faces the inferno and recognizes that the enemy's mastery is far beyond ordinary fire control. He quickly judges that both the scale and destructive reach of this power are on an entirely different level. The demon fully manifests his status as one of the highest-ranking infernal generals, radiating authority and lethal heat. He follows up by condensing another mass of fire, intent on finishing the human outright. A second torrent crashes down toward Toma like a pillar of living flame. Bracing for impact, Toma can only raise his guard as the attack closes in. The firestorm detonates around him, swallowing the ground in a violent burst. But instead of dying, Toma finds a humanoid mass of flame beside him, as if the attack has been intercepted. The demon immediately understands the surprise. Another fire user has entered the fight. That discovery excites him, and he tightens his fist as the battle suddenly becomes more interesting. A red-haired ally steps through the flames, declaring that this will be settled by matching fire with stronger fire. Toma recognizes his rescuer at once and calls out to Rio. Rio places himself between Toma and the demon, taking the role of protector without hesitation. He admits he has caused trouble before, but vows to make up for it here in a decisive way. Toma watches from behind, startled by Rio's sudden resolve and the force gathering around him. Even impaired by the aftermath of a berserk state, Rio pushes himself into combat despite not being fully recovered. The demon mocks him, noting that a fire slayer with a body damaged by miasma should not be able to challenge him with flames. Then the demon shifts tactics and begins forming a cold blue energy in his hand instead of ordinary fire. Grinning, he reveals a far more dangerous power, mixing infernal heat with a freezing, destructive force. That blue blast erupts outward and slams into Rio head-on. Rio struggles against the attack, shocked that the enemy can wield a power that feels like the opposite of fire. The demon laughs at Rio's fear and praises him for standing his ground anyway, treating his resistance as entertainment. Under that pressure, Rio admits to himself that fire has always terrified him. His fear triggers a memory of a night when flames consumed homes and a purple rupture in the sky loomed over the disaster. In that memory, a younger Rio crouches beside his mother while calling helplessly for his parents amid the blaze. As a child, he breaks down in pain and terror, overwhelmed by heat, injury, and the horror of burning surroundings. He recalls that even after becoming the Gold Slayer, his subconscious kept rejecting his own power, preventing him from reaching the highest ranks. That old trauma is tied directly to his inability to fully accept the flames within himself. He also remembers a superior stopping him from giving up on himself and forcing him into a long, difficult reckoning. That lesson began not with combat, but with an ordinary meal placed in front of him. The older man insisted Rio eat properly first, making it clear that strength starts with living, not just fighting. When Rio hesitated, the man bluntly pushed him to stop holding back and experience the food without fear. Rio sat there in silence, absorbing the warmth of the moment as much as the meal itself. The lesson became clear. Fire is not defined only by burning and destruction. It also protects people and is essential to sustaining life, giving Rio a new way to understand his own power. The memory leaves him with a final instruction to carry forward and not lose sight of that truth. A man reminds the fire user that his flames exist to protect life, not simply destroy. That idea lands heavily as the fighter repeats it to himself, and begins to understand what his power should mean. He clenches his hand and draws his flames under control with renewed purpose. As his power erupts, he recalls the warning never to forget the old man's teachings. He turns that lesson into resolve, vowing never to forgive those who use fire only to take from others. The demon, amused and eager, unleashes a massive blue blaze to test how much strength remains in him. The fire user meets the incoming inferno head-on instead of retreating. The demon is caught off guard when his attack does not overwhelm the human as expected. Realizing something is wrong, the demon threatens to bury the human world along with his opponent. The spreading blue flames whip across the battlefield, alarming the nearby ally who calls out to Rio. Floating above the storm of fire, the demon dismisses the resistance and mocks this as the best they can do. Inside the blaze, Ryo declares that his flames are meant for preserving life. For the first time, the demon's confidence falters as he senses a change in Ryo's power. Ryo invokes Flame Castle Limit Break, pushing his fire beyond its normal state at the cost of his own body. It is explained that the power Ryo gained to protect life grows stronger in response to danger threatening those he shields and to his own hardship. Unlike ordinary tempered flames, this power has no true upper limit, but it will consume him if maintained too long. Ryo learns he has only 3 minutes before the flames burn him out completely. The demon realizes Ryo has absorbed his flames and becomes intrigued rather than frightened. Wanting to probe this new strength, the demon fires a concentrated blue blast at him. Ryo receives the attack without yielding, his own flames holding firm against it. Their clash lights the sky while the ally watches Ryo advance through the barrage. The ally recognizes that Ryo has surpassed even the fire of a 5th demon general and sees the true might of the Gold Slayer. Praising Ryo as a worthy opponent, the demon prepares a new attack to escalate the fight. He creates multiple blue fire spheres and sends them into position around himself. The demon surrounds his body with a ring of blazing projectiles, turning the air itself into a kill zone. He launches the barrage downward at Ryo from above. Ryo answers with Divine Might Heavenly Limit Break, shaping his flames into a direct counterattack. Golden fire lances upward to intercept the descending blue shots. The colliding flames explode over the battlefield, forcing the onlookers to brace under the shockwave. Thrilled, the demon admits Ryo is the first to match him in a battle of firepower and to entertain him in direct combat. Ryo refuses to slow down and calls for Arata to keep up, and the younger ally immediately answers. Arata steels himself, deciding that together with Ryo they will finish this enemy here. With the blue fire mass still hanging ahead of them, Ryo charges first and Arata follows, committing to the final push.